Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Avid Advice Live with Persian Medium Fiona. Live from avidadvice.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Avid Advice Live on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome back to the Global Entrepreneurship Initiative. I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Fia Johansson, who's better known as the Persian medium and subconscious mind surgeon. She's a multi-talented motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. An author who works closely with law enforcement to help locate missing people and solve difficult criminal cases with detectives and as well as private investigators. Throughout her career, she's helped thousands of people identify personal roadblocks to help them truly believe in their own path to success, whatever that dream may be. Her greatest passion in life is helping others achieve their ultimate dreams and desires, teaching people to believe that truly anything is possible. Please help me welcome to the stage, Ms. Fia Johansson.
Welcome back. Did you know that police departments across the country and even the CIA sometimes turn to psychics to help them solve cases? Victims' families looking for answers also turn to mediums for closure. Fiona Johansson is an author as well as a licensed psychologist and hypnotist.
Welcome back. Our next guest is a celebrity medium, a clinical hypnotherapist, a holistic healer, and holds a master's in psychology. Fia Johansson is known as the Persian medium, and she's even worked with intelligence agencies and law enforcement to find answers in cases. She also wants all of us to discover our best selves. Fia, good morning.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm Jack Canfield, your host for Hollywood Live. My next guest, Fia Johansson, is an amazing person. She speaks 5 languages, which I find very impressive. She's emigrated to several countries, has a psychology degree from the University of Stockholm in Sweden. She is a hypnotherapist, clinical hypnotherapist and healer, and God knows probably other things I don't even know about.
Hi, welcome back to Times Square today. I am your host, Greg Roulette, and I am very excited for our next guest because she is known as the Persian medium, the subconscious mind surgeon. She's a motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. This is going to be a fascinating conversation with my good friend, Fia Johansson.
For centuries, it's believed that mediums have been able to mediate communication between spirits of the dead and living human beings. People usually recruit mediums to help them get in contact with family members or friends who have passed on. But celebrity psychic Fiona Johansson is also using her abilities to help law enforcement solve cold cases and help exonerate and free innocent inmates. And Fiona is joining us now. Fiona, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. How are you doing today?
Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm Jack Canfield, your host for Hollywood Live. My next guest, Fia Johansson, is an amazing person. She speaks 5 languages, which I find very impressive. She's emigrated to several countries, has a psychology degree from the University of Stockholm in Sweden. She is a hypnotherapist, clinical hypnotherapist and healer, and God knows probably other things I don't even know about. So I just want to welcome you to the show.
Thank you,
very
Jack.
much.
I'm so
Pleasure to have
thankful.
you here. So tell us a little bit about your background and the work that you do.
Yes, my name is Fia Johansson, as you said, and I'm a clinical hypnotherapist and hijack the subconscious mind, or basically I say that subconscious mind surgeon.
I love that, subconscious brain surgeon.
Yes, exactly. And also, I'm helping police officers and private investigators, law enforcement, to finding missing people, helping them with the murder cases and individual cases that come to me from people. Mm-hmm. So all my life, I find my purpose to helping others. And it was easy. I mean, as long as I know I exist, I have to help others. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't matter how. And the funny part, they found me. I never go after anybody. They found me, they asked me, and I'm helping them as much as I can.
That's beautiful. Now, when did you realize you were psychic?
I was 7.5. So a friend of mine was in my house, and they wanted back home. They want to go home, and I just said, "No, please don't go." And my grandma says they had to. I says, "No, please," because I feel incensed that if your guy is going, then there is going to be a car crash. So they both kind of like, just come on, stop it. It's nothing going to happen. It's just she just want to let the friend stay. So my mom was like, "Okay, just go to your room, have fun. Nothing is going to happen." 2 hours later, they phoned us and says, "Well, unfortunately, they had a car crash. Nothing bad had happened to them, but they had a car crash and they was in the hospital." So from there, my mom said, "Gosh, I should be scared." I was like, wow, I don't even know why I even said that, and why when I said that, things happened. And I never been normal, like as a child. I always could feel, sense. I always been afraid of dark. I always felt that when I'm actually in the dark, or actually in the dark room, I felt the heat, connection, kind of sense of somebody touching or trying to communicate with me in a very proper way, but in a way that if I could actually tell everybody could say, "You're crazy, you're getting crazy. Oh my God, take this lady to the doctor, or little girl to the doctor." But then later on, when I was at the age of 14, I started to realize that, I may be an empath. Mm-hmm. Or maybe when every single person actually dying, people communicating with me after they are dying. So what's wrong with me? What's wrong with them? So then I studied about medium and mediumship. Then I moved from my country to Stockholm. And let's just say about that stories. Well, my career started from there. It was October 6, 1999. It was almost minus 30 degrees, super cold. And it was just about 2 weeks that I moved from my country to Stockholm. I couldn't speak English. I couldn't speak Swedish. I just could speak Persian and a little of Italian. I went to the grocery store and I saw somebody is just running behind and with the gun in hand. I was like, is it correct? That was the gun? What was it? So I saw that all of a sudden shooting, and also the police officers and a lot of people get into the stores. And as I do remember, I stopped the cops to not following and going through the place that he wanted to. And he trying to push me away. So it's like, "Don't stop me, I have to go." And I was like, "No, don't, because he can kill you." And I don't even know how I told him that he could understood what I meant by "don't, you're gonna be killed." I stopped him, so I hold him like that. I do remember that. I was like little, tiny, just was cold, but I felt like I have to stop him. However, my career started from there. They understood that if I couldn't really realize and replace that person that was behind the wall, then the officer could be killed very easily in the head. Mm-hmm. So from there, they asked me a question: how you stopped the officer? How did you know that this guy was hiding behind the door and the wall? And I told them, well, that was my life and my stories and everything. So then they said, "You know what? We need you, and you should just be part of us." I was just 14. I was just like a teenager. 13. Yeah. And they've been super excited. They've been amazed by everything that I did so far for them. And I started working with them until I moved to America. So I'm still working with them on the phone. So if they have a cases, they're calling me, they're telling me. And there's a large of clients of mine that they're calling me from everywhere, from Australia, London, Canada, whatever. And that's why I developed the Avid Advice platform for myself, to let people talk to me and communicate with me about their problems. But right now, my most amazing, gift that I have is about finding missing people, helping officers and investigators to solving their cases.
Fascinating, fascinating. I'm curious, most people, if you were to survey the average American, would say they don't believe in psychics, they don't believe in mediums. When you were growing up, was that an issue for you?
As I said, mine was always word of mouth. So every single person who actually came to me first, they've been non-believer. until they see something with their own eyes. Mostly, as you know, like officers, private investigators, they are not really logical. They're kind of more logical, not biological.
Right.
And when a psychic or medium telling them don't do, it's kind of hard for them to accept from the beginning until actually they know that, oh, she knows what she's talking about. So for me, it was hard until they start to believe in, oh, she does. 2 years ago, I found the missing pilot, the black box of the missing pilot. Coast Guard communicated with me and says, like, we are looking for that missing pilots, and the instructor, can you help us? I said, you are guys close by to the ocean, and it's just not the right place because I can hear what he's telling me exactly where he is right now. And they said, what we should do now is to send a helicopter, and I will guide you guys where to go. And we found the black box, and LAPD confirmed that. Coast Guard confirmed that. That was from the same flight. And I was in NBC News, and then after that, people just starting to call, communicate more. So that's why I developed Avid Advice, for them to communicate more then, yeah.
Sophia, your success has obviously been amazing. You've been on television.
Thank
You're
you.
solving problems for everybody, including law enforcement, and doing what would often be considered miraculous things. What do you attribute your amazing success to?
Believe in myself, believe in my abilities, knowing my market. I always telling to everyone, because I am helping people to develop their businesses as well. It doesn't matter what type of businesses, but by helping them how to create. So I always tell everybody, just look into what market wants from you. Don't say what market can bring to me, because market would never bring anything to you until you bring quality to market. My only word to every single business entrepreneur, woman business entrepreneur, is about believe in yourself, always quality bring always quantity, remember that. And look around and see exactly what you need, what your market need, and also get in tune with your soul and see who are you, how are you, and if you are okay. Because if you do not have control over your life, then you do not have over control over your business, then over your life and over everything. So stay away from negative people, for negativities, and just be yourself in every single moment and areas of your life.
Now, you may have just answered the next question I was going to ask you, which is, looking back from where you sit now, very successful, very confident. When you were looking back, let's say at the 20-year-old Fia, what would you have told her? Anything different than what you just said?
Never be afraid.
Never be afraid.
To show off.
Show off?
Yes. Because I was afraid always to show off, because when I left my country, I was just a teenager, and I've been together with a lot of Swedish, people, and I do remember the first time when I want to connect with them, they've been kind of super cold. It takes time for them to just accept them or accept you in their group. So I always trying to hold myself back and in trying to let them to moving forward. Then I felt like, why I'm doing this? I'm a proud, beautiful young lady that I do everything by myself. I'm helping 1 million of people right now, and I do fantastic job with a lot of law enforcement officers. And why I'm trying to hold myself back and not speaking to them or just letting them to, take an action towards to whatever they are asking me or doing. You know what? It's time. Get up now. Just hold yourself up and just say, hello, this is me, Fia Johansson. So, and yeah, if I was just show off more and then could say that, what, good job, go for it. Never be afraid of talking, never be afraid of communicating with people, never be afraid of showing who you are as a person. Just be yourself in every single matter of your life, whatever happened, wherever you are, whomever you are, and wherever you end up with, you have to just be yourself.
Beautiful, beautiful. So if people want to reach you and take advantage of your talents, your skills, your gifts, where do they go? How do they find you?
There's a couple ways, but the easiest way is if they can go to PersianMedium.com and AvidAwakening.com, and they can reach my platform, which is AvidAdvice.com. So, and then they sign up and they call and chat from there. Sometimes they send me an email, because I'm receiving 1 million emails. My assistant says, oh my God, Fiona, they want to prioritize this and prioritize that. But I will definitely get in with people when they call through Avid Advice, because that's the only way that I can communicate and connect with people directly. Yeah.
Beautiful.
And my Instagram, by the way, I have over 1,300,000 followers.
Good for you.
Which is I'm happy. And every time when I'm actually having 60-second videos, I see, okay, 3 million views. Oh, thank you, God. So I'm happy that I'm helping them. I'm happy to make them to feel happy. I'm happy to make them and feel them happy.
Beautiful. Well, thank you, Fia.
Thank you so much.
You being on the show today. And for all of you, check out her website. She can help you with a lot of different things. So stick around, though. We have one more guest today. So see you in a couple minutes.
Back to Times Square today. I am your host, Greg Rollett, and I am very excited for our next guest because she is known as the Persian Medium, the subconscious mind surgeon. She's a motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. This is going to be a fascinating conversation with my good friend, Fia Johansson. Fia, how are you doing? Welcome to the show.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
I am so excited to talk about what you've been up to because you've been getting some major attention lately, some amazing work with law enforcement. You've recently been featured in Forbes, Wall Street. Like, what's going on? Like, let's just start there. What's been happening with you?
Yeah, I'm shocked too, to be honest with you. Yeah, I'm honored to be featured on Forbes magazine and also co-authoring with Jack and Phil. And at the same time, I find my purpose. Yeah. And my purpose was about to help others. And I started my career with law enforcement when I was at the age of 17. And I started in Stockholm. And when I came to US, I feel that I have to do the same because I do have a gift. I could help people, 1 million of them worldwide.
Yeah.
And why not? They need me and I need them to make them to feel good, relief. And then every families who reached out to me because of their missing persons, because of a lot of other individual cases, the most important part was if I can bring any relief and any happiness to them.
Yeah.
Which for me was a blessing when I could feel that I could at least actually give them some closure for their thought, their emotional feelings, and then, connection with themselves again.
Exactly. Yeah, families, we need a lot of that right here, right now, today. Why do you think this is all happening now, right? Was it a certain case? Was it just you saying, I need to break? Like, why is all this attention coming your way now? The books, the media, the new business, like, why now?
I've always been around media. But this time, because of a couple of cases that I can't mention because of the security reason, I've been very known. And those cases been kind of huge cases. And Forbes got attention. That was a blessing.
Yeah.
And that was the feeling actually that I had. And then they reached out. They wanted to feature me. And then after that, everything. And I'm actually going to be featured on Wall Street Journal in July.
Wow.
So I had an interview with iHeartRadio today. They reached out after they saw Forbes, and it was amazing. People ask me, are you just finding missing people? Or are you kind of like just working with the law enforcement? No, I don't. I actually work with individual cases with people, like when people wants to talk to me and communicate with me, ask me about anything and everything.
Yeah.
It could be their love life, it could be their investments, it could be any other type of the cases, like as a business entrepreneur that they do have. So that's what I do. Actually help them out.
When does someone seek out a medium? At what point in their journey, whether it's for a missing person, for a loved one, for like their own life, when do they seek you out? Are you the last resort to help give me closure to the case, or are people starting to really see the value in bringing you into a case early?
Definitely when all the cases are starting, so they know already about like what's going on around that case. But sometimes it's very hard to put all the puzzles together to find that specific person or that specific crimes. So that's why, especially cold cases, so that's why when I came in the middle, I'm receiving those messages, I'm connecting, and at the same time, I help them to put more puzzles together and more communication with people, and that would make them to succeed faster.
Now, is this something that law enforcement has been using for forever? Is this something new to them?
It's not something new. CIA actually used psychics for so many years, and also other law enforcement also using psychic. Google using psychics, and but it's not every person. So you have to have a talent, you have to have a gift, and they are not a joke. If you are not deliver, if you are just pretending or acting, nothing good is going to happen. So you have to have the gift, you have to have a talent, and they want to see the proof and test.
Yeah.
And believe me or not, you know, I think and I believe so strongly, law enforcement, they do have some psychic abilities by themselves because they knew what's going on, but they're not really believing in their inner voice or their thought and subconscious until they get in connect, example, with me, and I'm just like, well, you already found it, but you pass it on. Why? Because you doubted about it. So we do all have. We are based on energies. We pick up energies. We're receiving energies, but we have to listen and we have to connect with that energies.
What do you think it is that makes you unique? Like, why do they bring you in for these cases?
Because I'm stubborn and because I'm telling law enforcement what to do and not to do. And if they are not listening, I'm getting out from the room. And they know me. People who actually worked with me in the past, they know I'm real and I'm serious. People who may just shaking hand with me just because of other sources that have been interviewed or introduced by. So then they kind of like, it takes time for them, maybe about 24 hours or 48 hours to get to know me. After that, they would say, well, whatever you says, yes, we do.
I love that. And the stubbornness is taking you to really good places right now. I love it. Where do you want this to go? Like, so the writing the books, the getting the attention, working with law enforcement, working with, like, where do you see yourself growing this?
I have no roof. There's no roof for me. And as long as I can help other people, that's exactly what life is. I mean, I think I do have a gift just because of one purpose. Just be there for people and let people bring love and happiness to you. And as long as I know and I feel and I breathe, I would love to help as many as I can. So people who want to talk to me about their personal issues, because I'm a clinical hypnotherapist too, so I'm removing addiction, any type of addictions with hypno.
Yeah.
I'm also actually having master degrees, psychologist master degrees from actually University of Stockholm. So basically, I can do a lot for people as far as I did all my life. Like at the age of 7.5, when I found about my abilities.
Yeah.
From that time until now, everything is just rock for me.
I love that. Now, this is a fun question we ask everybody on the show. If you could go back in time, right? So whether this is you just starting your business, maybe it was when you were young and you found out these abilities. If you could give yourself a piece of advice, knowing now what you know and where this has taken you, what would you tell yourself?
Be your own leader. Lead yourself and always be yourself. Never try to pretend to be somebody. Never try to change yourself just because someone or somebody or some country wanted you to be. Bring your unique personality. Tap into your talent and energies and just bring inspiration to people. When we are sending love and inspiration, we are receiving the same.
Yeah.
So just be yourself, be happy, and be thankful.
I love that. Now, if someone is watching this right now, and I know they are, and they're like, I need a Persian medium in my life. I need her to help my organization. Like, where can they learn more? Where do they see how you can actually help them?
Sure. I do have a platform named Avid Advice, A-V-I-D. Advice, avidadvice.com. So people can reach out through my avidadvice.com platform. I do have Instagram, Persian Medium, basically. Just type Persian Medium.
Love it.
I have over 1,200,000 followers already, so I would love to have more followers. So, and also avidawakening.com is my place in Corona del Mar, Newport Beach.
Okay.
But right now, the waiting list is about like February 23rd, 2020. But people who would love to meet me face to face, I would say go to fiona@ibetheawakening.com, send an email, and I will be there for you in no time.
Lots of different ways to learn more, lots of different ways to contact you. Please reach out because she can help you, whether it's getting closure or learning more or getting that insight into what you need to know. Fia, thank you so much for being a guest here
Thank you so
today.
much. Thank you.
Definitely. And we'll be back with more from Times Square today in just a minute.
So naturally to me, I never decide for any of those messages. The only responsibility that I have is that I have to deliver the messages.
What was your reading like, Persian medium? Oh my God, I love her. So I actually had a moment with her when she was walking in. She came by our table for water, and it was just like, whew. That's how I felt.
Are you gonna like come back for more? Oh yeah.
You're not even leaving. It was all kind of things I kind of knew. I felt intuitively guided. It's nice to feel her tap into those deeper places and I guess reveal hidden places that I sense and feel, but have her kind of present them.
She said, I'm going to meet a man who's going to come right to me. It's been quite a while, and if that happens, I'm going to be in huge debt to her.
This was a great reading today because it lifts my spirit. Spirits have been depressed for a while because of adverse happenings going on. I'm very pleased about that.
I went to her workshop yesterday and it was awesome. Yeah, then I got her book, so I'm excited about that.
Well, this is the only reading I've done and it's the only reading I would do. And it's because I just know that.
She told me things that I already knew. And then she also told me things that I was surprised with. Like she could read me. Like things I was in denial of, she was actually reading what I was in denial of. So it was wonderful.
It was happening.
I didn't say a word. She just knew exactly how I felt about it.
You know, she's absolutely right. So it's kind of like you have the answers inside somewhere, and she kind of validated what I was thinking.
If you are a person that trying to, make your sense or see your sensualities in your emotion, your vision, imagination, your subconscious mind, get close to that power, then you can see, feel, and connect to the spirit.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Dream Reality with Mary Amy. Live from MaryAmyOfficial.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Dream Reality Reality
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, this is Dream Reality, and I'm your host, Mary Amy, coming to you from A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. My site is listed at the bottom of the screen, maryamyofficial.com, and I'm an intuitive wisdom coach. As an empath intuitive, I'm able to connect to your inner spirit, which allows me to use my extrasensory abilities, seeing, hearing, feeling information about you. I'm here for you. I see the light, the hope, and the beauty of the universe. I'm a conduit to channel your dreams, helping fulfill your earthly purpose and course to personal enlightenment. I'm excited today. On my show, I have a guest and caller. I have Elizabeth April, International Psychic and Cosmic Channeler. Thank you, Elizabeth, for joining me on Dream Reality.
Thank you so much, Mary, for having me on. I'm very excited for today.
Elizabeth April, I found you on YouTube, your YouTube channel, and I was fascinated with you ever since that moment. I realized that we have some very strong similarities. We've both been awakened. We both have extrasensory abilities. We both have interests in art and helping people. What is the strongest factor in determining your drive?
Well, I would definitely say that the strongest factor in determining my drive is my purpose. It's my mission, and I'm sure that you feel the same way. I mean, from a very young age, I've been very aware that I was on this planet for a reason. And it took a little while to kind of move all the pieces around so that I am working my mission and aligned to that. So definitely my strongest drive is my mission, my purpose in being here and helping people expand and awaken and understand the truth of what it is to be human.
There's another similarity we have, because this is my mission, and I've kind of gone in different directions in my life, but this is where I feel most fulfilled, and I feel like I have a message to bring, and my attention is very, very strong. I'm going to suggest to our viewers that they watch some of your videos. You speak of alien theories, other dimensions, past lives. Can you share with us some of your experiences?
Yeah, absolutely. I can kind of give a little overview of how I got to where I am today. So I was born just like you with extrasensory abilities. So I was able to see ghosts and spirits and auras and chakras and all of that great stuff. And I was also born into a very Catholic household as well. So I remember at around the age of 6 years old, going up to my dad and telling him very, very confidently that the Bible actually got it wrong. That God wasn't actually a man, because I'd been talking to an interdimensional being who I thought at the time was God, but that the being was female. So I said, Dad, the Bible has it wrong. I mean, God's actually a female. So I had that at an early age. And then, I kind of shut down my abilities for a little while at around the age of 10 years old. I got really heavily involved in the physical world with a lot of sports and physical activities and things like that. So it was very grounding. But then, I spiraled into a lot of anxiety, a lot of depression. I was questioning every aspect of my physical reality. And at that point in time, that's when I was introduced to my first past life regression at the age of 16. So it was at 16 when I really started to awaken and open up and understand that there is so much more out there that we can't tangibly see or even feel. But in going through a trance-like state and remembering that I've been a healer and a monk and a teacher before, I knew at that age what I had to do in this lifetime, which was, once again, be that healer and teacher and help people through the process of waking up themselves.
I truly believe that you did have these in your past lives, because that's one of the things that totally drew me to you, because you have this knowledge and this awareness that's very, very advanced for someone as young as you. People that have a whole lifetime of experience don't have this kind of knowledge I wanted to ask you about, so I've read online, or actually, in books about Project Blue Book, the Roswell incident of 1947, the Colorado UFO 1968, these alien cover-ups. Do you believe that these historical moments took place on Earth?
Yeah, absolutely. Without a doubt, I do believe that not only those historical moments took place, but I believe that there's a lot of other phenomenon, let's just call it, that has been taking place and that is currently taking place that the population on the planet just doesn't know about. So one of the things that I was told by my spirit guides from a young age is that I should not be doing any external research. So from the age of around 16, I have not read a book or seen a documentary or, picked up something on quantum physics, specifically because they told me that in me having the ability to channel information, in order to keep the information as clear as possible, don't bring anyone else's perception into it. So although, I kind of know about Project Blue Book and, the Majestic or whatever movie that just came out, I get all of the information straight from source. And I love connecting to the Galactic Federation and some of the interdimensional beings that are a part of the Alliance here to help the awakening of humanity. So that's kind of where I get my information from when it comes down to more cosmic and alien disclosure.
Is there some kind, I'm just curious, is there some kind of network of people like you that are in the United States? I mean, I'm not familiar with it. Are you the leader of a group? I guess in a sense, I'm the leader of my own group because the same thing, I've been told not to really collaborate with others and just to kind of keep it as clear as possible. I've tried to go to even some spiritual hippie groups like drum circles and maybe some like alien experience groups, but I still feel like an outcast in every one of the groups that I try and join. I have found a couple of souls along the way that are these beautiful diamonds in a rough, but other than that, I keep pretty private and pretty separate from the rest of humanity. And I just kind of speak about whatever I receive from the universe. Well, I think that's the right path for you because I completely understand what you're talking about because I actually am not in a group either because I'm just doing my own thing. I can't take on all of someone else, all these other energies, and it could be counterproductive. So as an influencer, you've been very, very successful giving lectures and being a speaker at workshops and seminars. What is a common inquiry from one of your followers in a response that you might give?
Yeah, so a lot of, and I feel so blessed to have so many people who are interested in what I talk about because I do talk about more high level vibrational quantum physics type of things as well. So I'll get some pretty awesome in-depth questions about, okay, Elizabeth, where is the fifth dimension right now? I mean, where is the planet going? Where is the awakening at this time? What do we need to do to prepare for this giant shift that you talk about? I get a lot of questions about the Mandela effect and the flipping of the different parallel realities and those kind of things. So a lot about the awakening, and I believe that cosmic and alien disclosure is only a part of, the giant shift that we all need to make within our own selves of just the kind of accepting that there are other intelligent life forms out there in the universe, I think is really important for all of us, just as a starting block to kind of progress through our own awakening and expansion.
So you mentioned earlier that you haven't you're not joining any groups. Do you have any friends that are like you where you are? I mean, are you just like this island by yourself? How do you keep going?
Yeah, so it's funny. In moving from Toronto, Canada to Los Angeles this past year, I was just kind of very open about who I was going to attract energetically. And the couple of friends that I do have in my life in LA are very human. I like to call them human friends, my human friends. And what I mean by that is that they're just very concerned with their career or settling down in a relationship or having kids, which, really are none of my concerns. But it's so refreshing and so beautiful to have these really grounded people, and they allow me to be a little bit more human as well. So I have those friends in my life, and then I do have a couple of really awesome people in my life who are also influencers in their own right, and they're doing kind of their own thing out there in the world, and they're their own little island as well. So I've got some really beautiful cosmic and quantum friends, and then I've got some really beautiful grounded human friends as well. So
I'm happy to hear that, because I feel that you're such a precious soul that I hope that this world, our world, is protecting you and cherishing you, because you're so special. Can you tell us any kind of upcoming projects, or are you writing a book? Are you going to be having your own TV show? What are you doing? Moving forward.
Well, kind of all of the above, I guess. I've always wanted to have my own TV show and write a bunch of books, so those are all still on the plate. And I really do want to do a world speaking tour as well, which most likely will be after the books. Right now, I'm transitioning myself from one-on-one clients, which are amazing. And I've been booked up 6 months in advance. And, I've got people from all over the world, which is so incredible, from Germany and Sweden and Australia and the UK and Canada and the US. It's really amazing how, regardless of culture, regardless of language, regardless of location in the world, people are waking up, and this information is kind of like the universal language, putting everyone together. So although that's really amazing and so fulfilling, and I've really put out the call to only teach teachers at this point in time, the rest of the world is starting to wake up, and we all kind of have to step into that role. And so moving forward, I'm getting away from one-on-one clients, and I really want to just clear space and time to write these books. So right now I'm in the middle of 5 different books. One of them is very quantum, all about the quantum world, quantum physics, how we can understand the reality around us at a vibrational and dimensional sense. And then one of the books I'm also writing is called Memoirs of a Hybrid, and it's all about my life. And even though I'm only 26 right now in this incarnation, I have been living a double life my entire life. So I've been having my la-di-da human experiences while simultaneously astral traveling to another planet, out there, speaking to other beings from another dimension, receiving information about humanity's awakening. And that's the kind of information that I also want to release. But I believe that the first book I'm going to release, which I'm really working on right now, is actually just a synopsis of some really incredible sessions that I've had in the past year. So I'm actually just transcribing my sessions right now. And what I love to look at in my sessions is your soul path, your soul mission, your biggest lessons in life, and also your cosmic contracts. Who were you as an interdimensional being before you ever got to be human? And what were you doing out there in the universe? So it's really cool. So I go into past lifetimes with my clients where they are an Anunnaki being coming from the 11th dimension, being some sort of warlord, or a Palladian being in the 8th dimension, healing an entire planet or civilization, all the way to an angel who happened to sign up their contracts to planet Earth and what they were doing here. So it's really incredible, because in having the ability to dive into people's Akashic records, both on and off this planet, I'm able to receive their past lifetimes and piece together all of the kind of gaps in the knowledge that we currently have out there in society. So if you can just imagine taking 100 clients, if you could imagine taking 100 clients or 100 people into, say, potentially 5 past lifetimes per client, that's potentially, 500 lifetimes that I, as an objective observer, get to witness, right? And over the past 3 years, I've had thousands of clients that I've experienced tens of thousands of past lifetimes, both on and off this planet. And once again, I believe that I've been able to really have that objective perspective, piecing together all of the pieces of the how the universe works and the why the universe works. Why are we here? Why humans? Why now? And why are we waking up at this time?
Okay, Elizabeth, what would be, I know that it might not be an easy question, but if someone was to say, okay, I can't get you on the line because you're not taking more clients right now, and there's a waiting list. What would be some kind of tip or something that maybe someone might be able to have an experience, another dimension or a past life that they could do on their own? Is there anything that they can do? I know meditation might help. Is there any way to kind of trigger things for someone?
Yeah, absolutely. So in all of my videos, I talk about kind of the step-by-step process and how to dive into this world on your own, because I believe that we are all fluid light workers. We are all psychic. We are all, clairvoyant. We all can transcend this dimension. So it's not just about the information, it's about the tangible application to the information. And so I talk about all of this stuff in my videos as well, which is cool that, people can get that information there. But if I were to kind of give people some tips right now at this time, absolutely, the number one thing that anyone can do to receive information across the dimensions and within themselves is to be able to separate your ego mind, which is basically just your human perception, and your attachments and your reactions and your understanding of the world around you. Separate that in the moment from pure consciousness. Right? From pure source energy. We are all pure consciousness, and we all have that muddled perception of a human being. So in separating our human state, our mind state, our ego state from our consciousness, we can essentially transcend this vibration altogether and hop into that fifth dimension, which means that space and time don't exist, which means that you can start seeing auras, start being very telepathic, start astral traveling and remote viewing, lucid dreaming, all of the above. And the number one thing that we all need to do in order to separate that ego mind, that perception from our consciousness, is to quiet our ego mind, to quiet our perception in every single moment, and to question our perception. Because a lot of us kind of just blindly go through life on this autopilot programming, acting and reacting based on the world around us without taking any responsibility for the fact that the world and reality around us is actually something that we've created with our own projected perception. So if you believe that the sky is blue, then it's going to always be blue. If you start understanding that the sky could be any color, you're going to start seeing the sky in these beautiful and epic colors, right? We need to understand that our thoughts create our reality. Therefore, by changing and transcending our thoughts, we can essentially change and transcend our reality. But the first step is taking full responsibility over everything in our reality was created solely by us. Not by our parents, not by our teachers, not by the authority figures, by us.
Thank you so much for being my guest. I know that everyone can reach you at ElizabethApril.com. Is there anything else you'd like to share?
Yeah, absolutely. So definitely, if you resonate with this information and content, check out Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, all with just Elizabeth April in the name. You'll find me. And I've got a course out there as well right now, transcending you from the fear-based third dimension all the way into the fifth dimension. So if you are ready to change your entire life, but you don't know how to do it, I definitely have the tools and the course out there to help you. So keeping that in mind. But other than that, this is a rough time for everyone at this time. Everyone is being confronted with their ego. Everyone is being confronted with their dark night of the soul. So hang in there, things will get better and the energy will elevate. And today is the full moon eclipse. So that's also, a huge kind of astrology moment that everyone needs to be aware of and just realize that we are being affected by vibrations and energies and we are the only one that can kind of surpass the effects of those things.
Thank you so much. This was so enlightening. I'm definitely gonna watch this over and over and catch everything that I missed even while you were right in front of me. Thank you so much for joining me on Dream Reality, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mary.
Well, I have a caller coming in. I'm so grateful that I had Elizabeth April on our show today. I have a caller coming in, Susie in Hamilton from Montana. Susie?
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Good. Okay, so I immediately saw around you green. Let me see, and now a splash of like a yellow, orangey yellow color. Susie, right? Susie. Let me see. Okay, so I'm getting from you a swimming pool with a slide. I sense that you have a lot of joy in your heart. So much so, it's to me the image of someone that's sliding down a slide into a swimming pool. You have the disposition of someone that every day to you is a new experience. So if you have something that brings you down, you have the ability to wake up the next morning and feel as though it's a fresh day. Like that movie Groundhog Day. That's how I sense that you are, Susie. Do you have a question for me or a direction you'd like me to go into?
My two areas that
I got my two areas.
My two areas are finances and selling a house.
Okay. So immediately I received information that this is okay. That this is not going to be this is not a fast process. There's some questions and some information that needs to be gathered before you can move on with the selling of the house. I don't know if, let me see. So it's very actually, I don't want to say this, consider discernment with this. So things happen at a different pace than what we want them to, but it's about timing. So I'm getting that it's actually like you have feet stuck in mud and you're kind of trying to pull your feet out of the mud and you're stuck right now. Let me see the window, the time frame. It's not today or tomorrow that you're going to sell this house. You're going to sell this house, I would say, I'm sensing that it's more in the fall time for some reason, fall, autumn.
Okay.
But you don't, I know this makes you uncomfortable, and that's why I actually said to kind of think of it in a different perspective and don't look at it as you have to get this done right now. If you're working towards it, it will happen. So I know that you will sell the house and the finances will improve, I guess, after you sell the house. It's just that it's not happening right now. So there's something else that you're supposed to look at is what I'm seeing, because I see you here in this space, but then I see there's a light. Is there something else that you're supposed to be working on during this period of time that's going to give you light in your life? You went in and out. I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Now I can.
Hello? Oh, okay.
Yes.
Let me move to it.
Okay. Oh, I heard your dog. Hello? You're moving in and out. Hello? Okay, I heard yes. Bad connection. Okay, there you are.
Oh, good. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Don't move.
Business that's going to kind of help people and animals and with.
Okay, I heard you said there's a business with helping animals and then you went out again, and that is the light that I catch. We just don't have a good connection. Okay, your connection's bad. I just want to say thank you so much for everyone joining me today on Dream Reality. I hope that we can all find the beautiful glowing light that's in our hearts. I would like to thank Moonstruck TV and A1R Psychic Radio. I hope that we all can be a friend to someone else today. Let's say you see a stranger out there who needs a friend, be their friend.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for a gateway to the spirit world with Gail Moffat. Live from GailMoffat.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is a gateway to the spirit world.
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. Now, I'm going to do a little talk before we have two people that will be phoning in for a reading, and that could be one of you. So, what I want to talk about today is, for some of you, you may be aware that I have been in this fortunate position where some highly evolved people from the spirit world have come forward and spoken to me. And that has included God, Jesus, Mother Mary, many saints, and people of that sort of standing in the spirit world. And what they are saying to me at the moment is that they are very keen for people to actually develop their mediumship. In other words, they want people to connect to the spirit world, and they want people to be able to listen to their words. They want to communicate to as many people. It's almost as though that, in fact, it is this. They have made a decision that they feel that they want more people to be connected. And what they're saying is they've said to me that they've asked me to sort of guide people in a way where I can show people how you can connect and what sort of action that you can take if you're listening to this show and are thinking, well, I think I probably get a few, I'm quite instinctive, or I have these feelings. And so what I would recommend, your first port of call is probably to go to a spiritualist church. Now, in a spiritualist church, there will be other mediums that you will perhaps meet that may do a home circle, or there may be circles that will be carried out within the church. And this is how I developed my mediumship. I would actually sort of sit in circle, and actually I was quite sort of greedy with it all. Like I ended up sitting in circle 5 times a week. Can you believe that? So it's about sort of finding the medium and perhaps the right spiritualist church that offers you that training, because it is out there. And I would highly recommend that you sort of think about that. If you've had any feelings or messages that you don't know how you've received it, or how to get it again, or how to open up, how to close down, all those sort of things that you probably have questions for, I would certainly recommend that you explore this avenue. So I know that we have a caller waiting for us, and that is Bernadette is waiting to speak, and she's from Ireland, Sligo in Ireland. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, hi, Bernie. And so I am a medium, and I can connect to loved ones in the spirit world, or I can look to give you guidance from my guides. Is there a particular way that you would like me to work, and where would you like me to focus?
I suppose guidance, really.
Guidance. And is there anywhere in particular that you'd like me to focus, as we only have a short space of time here on the show?
I suppose guidance towards my present life or now at the minute.
Right. Okay. So let me see what I can gather from that. I feel with you that you've reached a stage in your life where you feel it's almost like you reach a stage where you haven't got the responsibilities that you once had in family life. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, yes.
And I get the feeling that there's more freedom with you, more, and you're more open to exploring other things to do in life. And I get the feeling that it's almost like I'm being shown an apple, and I feel that this apple is ripe, and I feel that it's almost like you've dipped in and out of spiritual ideas and matters. And I feel that the spirit world are wanting to sort of bring you more into the sort of fold of understanding their world. But I do get the feeling that you've dipped in and out of this. Does that make sense to you, Bernie?
Yes. Yes, it does. Yes.
And I feel, and I'm being told that you have actually heard spirit before. And I feel that you've got quite a. If you wanted to take this further, you could be quite incredible as a medium. Does that make sense to you?
I really believe in spirits, but I don't know if I'm that good.
All right. Because that's what they're saying to me. They're saying to me that you have this I guess the way to describe it is like a sixth sense. You have a sort of awareness, and they're telling me that you have an ability, and they're sort of trying to sort of encourage you to sort of think about possibly exploring that idea. And they've placed my guides have just placed some crystals in your hand, and I feel, have you had any interest in crystals? So I know that Bernie has had some crystal. I feel like there's some crystals that's been placed in her hand, and what I'm being told is that she has a sort of a wide breadth, a sort of a wide sort of knowledge of a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this. But they're telling me that you have the ability to work with crystals, and I feel, and they're suddenly placing a crystal on my forehead, and I feel like I'm having crystals placed all around me, and what they're saying to me is that these crystals have, with crystals, they have an innate power, and I'm being told that you have the ability to work with crystals, and I feel that this is the specific area that they would like to steer you towards. And I know that there are lots of things to do with sort of crystal courses and things like that. Did you hear all of that, Bernie?
I love crystals.
Yeah, and because they're telling me that crystals is your thing, and they're sort of encouraging me to encourage you to say that that you could be working with crystals, whether that be on just on an interest level or a formal level. But they're saying to me that you could be like a crystal healer. And they're also saying to me that you have quite a knowledge of crystals as well. and they're showing me it's like a red crystal, and I feel that it's like and this is the crystal that I mentioned earlier that has been placed on my forehead, and I feel that this crystal is a oh gosh, I'm not very jasper. It's jasper. I've just been told red jasper, and they're taking the crystal and putting it in my hand, and they're like giving it to you, and they're saying to me that you are in need of red jasper. I'm not really. I know a little bit about crystals, but not that much. It's not my area of expertise. But this is the way my guides are working with you, and I feel that they're saying that you would benefit from some red jasper, and so I'm not sort of sure why that is, but and I feel that they're working on a healing level as well. They're also saying to me, as I mentioned the word healing, they're saying to me that you would like me to put your name on my healing list, and I don't feel like there's anything sort of serious with you. I'm not sensing that at all. But they've asked me to put your name on my healing list. Would that be okay with you, Bernie?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
And they're saying to me that also they're saying to me that you are a little bit worried about somebody else in your family. I feel this is a younger person that you feel is almost like, I don't know why you're worried, but I just get that sense of worry towards somebody in your family. Would that make sense?
Mm.
So I feel that there is some worry towards somebody that's younger in your family, and I'm being told that almost like you don't need to worry because it's almost like it's just an immature phase, like an immaturity, and I'm being told that this person will come out of their immaturity and also almost like carve a life with more responsibility. But I feel like there's some sort of immature actions or immature behavior that you have been sort of concerned about or wondering about, or I don't know about this, or, just, and that they're sort of saying to me that it's nothing that you need to be really concerned about, because I feel that this is just a stage as opposed to sort of an impending disaster. It just feels like a stage. And how does that all sound for you, Bernie?
I missed a lot, but the line is really...
Yes, sometimes that happens. But I just want to say that, so I'll just recap. They're saying to me that you could be, you are, there's a spiritual aspect to you that is quite important. And they're implying to me that you could be a crystal healer, and that there's a strong interest in crystals. And I also feel that they're also saying to me that there is concern for a younger person, but you're not to worry about this person because it's just like an immature stage, and they will come through it.
Yeah.
And they're protected, and they're going to be okay. And so how does that, did you get all that?
Yes, most of it.
Good,
yes,
good. Well,
very good.
I hope that helps. And but do think about the crystals. I feel that you could be you could really enjoy exploring crystals more. I feel like crystals are your thing.
And I need healing very much.
Yes, well, I've put you on my healing list. They did recommend that to me, that I do that. So you're on the list. Okay, thank you very much, Bernie, for calling in. My pleasure. Thank you
so much.
My
Bye.
pleasure. Bye-bye. So I'm down in Savannah. Now, the last caller, we were talking about crystals and crystal healing. And when we think about spiritual matters, I always think that we're not really looking at the whole sort of picture. You know, if we go to church or if we go and see a medium and prove that survival of spirit or I feel like there's so many other aspects that has been created by God in this world, and one of which is sort of the things like crystals and the energy that they produce and emanate, and how they can be used for healing. It's just quite staggeringly phenomenal, and this is just a creation by God. Anyway, so I feel I have my next caller here, and that is Andrea in Clarkston, Michigan. Are you there, Andrea?
Hi, how are you today?
I'm very good. So I am a medium, and I can connect to loved ones, or I can look at guidance for yourself. Is there a particular way that you would like me to work?
Guidance.
Okay, and is there anywhere in particular you'd like me to focus, as we only have a little bit of time left?
Okay, I guess I would say love life, just general for me and my kids and the way I'm going. It's been crazy.
Right. What I've been instantly as you're talking, I'm just being told that you have been having some thoughts that either you wish you didn't live there or you would like to move. Would that make sense to you?
Yes.
Because it's almost as though you feel as though where you live hasn't served you well. It's almost as though you feel that it's caused you more heartache or problems than sort of positivity. Would that make sense
Very
to you,
true.
Andrea?
Yes, very true.
And I'm sort of being shown that this, and you see, the idea of moving has to be your free will, because this is something that God has given to us. It's our free will as to whether we move or not. But what I am being shown is that if you make this decision, and I know that this is if you make this decision, and I know that this is going to be a difficult decision to make, but if you were to make this decision to actually pick up, they're showing me you picking up suitcases and trunks. That's how they're showing it to me. But if you were to make this decision to actually physically move to another area and almost encourage all of your family to move with you, I feel that what I'm being told by my guides is that you would be very successful moving on from that situation. But I am being told that this would be a challenging decision and wouldn't be easy for you to make. But I am being told that if you were to make this decision, you would find that your life would open up and be a lot more easier. And I feel that
it has been a very difficult decision.
Yeah, I know it's a difficult decision, but they're telling me that this is, if you were to make that decision, it would be a positive decision. And for some reason, they feel that you should know this, that you should know that it would be positive if you were to make this decision, because they're making me feel as if they're making me feel as though if you were to go down the line a bit in life, you are going to reach a point where you're going to be more serious in making that decision. And then as a consequence, if you make that decision, you will be, they're making me feel as though you will be it will be easier for you to make, because you will remember or recall back to this conversation that they actually said that it would be a more positive thing for you. Now, it's interesting. I feel with you, there is need for healing, and I feel that there is need for healing across the family. Would that make sense to you, Andrea?
Oh, yeah.
And I feel like there's 2 or 3 people that really need healing. And if you, I'll put your name on my healing list with I'll put Andrea and her family on the healing list, because I feel like there's more than one person that needs healing. And I'm also being shown that there is somebody that's struggling with their legs at the moment. And I feel like it's it looks like more of a circulation problem. Would that make sense to you?
Yeah.
And I don't know whether that's yourself or with somebody else, but I'm being shown that, and I'm being told that this particular person needs to specifically be put on my healing list. So I will do that for you. I sit for an hour every day and send out healing. So I will put you and your family on the list. I'm also being shown that I feel that there is someone in your family that, let's see, I've got somebody in your family that has sort of gone off the rails a little bit and isn't showing sort of respect. And I feel that is sort of getting involved in stuff that you wouldn't necessarily approve of. Would that make sense to you, Andrea?
Yeah.
And and I'm being told that there's hurt and pain in this person's mind, and this is why they've gone off the rails. It's more to do with their pain in their mind rather than outside influences. And I'm being told that this person. So I've got the person with the legs, and I've got this person that's gone off the rails a little bit. I feel both these 2 people need healing. And I'm being shown. I've been shown. This is interesting. I'm being shown a rainbow that's gone over the top of your family, and whenever I see that rainbow, I know that that's a symbol of it's a symbol of God's protection, of God's love, and I feel very strongly that you're with the help of the healing. I feel very strongly that there is going to be an improvement. I can't claim sort of any improvement necessarily, but we'll I will be sending out healing to you. But my guides are trying to tell me that there will be an improvement, and I suddenly got in there thinking, oh, I can't say that. You have to be correct in everything you say. But so let's hope is what I'm saying, and I so I know that that my guides are encouraging me. That's the point that I think is the main point. They are encouraging me to put your family on the healing list, and hopefully you can move forward in more positivity. And they're just coming back in with the bit that they said right at the beginning. They're saying, don't forget, when you reach the point where you think it would be a good idea to move, that they have said in this conversation that it would be a positive move if you make this decision. Because I feel that you have a relative somewhere else in the country, and you have often thought about living with this, living close by or near to this other relative. Would that make sense to you?
Yeah.
I just get this real sort of encouragement in that regard, that it would be a real positive move, because I know that you have a strong feeling that it's almost like where you live has let your family down or let you down, and it's like there's this feeling around you and your family that there needs to be a change. So, Andrea, I hope that's helped. I know these readings are very short, but again, I will put you and your family on the healing list. If you want to find me, you can find me on Facebook. My name is Gail Moffat, and I'd very much like to hear from you. So thank you very much for calling in, and goodbye.
Thank you.
Goodbye. So we've just got sort of 30 seconds left of the show, and I just want to say that it's interesting how spirit work, when we look at the two callers that we've had today, how they look to, my guides very much want to work on a healing level and support and help people wherever possible, and I feel that it's a good thing that to work with spirit. And so for those people that do have those instincts, don't forget, find that spiritualist church, find that home circle, find that medium that will help you and develop you, because the spirit world are waiting to hear from you. So thank you. Goodbye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Sensing Spirituality with Ian Mason. Live from IanMason.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Sensing Spirituality
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Sensing Spirituality radio show with me, Ian Mason, brought to you by A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV, where with love we welcome you. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Hope your day is well. So here we are this evening. We're a few minutes behind. Life does that sometimes to us. But I'd just like to welcome you all to the show. Hope you've had a most fantastic week. Hope you've had lots of good fortune and great things happening with you. I just want to really share a couple of quick thoughts with you, and that is, whatever the question, love is the answer. It's a quote by Gerald G. Jampowski, who was a psychotherapist. And it's really, really great, because you know what? When love is the answer, we all like love. We all feel good with love. We always feel the energy connection with love. And that helps us have peace. And we enjoy all of life's blessings as well at the same time. And that helps us to have that inner harmony. And that calm allows our mind to be calm and not allow our subconscious to run around like a hooligan out of control, making up stories. And everything that we really know isn't true, but we somehow allow to come into our daily lives and taint the views that we see the world with, or the experiences that we experience along the way. So look after yourselves and spread the love. It's really, really important. Now, we're going to be getting ready to go to the phone lines pretty soon. So, I would just sort of waiting for the calls to come through here. We have Melissa in New Derry in Pennsylvania in the USA. So welcome, Melissa, to the show.
Thank you.
Hello, how are you, my darling? Are you well?
I'm sorry?
Are you well?
Yes.
Good. How is it that I may help you this evening?
I just wanted to find out, do you do medium reading?
Yes, I do, yes.
Okay.
Would you like a general reading?
I'm sorry, for medium reading, you mean?
Yeah, for mediumship.
Yeah. Yes, please.
Okay, just a general reading, or is there somebody particular that you would like to connect with?
I lost a child.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see where we go with this.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So just bear with me. Just when we're looking for something specific, it just works a little differently with me. But hello. Hang on. I've got a couple of people coming in here. Would you understand the mother figure? And she feels quite maternal. So this could be this actually feels quite like a maternal grandmother. But this lady passes of a heart condition here. I know that takes her over when she goes. Do you understand her?
Okay. Yes, I do.
Okay. And would you understand that being, what I want to say is quite breathless and quite incapacitated just before the end of her life there? Because she just makes me feel that I wasn't able to move around too much and I struggled with my breathing.
Yes.
Okay. She's a lady who, of her own mind, would, what I want to say is she's not like a really squidgy, lovey feeling of a grandmother here for me, but she feels, what I want to say is a lady that would be able to look after herself quite well. Do you understand that?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and she's quite sharp of mind as well. And she's just acknowledging here that she had to have a lot of help towards the end of her life. And I know that when she was here in the physical, that she wouldn't have liked that. Not that she didn't want help, but she didn't like to trouble people to help her with the things that she could do for herself, or so she thought. Would that make sense for you?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, okay, because she's saying to me now, I can cope on my own, you know. I don't need you. And she's sort of telling me off, which is quite funny, but she means it in a light-hearted way. Would you understand a name? She's trying to get through to me like Mary or Marty, please. I can just hear like a name like that coming through.
A Mary or what?
It sounds like a Mary or a Marty. I can't quite catch what she's saying to me here. It's M-A-R, Mar. No, Mildred? It feels shorter than that. No, it doesn't feel like Mildred for me. It feels shorter. It feels like Mar. I'm hearing Mar.
Millie, maybe for short.
Yeah, Mary. It's Mary. That's what I heard first. You understand? That's just the names that she's just pushing through for me. And would you understand why she talks about why there's a link to March with this, please, as well? The month of March.
March. You know what? I'm not sure. I can't think.
Okay, that's all right. Well, don't worry too much. She's just circling March for me, and she's also saying to me here 1997 is quite important as well.
7. I think that's the year she passed.
Okay, all right. This is what she's saying to me here, and she loves daffodils. She loves yellow flowers. She tells me too.
Daffodils, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
She loves daffodils and she loves the yellow flowers. That's what she's saying to me here. Now, okay, I'm just trying to see what she's doing here. Would you understand that she would be somebody that would keep the family in check? You know, she would be somebody quite sort of patriarchal by nature in some ways.
Yes.
Yeah, she's quite an organizer here. But she's telling me, my darling, and I don't know whether both of these babies are for you. Excuse me, got an itchy eye there. She's just saying to me that there are 2 children up with her. 2 children.
Yes, she does. She has
okay.
my uncle and my aunt and uncle. Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, that's what she says to me here. And she says it's nice that they're here because it feels like home again. That's what she says. And I know that she's a lady that really did like her home. You understand?
Okay. Yes, I do. Yes.
Okay. All right. I know that she hung on with her home as long as she could do, and she said I stayed there as long as I could, but I knew that I had to go to hospital. That's what she says to me, as she calls it. But as she's just sitting up there, I do see a child with her, but she's actually showing this as a young child, please, not as an older child. Would you understand that?
Of her child? Or are you saying one of hers or like a grandchild?
No, she's got no, it's not her child. You know, you said you wanted to connect with a child. She has a child on her lap. That's what she's showing me, but she's showing it me as a younger child.
I don't know.
And it's
now my son would be.
I have a boy. And I have a boy here. I have a boy here.
Okay.
Baby boy. Yeah, you understand?
No, I don't. He wouldn't have been a baby. He wasn't a baby then.
No, but she's showing him to me as a baby. For her, a baby. So he's young. He's not an old person. Yeah. So she's calling him the baby, and she's cradling him like a baby. So it's like a symbolic thing, and she's cradling him. Would you understand that there were lots of complications that were also contributing factors in his passing, please?
Complications for what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Circumstances, because it just feels like things either didn't go right, didn't come together quite right, and they couldn't administer the right care for him.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
No, actually, no, it doesn't. Trying to think.
Okay. She's saying to me here that it was a bit of what I want to say is either a quick reaction or trying to find a quick solution here, but they couldn't find the right thing in a short amount of time to help him.
I don't know.
Okay. Well, this is what she's saying, because it's not like it's one of these things where there's if you like a wrongdoing on any part. It just seems to be an unfortunate chain of events with circumstance. That's what she's saying to me. It's just like things didn't click together.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And she says that it was not that feeling of being unnecessary, but very regretful that we couldn't. What are you doing with him? She's just saying that there was a lot of attention and a lot of what she's describing to me as busyness, chaos, if you like, that was going on around. But there was nothing that could be done.
I'm trying. I don't even know.
You don't understand that?
No, I don't.
Okay. But you understand the baby boy, or what she calls the baby boy?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Because it's a bit like, you know, my mum still thinks I'm her baby boy, and I'm nearly 50 years old, you know? So, you know, when it comes to, yeah, so that's how she's looking at him and calling him the baby boy there. Now, she as she sorts of cradles him here, she's just saying to me here that there was something not right with his breathing as well. There was something either wrong with the lungs or the actual breathing system. Would you understand that?
Yeah, actually, I think she's talking about my uncle, her son.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. But I know that I've got this this issue here with my breathing, and that was something that almost just wore me down and wore me out. That's what she's saying to me here. And then finally, that contributes to me going over. But it does feel like there were other complications as well, because she just makes me feel that the body shut down. You understand?
Okay. Would she be talking about my son? He committed suicide. Would she have been talking about him, cradling him?
I've got, yeah, she's, the baby is your son.
Okay.
Yes. And she's talking about a problem with the breathing.
He hung himself. That's probably what she's meaning.
Okay. All right. She's not telling me how he passed.
That makes sense?
Yeah. Okay. And I've just got a problem here. She tells me with the breathing, and she talks about this with what she calls the baby boy. And that's how she sees him. And I'm so sorry for your loss. And she's just talking to me here that he felt that nobody heard his, what she says, cry for help or his pleas. He said the doors were shut on me and I couldn't get any more help. Would you understand that? From his point of view.
That I don't.
Okay. Well, this is just what she's saying for me here. But would you understand as well that he went quite quiet and quite withdrawn and almost disconnected himself from the family in the last, what I want to say, is week of his life?
Yes, she did.
Yeah, because this is what she's passing on from him. So she's actually speaking for him as well as passing the message through. And she just says to me here that she's saying to me that he's aware that people tried to reach him. He knows that, but he shut down and took himself away. Now, I do understand that in the last month of his life, it very much feels like everything almost fell away from him. So I get the feeling of him not either feeling a sense of belonging here, whatever was going on, either the work or the personal fronts, they had sort of, what I want to say is dwindled away in some way. Would you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. And this is unfortunately what sort of triggered his mindset to start to sort of move him onto the, the path that he ultimately took. And particularly in that last week of his life, his message that your nan is passing through for me here is saying that he. Oh, hang on a moment. He's changing what he's saying. He's either. What are you doing? Sorry, I'm just talking. I don't understand what you're doing. Oh, okay. So he moved. He says he took himself away from where he was or where he used to stay. He made sure that he took himself away, so a distance away, to do what he did, because he says it wasn't local.
Okay.
You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And he's saying it was about the best gesture he could make in the circumstances, and his idea was that it wasn't on the doorstep to be that as odd as this may sound for you, as to be as in your face as it could have been. Okay. And I just get the feeling here that he was, in the last 3 months of his life, he became quite, what I want to say is transient and he was moving around quite a lot. He was very, very unsettled. Would you know that?
No.
Oh, okay. Because I just got this feeling of this disconnection and him moving away. And this is what your grandmother is saying to me here. Now, he does feel, what I want to say is sad about the way in which he was found, because he said he frightened people.
Yes.
Okay. And he's sorry for that too, because he said people shouldn't have expected to have come across that situation when they're just out and about in the course of their normal day. And he wants to apologize to those people as well. He does say that from his point of view, that he felt there was no other option for him to turn to. And he feels very sorry that there was not the connection that he would have liked with Dad, please, too.
Okay.
Okay. And he's just coming in here just with that sort of feeling of, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to cause harm. I just did what I felt I needed to do. So as we come to the end of this show, my darling, I really, really hope that you manage to get some comfort, as I do feel like he wants to leave his love and best wishes with you. And you're very, very welcome to connect with me on Facebook or on my web, or through my website, which is ianmason.com, if there's anything further that you would like to get from me. But for now, we are out of time, I'm afraid. But I, as I said to you, I will leave his love and best wishes with you, and to say thank you so much for calling into the show.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Angel Guidance by Lisa Shore. Live from PureLoveEnergy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Angel Guidance
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Right. Hi, everybody. Welcome to my show, Angel Guidance by Lisa, on the A1R Radio Network and Moonstruck TV. And I'm so happy to be here. You can find me on Facebook at Pure Love Energy or Instagram at Angel Guidance by Lisa. I am a Reiki Master Healer, evidential medium, intuitive, and teacher of all things spirit. And I am so excited to share with you today's topic, 5 actions you can take today to manifest your dreams. I think we all want to know what those are. I just want to tell you a little bit about what I did over the weekend. I just returned from a trip that exceeded my expectations and even my intentions for manifesting it. In fact, the trip was not even on my radar until last month. And do you know that where I stayed, the transportation to get there, the way everything unfolded was as if by magic. I was invited to stay on some private property of someone I didn't know. All I knew was that I was going to stay and I could bring a friend in a cabin without heat. That's all I knew. I thought, well, it's in one of my favorite places, the Appalachian Mountains. I really like to go there, so I'm just going to go with it. I'm going to trust that the universe has this worked out for me. And that's what I did. I called my good friend since I've known her since I was a kid, and we flew down to Atlanta and drove up to the mountains. Well, we got there and ended up driving into this magical property. It was beautiful. There was a pond. There were beautiful woodland forests all around, rolling hills. It's just a magical place anyway. We drove down to the cabin, and it really was like a luxury studio apartment. So upgrade right there, okay? We were able to use the property owner's luxury home for anything we wanted. We were upgraded with a hot tub. We were upgraded with things that I didn't even know about. In fact, it just was so mind-blowing with everything that happened this past weekend. So I'm telling you this because I want you to understand these things I talk about, using your mind and your energy together and believing that the universe works with you is not luck. It is not something that just happens. You can make it happen for you. So I want to tell you 2 of the intentions or affirmations that I wrote 6 months ago. And this is what happened. This is how this trip came to be. So the first one that I wrote is this: I give thanks for the perfect, all expenses paid trip to the perfect place where I enjoy pleasant activities with wonderful friends. I give thanks that this trip manifests quickly, easily, and in divine order. Then I also wrote, I enjoy traveling and staying in luxury. Now, this trip did not sound luxurious. When I heard about it, I heard cabin, no heat. And I also saw that the temperature was in the 40s at night. I could have said no. I could have had fear about it. I could have said, this doesn't sound like it's for me. It's not according to what my intentions are. But you know what I did? I trusted that the universe was going to honor my intentions. And my trust is so deep And my belief is so unwavering that I did not worry one bit about what was going to happen. And I'm glad I didn't, because I had the perfect magical weekend. Now, I want to teach you to do the same thing, okay? So there are reasons why your life is not unfolding the way you'd like it. And I want you to ask yourself some of these questions. Just, mentally take a note. So, are you focused when you write your intentions or when you think about them? Do you really desire your intentions? Are you thinking about what you don't want? Are you afraid of the change in your life if your intentions really did manifest? That's a good one, because some people don't like change and they don't want to leave that comfortable little rut they're in. And so their intentions never happen and they just think, it's not meant to be. Well, it can be. They just need to be open to change. Are you willing to give up parts of your reality now to achieve the manifestation of your intention? Are you paying attention to the signs that let you know that you are on the right track? It's important to notice those subtle clues that the universe is giving to you that helps you know you're moving the right direction. So when you set your intentions, are your thoughts coherent? Are they orderly? Are they organized? Or do your thoughts wander all the time and you keep changing your intentions? You have to be consistent. And if you don't see results right away, do you assume that your manifestation is not coming? That will throw fear into it, and then you will block it. And are you patient? Because sometimes our intentions don't happen on our timeline. They happen when we're ready. So here's some things you can do, the 5 steps. And maybe you should write these down because it would be helpful. And if you need to go back and rewind and watch the video, that'd be great. So the first thing you do is set your intentions. You have to know where you're headed. So you're going to set them and you're going to use the word I or my when you write your intentions. Use the present tense. Make it in the now. You need to write a complete sentence. You need to be positive, and you need to show feeling in your statements. Create a clear picture in your mind. Write your intentions with a pen and paper, not a computer and not on your phone. This is really important. When you write something with a pen and paper, you're bringing what is in your mind into the physical world. Carrie, you want to write these intentions in a notebook. Write them in a notebook that's just for intention setting, and carry this notebook everywhere you go. You can write your intentions more than once a day if you need to reinforce them. You will want to write short-term, long-term, and multi-year intentions. We want to cover all of it. So start with short-term intentions first and begin with your top 5. Do not exceed this number just yet. Okay, so let me give you some intention examples. These are some that I have used. They may be helpful for you. You do not have to use these, but they really do help me. I love feeling energized, vibrant, and emotionally balanced every day. Did you notice how I used the word feel in that? I want you to bring how you feel into these statements, and I want you to notice it as you say them deep in your core. All of my goals manifest with total ease. Okay. I receive great joy since I live in a home in a perfectly maintained condition with beautiful furnishings. So if your home is not perfectly maintained right now and you would like to upgrade the interior, your furniture, etc., I want you to decide how it's going to look when you get what you want. But did you notice I didn't exactly say what I wanted? I said in general, perfectly maintained and beautiful furnishings. Another thing you can say is, my life just gets better and better in every way, every day. Everything that comes into my life is good. I am safe being me. I always have plenty of money to pay all of my bills, add to my savings, and to have fun. Money is just not for paying bills. Money is an extension of your energy. And so naturally, you can use money to have fun. You can also use money to save for your future. All right, number 2, the second thing you can do to have dynamic manifestations, let go of the outcome. When you are dependent on the outcome, when you say, I have to have this, you lose your alignment with what you want. That means your frequency, your energy. Do not get hung up on the outcome. When you're hung up on that, fear can affect the process of attracting what you want. For example, you might say, I need it by this date, or this will or will not happen. That creates interference, okay? Interference with the outcome. So remember, everything happens in perfect timing. So trust that this is so. Okay, number 3, elevate your emotions. Release your thinking that when your intention manifests in your life, then you will feel good. Okay, it's not, I have this and then I get that. It's, you have this because that's it. You deserve it. So don't think you're going to be feeling good later. You have to feel good now. That intention of having something now and then you'll feel good later only delays it or creates a barrier to manifesting your intentions. You must feel good now. Energetically, you need to be aligned with feeling good. Focus on well-being. I know people don't always like to do that, especially if they're feeling grumpy or first wake up in the morning. But I want you to ask yourself, how can I feel good now? Wake up focusing on what is positive. Take the focus off of what you want and focus on what you have. Be grateful. If you are feeling negative or someone triggers you so that you feel unhappy, then speak yourself into a new train of thought. Say, I am having a great day. Say it with a smile. You are thinking and elevating your feelings back into a happy frequency. You are creating positive thought momentum. Number 5, alignment and belief attract what you want to manifest. So alignment and belief create inspired action. When I say alignment, I mean the energy in your body, and we talked about what that energy is last week. The energy in your body and your thoughts and your feelings all are in sync. They click together. You don't feel scattered. You don't feel distorted. You feel aligned with what you want. Mind, body, spirit. So when you are feeling good, you are inspired to create and follow through with action steps that are related to your manifestation goals. So you may not know right now what those action steps are, but when you get into alignment, you will be inspired or you will receive guidance as to how to proceed. When you receive guidance, it could be intuitive hits, like you were trying to decide which direction you're going to go when you're driving. Your intuition says go right. Your doubt says go left. What's going to be the best way for you? Go with your intuition. That's what I mean by guidance. So the 5 steps for manifesting what you want in life are: 1, set your intentions. 2, let go of the outcome. 3, trust the universe that it's working in your favor. 4, elevate your emotions. In other words, feel good. Start working on your energy so you feel good. And 5, alignment and belief attract what you want to manifest. Start believing that the magnificent power of the universe is behind you and is ready to help you at all times. So if you have any questions about manifesting, message me on Facebook at Pure Love Energy. I'm happy to help you. I'm going to post this also on my Facebook page at Pure Love Energy, so you can also read a little bit about what I talked about today. And if you like this information, do you mind sharing it with others? They may be finding this beneficial. All right. Thank you so much for listening about manifesting. And now I'm going to take a caller. I think I have Rochelle on the line. Rochelle?
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for calling. So tell me, Rochelle, what can I help you with today?
Well, I'm actually wanting to know about my mom because I'm getting married here soon, and she passed away.
Your mom, you say?
My grandma.
Your grandma? Okay, and
Yeah.
and I'm sorry. Okay. I think I mispronounced your name. It's Rachel. I apologize.
Oh, that's
your
fine.
grandma. I'm sorry. Okay, so your grandma. And would this be your mother's mother?
Yes.
Okay, so I feel like she's with you anyway. I also feel like she. You know what? I feel like you get messages from her, but you kind of brush them off. Like it's she may come to you in your dreams, and she also may come to you in these little whispers that are like it's kind of like you would say, what would grandma do? And when you have thoughts like that, that's really her kind of stepping in. Does that happen to you where you kind of think about how she would behave or she would handle a situation?
I do. All the time.
Okay, she's telling me that because that is how she's communicating with you, you know? And so I feel like once in a while, you may have a little doubt creep in about getting married. And I think it's more of just a normal thing. I don't think it's where you're so worried about it that you're not making the right decision. Is that true? Do you have those little doubts?
Yeah, but it's not that I'm not making the right decision. It's just like normal anxiety.
Yeah, right. I feel like, I think grandma also, she's definitely going to be there. Okay, she's not missing it. And she's going to be wearing her best dress. I mean, I see her all ready to go, as a matter of fact. It looks like she's wearing a very lovely dress. And she's a woman who would have known how to dress like in a nice way, like she would show up and she would be put together. It wasn't like she was ever sloppy. I don't feel like this lady ever expected anything but the best from herself and her family. Can you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. And she has a really nice voice too. It's kind of hard for me to explain what her voice is like, but it's almost, it's very soothing. Would you understand that her voice would be soothing and lovely, and she would give you comfort with her voice? Would you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. Yeah, she's just, and I feel like she had a love for flowers as well. I feel like she's even like handing you a flower, and to me that's a sign of congratulations. So I feel like her approval is there, her love is there for you and for your upcoming marriage. I also feel like grandma was also someone who was very good, not just at like the household duties, but she also was able to do like I'm seeing like numbers or finances or something that she ran things like she had an awareness of what was going on in her home. Like nothing got away from her is what I feel like with her. She was very like, I'm getting it done. This is happening. This is how I run things. And I also feel like although she had this soft side, that people weren't messing around with how she did things. It was kind of like my way or the highway, but in a very soft way. You always knew where you stood with
a Southern woman, so
that's it. That's what's coming across, right? Because it is just very nice and polite. That is what it is. Let's see. So I'm feeling. So I feel like there's also a church wedding with this. Would you understand that? Because I feel like she would like a church wedding. if you're not having one? Would you understand a church wedding?
I'm not having one, but I do understand.
Okay. Yeah.
We're just having a backyard wedding.
Yeah. But it feels like it's like that's how she sees it. It's like this. It is a church. It feels holy to her. It feels. It does. It feels very holy and religious, even though it's like you said, it's not going to be in the church. It's going to be in your backyard. Are you honoring her in some way? Because I feel like you're doing something memorial to her at the wedding.
Yeah.
Even if it would be, go ahead.
I'm taking her picture and I'm putting it on a chair so she'll be there.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, very good. And do you connect the color light blue or blue with her? Can you take that color?
She always wore it.
Okay, so that's she's definitely stepping up here, and so be sure to tie a little light blue ribbon or something also on the chair, like a bow, or just to bring that color in. That'll really be a nice touch for her as well. Let's see. Do you have any questions about this and your grandmother? Do you have questions for her or
is she happy? I have a question for her. Is she happy with how my life has turned out?
She's telling me.
Is she proud of my boys?
Yeah. Okay. So also, all right. So I'm also hearing a number 3 connected with you. I'm not sure how that relates to you, if that's your children's number, but it feels like there's a number
I have
3
3
connected.
kids.
All right. So she's referring to the 3. So yes, she's happy with you. Because she's telling me that it's not been simple for you. It's been kind of a challenge with some things. Like you've had some ups and downs. And she's proud of how you continue to move through these challenges, because some people would give up and you were not someone who quits. Would you understand that?
Yeah. She told me to just keep doing what I'm doing and be proud of who I am. And
yeah, that's exactly what I'm hearing and feeling with her.
And she would always say that never settle for anything less than the best, because that's what her grandbaby deserved.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, she had a lot of good advice. No wonder you think about her all the time with what would she do? What would she say? How would she handle it? Because when you do that, I just want to say that she hears you. She's with you when you do that. Because when people cross over, they're just a thought away. And so don't ever forget that. And if you want to just talk to her, you can do that. You just do it in your mind. You can do it out loud too. I do it out loud with my family who are in spirit. But you can do it
out loud.
You do.
People
Okay.
think I'm crazy, but I'm like, hey, I'm talking to my grandma.
I know. I hear you. I do the same thing. Yeah, they're lovely. She is lovely. Oh my goodness. Okay. I also feel like, also with her home, and she's just taking me back to like her home and how organized it was, how clean it was, how neat it was. I feel like there was a lot of order with her home. She took great pride in how that looked. I feel like you try to emulate that. You try to put like her finishing touches on your home or on the things you do. Would you understand that?
Yes, I try to keep my house immaculate, so where you could literally eat off the floor.
Okay, so she was immaculate as well. Would that be understood for you then? She was immaculate?
Yes.
Because the feeling I get from her was order, order, order. No one's going to move this out of line. Almost like every hair was in place on her head too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel so. She was a true lady, and she still is there, and she's still with you. And yes, she's happy with where you are now. She knows, look, her life wasn't perfect. It may have looked perfect to you because you are the grandchild, but her life was not perfect. She had to work hard to get where she was. She had to move through some challenges herself. And that's also why she's stepping up. because she wants you to know she's with you during those times where you're moving through, when you had to move through those challenges. And she was giving you support, like pumping up a flat tire, when you were feeling deflated. That's what she's showing me, that she was picking you up when you were feeling really down, or you were feeling like you weren't able to continue moving through whatever the circumstance was. Because I do feel like you had some real challenges with a previous relationship, and it was it's not easy for you. And there was a lot of verbal issues here, like verbal abuse or verbal, emotional kind of problems here. And she was with you through that. She was with you during those times. So yes, she's with you. Yes, she'll be at your wedding. Yes, make sure to tie the blue ribbon on her chair along with the photo. She's definitely going to be there. Also look for a little bird. I think a little bird is going to come in, and it's going to be a sign from her, and I don't know what bird she's connected with, but it's going to be noticeable.
Hummingbird.
All right. Hummingbird. Okay.
She always loved hummingbirds.
Notice that at your wedding, okay? Because that'll be her sign. Rachel, I appreciate you calling. I really do. And I was so honored to connect with your grandmother. Thank you for asking about her. I wish you all the best in your wedding. And I just want to tell you, have a wonderful day. All right?
Thank you so much. You don't know how bad I wanted to hear from my grandma.
Good. Well, she's with you. Make sure you continue to speak with her. All right?
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, everybody. That was wonderful. I love speaking to spirit, and Rachel's grandma was definitely here, and she's going to be at the wedding, and I just love that. And please remember, all your loved ones in spirit can be with you as well. Just think of them sometime. Think of their memories, share their memories. That brings them into the physical. They really appreciate that. So if you have any questions, reach out to me on Facebook at Pure Love Energy, or Angel Guidance by Lisa on Instagram. Thanks so much. Have a blessed day. Bye-bye.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Insights into Consciousness with Anna Olson. Live from AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Insights into Consciousness
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, welcome to Insights into Consciousness. I'm your host tonight, Anna Olson, here on A1R Radio. Tonight, I'm going to do a free online live reading. And in the interim, before that, I wanted to pull a card for a horoscope. So it's just going to be a random card for a random horoscope that comes up. And I have basically a horoscope. I guess you could call it a cloth with different horoscopes. And I don't look at it, I just set it out. And there's a horoscope that I can just pretty much land on. It's sort of like dropping your finger on a map. But it's more or less a solar system, and it's going to land on one sign, and I'm going to apply the card that I pulled for that sign. So I'm going to shuffle my cards, and we'll see if it's your sign tonight. I pulled the Eight of Swords, and that is a very, well, it has a lot of different meanings to it. So the Eight of Swords, it could mean a bunch of things. I will, first of all, let it land on a sign, which is going to be Capricorn, which is one of my most, I guess it's one of the signs that get along with Virgos the best. So that's one of my signs that I get along with best. So Capricorns. All the Capricorns watching tonight, I have an Eight of Swords. I'm feeling like this is meaning that your power and your personal power and the things that you're choosing and either choosing to do or what direction you want to go in, I feel like you have a lot of options and it's hard to choose which one. Now, this is very common during readings, and that's usually why people come to a reader, is they may have a bunch of different ways that they can go or a bunch of different decisions that they can make with all these different options. And I'm seeing all these Eight Swords representing a different option to continue your, where you want to put your energy, where your energy is going to flow, where you're going to focus in your life. And when we feel kind of pinned against the wall or painted into a corner and there's only a few different ways to get out of this, it can feel a little bit tricky. But this is the universal message that I want to send with this card, that Spirit always has what's best for you in store. And you will always go there. You'll be led to that as long as you're really in tune, you're connecting to higher power, you're really meditating, you're really listening to yourself. Really, it's about finding your own compass and your own intuition about things. And what I like to do as a reader is to confirm that that was the correct choice. Now, sometimes we will have a back and forth where I pick up on all these different options for somebody and I'll get this energetic and, feeling about it. And we kind of go into all these different options. And basically what we come to is that person making a decision on what they feel is best. And I can tell them, okay, well, if you pick this choice, then down the road, this is how it's going to look. If you pick this choice down the road, this is how it's going to look. So what we do during a reading is we pick all these different options and I just guide the person into seeing what will happen with each option. Now, this isn't what happens with every single reading, but this is a very common practice, which is also where I incorporate a lot of my life coach training skills in psychology, where we really look at things in a very neutral way and we say, okay, if you do this, this is what could happen. If you do this, these are the options. This is how it could end up. And is this really what you want for your life? So it's about helping the person pick what they want, not insisting what I think as much, maybe giving my 2 cents, but and my experience, but basically letting them come to a decision and their own decision as to what they want for their life and what they're hoping for the outcome that they desire. So I'd like to do an on-air live reading right now for Angela in Ontario. Angela, are you there?
I am, yes.
Hi, how are you tonight?
Hello? I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good, I'm great. It's fun to do my show. I had a surgery and I'm like recovering and I'm just so excited. You're my first reading after my recovery. And so I'm really excited to do your reading tonight.
Nice, excellent. Me too. I'm excited to hear.
Good, yeah. So how can I guide you tonight? What would you like to focus on?
My new relationship.
Okay. Your new relationship. And are you wanting to see if you can, like how this is going to go, or if your instinct is right about this guy?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm really feeling like he is. Now you give me feedback when I start telling you what I see, because I'm seeing that he is a kind person and he's very well-natured.
Yes.
I would even say he's, what's the word? I don't want to say like jolly. I'm trying to find the word. It's like he's bubbly.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So I'm seeing him. Yeah. And for some reason, I'm getting a cherub, almost like he's like a cherub, or this is like a cherub shot an arrow and caught you guys, or does that ring a bell for you? The cherub and the curly hair,
Cherub?
curly
Yeah.
white hair.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
And what does he look like? Does he have the curly hair, or am I getting it for something else?
No, he has curly white hair. Yep.
Okay. So I'm seeing him, and it's curly white hair. That's so neat. I'm getting that he is very, very charming, and he's supposed to really spread this charming nature. And he's part of I want to say it's almost like he's a tribe of a type of person, a type of human. And they have these great spirits about them, and they're supposed to just kind of spread this positivity that they have inherently.
Right.
Now, that's what I really love that, by the way, because I know a few people who are like that, and they're really fun to be around. Now, the only thing that, I would say, you said that you really want to get some guidance and some insight into him. This is the thing with these types, is that, yes, they're wonderful. They have this great personage about them. They're very positive people, and they really, do spread that loving heart that they have. But everybody has their difficulties, and everybody has their downside. And the only thing that may kind of be, come into play later on is at first, when you're in the beginning part of a relationship, things are exciting and fun, and you're in love, and you're really motivated, and it's so, fun and great. And then what can happen is, after a little while, you'll kind of relax, you'll kind of see each other's, issues, or your different things about your personality. And so I'm getting, would be basically that he may get a little bit lax. His personality is very relaxed. And that I'm getting for you, you're a go-getter. You're like, go, 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 do. And that's wonderful. That's very compatible, first of all, because where you're very maybe high energy, he will kind of bring you down to a more mellow level when you need to come home and just relax.
Right.
And then you will motivate. Yeah, you'll be able to motivate him where he's a little more relaxed and not so pushed to get it done. And he's motivated, but it's just in a different way. He kind of gets it done in his time, on his say. Yeah. So he's going to be able to really kind of bring you down to a more mellow level, and you're going to really be able to motivate him and bring him up to more of a motivated level. Now, the thing is, though, the downside to that is he may kind of feel like, oh, she's so pushy, or she's, after a while, and then he may kind of like, look, that'll be his point of view. Then when you look at him, you kind of be like, gosh, I really wish he was more motivated, and that he had more of he felt more rushed to get this done type feeling is what I'm getting.
Okay.
And so, but neither is right or wrong. It's just your personalities, and they are compatible.
Okay.
So that's it in a nutshell. Is there any other question you have, or is there anything else you'd like to ask about?
My career.
Okay. Now, your career, is there a question of relocating for you?
Yes.
Okay. Because I'm kind of getting that you do something where you have clients and you need to have a clientele. Is that correct?
What, sorry?
Clientele, like you need to have people that you kind of build. You kind of build your clientele.
Clientele, yes.
Okay. So did you do hair or something like that?
No, I do energy healing.
Energy healing. Okay. Because I also feel like you do really well doing hair and makeup and stuff like that. But
yes, I do.
You do. Okay. Yeah. You're great at it. But I think that the basic thing about relocating is to be aware that when you do relocate, you're going to have a new clientele. And I know, it depends on how far away you move, of course, but just to be aware of how long it takes to build that clientele. Take that into account. Think about how much you'd have to save, and maybe have a backup plan in the interim to have a good savings, and I feel like you're such a planner that you probably have thought of all of this, but that I'm just confirming that, yes, this is really what you need to focus on.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That makes sense.
gee, I really feel like you would just do really well in something that where you do makeup or hair. Like you could also do that as a supplement job. Like people would love you. You know, you're really fun to be around, and it would just be really fun for you and the clients. You do a great job.
Right now, I'm doing house cleaning on the side because I don't have the clientele for my intuitive energy healing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the thing is about the energy healing thing. It's really word of mouth, and you have to get to those people and those pockets of people who are open to it and who understand that.
Yes.
And I really feel like one of the ways that you could get more clientele doing this energy healing is to go to places where people are being treated for cancer.
Okay.
And that they would be very open to you doing energy healing, and maybe even just coming in and doing a little bit of like a volunteer work where you go in and you say, look, I do this energy healing, that they'd be open to it. You just say, look, if you could just let your patients know that I do that to help them through this process. And then you just give out your cards to every single person and you say, let me know if you need me. And, it's basically about them also spreading the word and their families, it's just word of mouth. And they'll feel that you can heal them. And you'd be surprised at how quickly this spreads when people know what you do is real, and that what you do helps and heals.
Okay.
And yeah, I think that's the most lucrative part of the health industry for energy healing is through the cancer centers right now, even like at a university or a hospital.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, that sounds excellent. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Is there anything else that I can help you with tonight? Or do you have any other questions about either topic or?
The only thing I was thinking is with this fellow, how is he going to mingle within my family, like with my children?
Yes. I think it'll go really well. It's going to be, of course, it's going to take some time. Just, I would say be very, very slow to introducing him, and just make sure that he's kind of tapered in that dynamic. I think at first I think he's a little different than what the guy that you're used to bringing into your space. Is that correct?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He's complete opposite. Yep.
Yeah. So it'll be a little bit of a surprise at first for everybody.
Okay. All right.
And it's going to be new, but this is the thing. You're now attracting healthier men.
Right.
So even it doesn't matter really what our family says to us about the person we're with. It's like, if it works for you, if he works for you and you guys are happy together, that's all that really matters.
That's right.
And this guy will be slow too. He's just slow to warm up to people, and that's just part of his personality. And don't worry, he's not, if he kind of drops off the face of the earth a little bit here and there, don't worry. He needs his space to kind of regroup and feel like he's in control of his life, I guess you could say, because you've swept him off his feet a little bit.
Right.
And, basically you've really made him feel needed, because he's had an issue with feeling needed and appreciated in the past. Okay. So the good news is that you do that for him. And just remember that when men are feeling a little overwhelmed with emotions, sometimes they need some time to step back and regroup.
Right. Yeah.
So that's what he's going to need. He's very masculine, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Yeah. And he wants to make sure.
Soft, gentle.
Yeah. Like teddy bear, big teddy bear.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Seems really sweet. And, I just feel like the more that you are, just allow him to have a space and then wait for him to come back. It's important, and not for you not to get anxiety if that happens, because I feel like you've had some abandonment with men in the past, or some trust issues. And so don't worry that's not him. Okay. He is a guy, he's red-blooded male. He just, he just kind of needs to have that masculine feeling of being on his own in control of his life for a little bit, and then he'll come back. You just have to kind of wait for him to come back on his own time in his own way. And he'll be fine. You guys will be fine. I see that you guys will be very close for a very long time. And I feel like it's a lifelong partnership, meaning you guys are going to be close for a very long time. And of course, anything that you decide is what happens. I always tell the person, like, okay, that's what I see as a possibility. But of course, whatever you say goes in your life, right? You don't have to, like, just because I say, oh, he's there for a long time now, you're stuck with this guy. No.
Sure.
Like, if you feel like you want to change this or whatever around, that you can do that, of course, that's your choice. But I do see a very clear possibility of a very long-term relationship with him. And I think you'd be very happy with him. And I think that, again, you have to know going into this, he is going to do things on his own time. He won't be told what to do. He's going to do it in his own time, in his own way. And we as women, sometimes we're like, we like all the details and we just want to get things done. And, I know you're a patient person too, but I'm just saying, like, I just feel like he's going to really need that time just to, like, do it in his own way, in his own time. And that's okay. You'll be fine. It'll teach you a lot of patience too with him.
I bet. Yeah.
So good.
That is something. That is a good thing. Yes. Well, thank you so much. That, like,
you're
clarifies so much for me. Oh my goodness.
Good.
That was amazing. Yes.
Good.
It just, like, it settled my heart. Because I'm like, really? Like, this is like the first guy I've dated in like a whole year. And it's like, boom, as soon as I met him, it was like, oh my God, like, what the heck? Yeah.
See, I feel like you were doing
like a lot of connection to this guy.
Yeah, and I feel like you were doing a lot of your internal work during that year where you were wanting to really attract the right guy, because you just had these guys where you're like, whoa, what's going on?
Right. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
It's great. Yeah. Good work. You did wonderfully.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks for calling in. Bye. So just to kind of reiterate what happened in the reading, we had Angela call in, and she was wondering about this guy. And see, this is the thing about, I saw him as a Cupid, and really sweet guy, and really loving, and he's very easygoing. He's the type of guy that has a little bit of a temper when he's really pushed, but he's mostly really easygoing, and that's going to be very compatible for her. But what I like to, like, really, really tell people when we're doing a reading on their significant other or their partner, whoever's in their life, there's always going to be the challenges that come with the good things, and we have to weigh out what we're going to be patient enough with and what we can deal with in a relationship. And every single human has their flaws, and we just have to figure out what we're going to be able to live with and deal with. And that's just how it is, and we have to also decide if they're going to be okay with ours, and to admit that we have our own faults. We sometimes do stupid things or say stupid things, or we, have our personalities that they're also unique. And really, it's a dance of trying to be comfortable and accepting and learn the lessons that we need to learn from that person, because every person that crosses our paths are karmically going to teach us exactly what we need to know at that point, and to draw to our attention the things that we need to work on spiritually as a person. And, really it's a spiritual journey when we're with someone, when we're with a partner. And it's about learning what we can spiritually. It's less about just always trying to see if, or do they like, all the shallow things, like what kind of movies they like, what kind of music. Okay, well, yeah, that's important. But really, what are your personalities like? What is it that draws you two together? Because usually what draws two people together is also going to be their biggest issue, or could be their biggest issue, because in the long run, these things kind of get messy. And so what I discussed with Angela is that, yes, this guy's easygoing. He's different than anybody else. And this is wonderful. She got through this sort of a sludgy time of, like, dense energy time in her life with relationships. She kind of got rid of these other guys that were not trustworthy, not very kind. And now she's drawn to her. She's healed all that. And she's drawn to her because of that's healed. She's drawn to her this guy who's much more compatible with her and who's going to be more kind and patient and loving and giving. And now she's going to have a new set of challenges with this person to work through. And it's not anything that's, just, completely horrible, but she will have to work on patience with letting somebody do things their own way and in their own due time. She's going to have to deal with a lot of masculinity, which is also going to kind of help her to develop her femininity, which is a really great thing for men and women, or whoever is predominantly masculine and feminine in the relationship. And it's going to be a very wonderful time for her to not just learn new lessons and grow spiritually, but it's also going to be a maturing time. It's a maturation time of dealing with feelings of insecurity or uncertainty, and trying to figure out if can I trust this person. Now I have my kids involved, and it makes it so much more complex when there are children involved and parenting, and sometimes that person will have kids when you're at that stage in your life. And so it's really important to just really look at this as our learning experience and just see, what is it that we need to learn from this person? What is it that we're maturing in our spirits? What is it that we're maturing in our hearts? How is this opening our heart? How is it really helping us to trust our own intuition and exactly what we feel we need at the time and what we can offer the other person? Because when we have these relationships, when we come together with another person, what we're doing is we're looking into a mirror. And it may sound tricky, but it's very simple. We look at that person, and they're either going to reflect our insecurities or the things that we need to work on. And their reactions to our faults is also a mirror. So really, when we have these relationships, not just with friends and family and kids and our significant other, but it's also important to remember that spiritually, however you look at it, the universe, God, the angels, they will also mirror back to us exactly what we need at that time, because we are made in their image. We are in the same image. And it's important to remember that when we pray, we meditate, we look in that mirror, we're going to have things reflected. Usually when we're in our darkest hour and praying to, God, or universe, however people view that, when we're praying, it's basically a mirror off of God. We're bouncing off of God, what our needs are at the time and how that's reflecting in our life. So it's very, very important to pay attention to what you're praying about and journal it, because in that darkest hour, there are things that come up while we're praying that will reflect in our relationship during the day when our conscious mind is more or less taking over. So when we're in our kind of like really needy time and we're being beggars and we're asking and we're praying and we're really, really, focusing on these things that we really need, that's the time to write down what you prayed about, because later on you'll kind of remember, oh yeah, when I was, in that mind frame, and you're more of your subconscious, your inner child, subconscious mind, that's when we're really digging deep and getting all that dirty stuff out of there that we really need to fix and we really need some help with, and we just don't know what to do with it. And during the day, if we can focus on that and see what's happening with our significant other, or even the relationships at work or friends or our kids, see how that's showing up in those relationships. And sometimes the people around us, like our significant other, our kids, and all those relationships we have, sometimes that's just the best reflection of the answer to our prayers, is just, oh, you know what? I need to work on this. And maybe if I change my behavior, when I look in that person and I'm basically looking in a mirror, it's reflecting my own self, I'll be able to improve myself and to help be more helpful to that person and draw closer to that person. And the more close our heart chakra, our spirits, our love grows closer to the person or the people that we love, then we are becoming more one. And that means that we are growing exponentially spiritually, and we are retracting from the temptation to be attached to things we can't control, which is going backwards in the spiritual realm. So the goal is to really figure out what it is that we can and can't control, and to act accordingly, and to only really act on what we can control and to focus on that. So my time is up tonight. I had a really good time tonight. Thank you so much to Angela in Ontario, Canada, for calling in tonight. I had fun. And I will see you next week. I'm here every Thursday, 6:30 Pacific Standard Time, and that's 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. And you can always reach me at AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. It's at the bottom of the screen, or you can search for my show, Insights into Consciousness with Anna Olson, on YouTube. You can also look at the podcast for Apple, for iTunes, Google Play. It's kind of all over the place. So just search for Insights into Consciousness, A1R, Anna Olson, and you'll be able to find me there. So I'm also on Facebook, A1R Radio, or Anna Olson Intuitive. So give me a call if you need a reading. I can help you just guide you through all those different things, relationships, job, career. And tonight was a pure example of how I can see all of those things and guide you through it. And I love to do it. And I'm here for you. So again, my name is Anna Olson, and I will see you next week on Thursday. Have a wonderful week.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. I hope you've had an absolutely fantastic week this last week. I don't know about you, but my producer and I were just talking about off air how quickly the weeks are sort of flying. I don't know, I blinked this week and I missed it, I think, and I'm sure you sort of felt the same way. It's, you know, I think as we get older, I think our lives seem to sort of speed up. You know, when you're very young and you're waiting for the festive time of the year and Christmas and, you know, your presents and holidays and all that sort of stuff, it seems to drag. But as you get older, you sort of blink and you miss another year. So anyway, moving right along with the show, I've had my little power of wisdom for you. Now, we're going to be featuring this week on the Simply Tarot card of the week, the Ten of Cups. Now, this is one of the brightest, happiest cards in the deck, and I really like this card. When I see this come out in a reading, I sort of immediately sort of think, oh, we can all exhale and everything's going to be right with the world, because it is the card of happiness, of good things, party or celebration. It just eases all the tensions that you may have been experiencing in your life. It's not necessarily a super powerful card, but what it's saying is things are on the turn. Things are going to start to become a lot more carefree. We can sort of feel happy and celebrate life. And I think we forget to do that in our very busy lives. And that's why I mentioned, you know, that you blink and you miss another week. And I think that because we are so focused on the day-to-day things that we need to get done in our lives, we sometimes forget to stop, smell the roses, smell the coffee, and just take stock of being in the moment and say, I'm really grateful that I'm here, that I'm able to celebrate that I'm still alive, I've still got plans, I've still got dreams, that I have family, I have friends, I have things in my life to celebrate, the simple things, the little smile from a small child showing you their accomplishments with a drawing or a painting or something that they did at school. They're things that we take for granted in our very busy lives. And I think in this next week, if we can all stop at least once and acknowledge something positive in our lives, I think we will bring a lot more joy into our lives in the coming weeks when we're going to be so super busy. Now, this week we've got a lot of stuff happening astrologically, so I'm not going to feature a famous actor or actress of the zodiac this week, because I want to talk about a couple of the very long-term transits that have been going on that are affecting each and every one of us. And the first one I want to talk about is Jupiter, the planet of transformation, expansion, opportunity, is back in the sign of Sagittarius. It's been there all this year, and it is the ruling planet of Sag. So what that means, it's the planet that's been assigned to the sun sign of Sagittarius. But how does that affect the rest of the other 11 signs in the zodiac, I hear you ask? Well, it does affect each and every one of us. Now, because Jupiter is not necessarily nearing the end of his 12-month transit, for Jupiter it's going to actually be a 16, 17-month transit. So it's about a year and a half, which is a little bit longer than normal. So we're about 3/4 of the way through. So if you look at the things that have changed in your life this year, have you had opportunity to expand your life right out? Have you had opportunities to bring on board new things or meet new people or maybe travel or start to look at your belief systems in a different way? And that doesn't always bring in religion, but it can. It's your own personal religion or what you believe in. Now, for many people, Jupiter in Sagittarius this year has been a year of questioning. Jupiter does rule the higher mind. Now, the higher mind turns around and says, well, okay, what's this trivial rubbish that you're dealing with? Isn't it time to sort of let go of that and bring in something more substantial, or pare back your life back to basics, to bring the things into your life that are really essential, that you can focus 90% of your time on, say, one or two issues instead of 2%, 1% on many, many issues and not achieving anything. So it's been a very mixed bag this time with Jupiter and Sagittarius. And being a Sag, I can honestly say I look forward to these cycles that happen every 12 years, because I think you beauty things are going to be sort of almost fantastic. You know, it's a time when you can make hay while the sun shines and bring to you the things that you want to in your life. And some people in the very early stages of astrology, I think, used to believe when Jupiter went back into your sign, it was a time of great fortune, of when you could really make plenty of money in your life. I don't know that it's necessarily expansion in that way. Good fortune isn't always about money. It's about other areas of your life where you might feel very fortunate. So what I'm suggesting to each and every one of you is look at what you've achieved this year. Look at what maybe you still want to achieve. Is there still some clearing out to do, some letting go? So being more honest with yourself and being honest with what you want out of your life. Not necessarily sitting there and saying wishful thinking, oh, I wish I had this and I wish I had that. What are you actively doing to help that along? Because once Jupiter moves out of Sagittarius and into Capricorn, the energy of Jupiter will not be as strong or as intense as it is now. When a planet's back in its own ruling sign, it's home. It's very comfortable. It's at its maximum energy. So now's the time to really capitalize on that. We've got until the end of March 2020 to be able to work with this energy of Jupiter before Jupiter moves into Capricorn and joins Pluto and Saturn there. So that's going to sort of shake things up a little bit there. But when we get closer to that time, I will talk more about that. But for the moment, I think we need to be really comfortable in this last 5 months of Jupiter in Sagittarius. Let's make it work for us. What have you personally done this year to expand your own horizons? What have you done as far as your finances? Have you instigated new ways of maybe generating more income? Or is it just the fact that you've taken on board some better budgeting skills and aren't spending as much and looked at reducing your debt? So in the long term, that will make you more fortunate and have more money at your disposal because you've reduced your debt, taken control of your finances, and that sets you up for a much easier future in time to come. There's many different ways of looking at Jupiter in Sagittarius. Yes, Jupiter always says that there's opportunity for expansion and opportunity, but it's us that has to get up off the couch and make those opportunities a reality. Nobody knocks on the door and says, would you like this or would you like that? We have to actively participate in life. And I hear so many of my clients talk about, oh, but I put together a vision board or I wrote it down and I put it on the fridge and, but nothing's happened. And I sort of gently suggest to them, well, what part in this did you play? Did you actively get up off the couch and start to put this in motion? Did you do anything about it? Oh, no, I've just been waiting for it to happen because I lit a candle or I sent it out there or I put it on my vision board so it's supposed to happen. Well, that's all well and fine. That's setting the intent, but that's not necessarily actively making something happen. So that's your homework for this week is, work out in what ways that you can expand your life and make your life better and not waste this amazing energy of Jupiter in Sagittarius. And what can you get up off the couch and make happen? The other planetary configuration I want to talk about, which affects each and every one of us, whether it's on a personal level or whether it's on a global level or a political level, is Neptune in Pisces, which is retrograde or going backwards until the end of November. Now, this is really peeling back the layers of our lives. It's sort of showing us the things that we were deluding ourselves or the end of an illusion. Now, isn't it interesting to see things on the world stage where the so-called chosen ones or the ones that have been voted in by the public are all of a sudden starting to lose their luster? As we peel back these layers, we're starting to see our political leaders for who they truly are, warts and all. And in some cases, that's not necessarily pretty, or it's not exactly what we thought we voted for or what we understood. And maybe, again, that comes back to us being too busy and not paying enough attention to what's actually going on around us and sort of, I'll deal with that tomorrow. And then when we get to voting day, any old person will do. I'll just put a mark here and get my name crossed off the list. So I think it's now time that we're starting to see things in their true sense of what they really are, what they represent, what people represent, what the job represents, what our environment represents around us. And I think it's a time of not just in the political arena, but I think we're starting to see the layers of illusions and things like that and the stories that we've been told about climate change and weather events and things like that. We're all starting to take a little bit more notice now and form our own opinions on what we believe to be the truth or what we see clarity in. And we're not necessarily just following the crowd like sheep anymore. We're all starting to have an opinion. And we're all starting to voice that. And I think that's a good thing. And this is why we're starting to see people power starting to come into its own way, where we're starting to see people taking to the streets, protesting, getting their voices heard, sort of saying, it's about time that we got serious about climate change. Let's stop destroying the planet, not just for us, but for future generations. And we're seeing people that are really standing up and being counted, people that may not have ever done this before in their lives. They've got to, their 60s and 70s, and all of a sudden they're in a protest march because they strongly believe in we're all handling this wrong, and they've got to get their voice heard. And I say, hallelujah, let's take our hats off to those people that have got the courage to stand up for the conviction of what they believe in. They will make the planet a better place. And it's really important that we all don't waste this time, because the veil is coming off now till the end of November, as I said. Then Neptune will go direct, and then that's when we can really start to put these things into action. But let's look at, in this next month, what can we see? What do we need to look at? What have we been deluding ourselves about? What have we been ignoring? We need to peel those layers back and look very carefully at what's going on in the world around us. So this week, quickly, before we take our callers, we're featuring the Secrets of Tarot candle this week. We launched our 4th edition of Secrets of the Tarot collection a couple of weeks ago worldwide. And Secrets of Tarot was the candle that actually complements the Secrets of Tarot set very well. So if you're starting to learn to work with tarot cards and you've purchased one of my sets, this is the perfect candle for you for that set. This is lavender and vanilla. And it's the reasons I like that is because lavender is very calming, and vanilla actually clears the energy around you and leaves a nice sweet smelling residue behind. So it's always important when you do a clearing that you put something else back into your environment that's sweet smelling, that's nice, that attracts good positive vibes to you. So that's the Secrets of Tarot candle. Extra large candle will burn for up to about 100 hours, has the dual wick system. So this week also too, I've made up a little gift box, including the Secrets of Tarot candle. I've got 3 different candles there. We've got Passion, we've got Love, and we've got Secrets of Tarot. This is to show you that the gift box sets can be made up with everything that you might choose. You don't necessarily have to choose 3 of the same. What a perfect gift for yourself for Christmas. A nice set of candles and a set of the Secrets of Tarot cards to sort of start your new year off, sort of learning more about your own future. For those of you that don't want to work with a candle, you can work with a melt warmer. You can pick these up at your local department store, very inexpensive. They are electric, couple of teaspoons of wax at the beginning of the week, add half a teaspoon a day. These are great if you've got a confined space or you don't want to work with a flame. Much safer to be around pets and children. So that's a milk warmer. And I'll just quickly show you our latest baby, Secrets of Tarot, available worldwide or can be purchased on our website. We have free postage here in Australia, but for our overseas customers, we do have a flat postage rate. So you can happily shop to your heart's content and only pay one lot of postage, no matter how big your order is. So we're going to move the show along and we're going to talk to Lisa in Birmingham in Alabama. Are you there, Lisa? Hello, Lisa.
Yes.
Hello, Lisa.
Hello.
This is Amanda. How can I help you?
I'm here.
Do you have a question for me, Lisa?
Yes. Do you see me getting employment anytime soon?
Okay, Lisa, let's have a look at that for you. It's really interesting, Lisa, because they're showing me that there is a lot of endings, change and transformation coming up around you. And I think you've been in the whole of this year sort of letting go of a lot of old stuff, sort of like clearing out the closets of your life. And I'm pleased to say that's going to lead you now to employment. I don't feel it's very far away. I'm sort of seeing an opportunity here in the next week or so, but I'm seeing it as starting out as just sort of temporary work or, filling in for somebody. Like there's 2 weeks work there and you think, well, that's better than nothing, but I would have preferred a full-time job or a more permanent arrangement. I'm going to say to you, grab that with both hands because I feel it will lead into a more permanent arrangement anyway. So even though it starts out as a temporary position, it leads into a permanent position for you, Lisa, and that's good. Each fortnight they're sort of asking you, can you do another 2 weeks? Can you do another 2 weeks? And it's sort of in the new year, I think then it will lead into a permanent opportunity for you. So that's good. But your whole life is starting to turn around now, Lisa, because you've done the hard yards and really listened and looked and sort of removed things out of your life that are no longer serving you. You've now opened the doorways to some bigger, better, brighter opportunities to come in because you've worked so hard on yourself. And it's been a very interesting year in lots of ways. But I think the major lesson that you've learnt, Lisa, is you've learned how to say no to people, haven't you?
Yes. Yes.
And I want to say a packet of gold stars coming your way, Lisa, because you've done a really good job on that. That was really tough for you because you're such a giving person. You don't like to let people down, but you've now learnt that you've got to put Lisa at number one, and that's good.
Okay. Okay.
So have you been looking at sort of maybe making some changes to where you're living, Lisa, sort of improving things around you or moving the furniture around?
Yes, I've been trying to clean my house because I've been wanting to move. That's what I've been trying to do. It's like I don't know where to start. I've been trying to clean some stuff out of here.
Yeah, I can understand that. And it's always daunting when you sort of decide you're going to do that and you want to sort of get ready. I think just sort of wherever you start first is okay. I don't think there necessarily needs to be any, order of service here. It's whatever you're drawn to first, start there and sort of work your way through from there. But I do feel that there will be a move. I don't think it's going to be this year, Lisa. I'm sort of looking towards the early part of next year, but sort of, getting yourself organised. And, and it's good that you started, you feel that you've got to start cleaning and get, prepare and get ready for the move because that's the next thing on the agenda past the job. So you're really listening to what your guides are telling you from the other side. And they keep saying to me, more than a packet of gold stars coming to Lisa. She's really listening. She's doing well. You've passed all their tests and that's good. So soon we'll be able to go into the wishing well. They're showing me a ginormous pink heart. Now, normally when they do that, Lisa, that usually indicates new love coming into your life. So is that something that you were hoping for?
Yeah, a ring, a wedding.
Well, they're showing me this big, it's a very oversized pink heart. So if the new love hasn't arrived just yet, it won't be far away and it's going to be the love to end all loves. It's just beautiful. They didn't show me what he looked like or anything like that. They just showed me this really, really big, ginormous pink heart. So I feel that's a good, I think that's amazing, Lisa, because not only are you going to have a job, you're going to have a move and you're going to meet the love of your life. I mean, what more could you want besides winning the lottery and having good health?
Yes, yes. That's true. Oh, I hope so. Wow.
What's Woody?
No, I was saying wow.
Yeah, no, I think your life is just going amazingly well, Lisa, but you've done the hard work, sweetheart. Nobody's handing this to you. It's because you've done the work on yourself, listen to what the guidance is, and you're actively taking baby steps every single day towards making these changes, and that's good. Slow and steady always wins the race, sweetheart. So you just get ready, start cleaning, get ready for your new man, your new job, and your new life, sweetie. And it's been lovely to talk to you. We're going to talk to
thank you. Thank you.
You're very welcome, Lisa. We're going to talk to Jean in Mandeville, Louisiana. Are you there, Jean?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
It's lovely to connect with you, Jean. Do you have a question for me, sweetheart?
Yes. Could you please tell me, can you tell me what's coming about between now and Christmas time for me?
What's going to happen in your life between now and Christmas time? Is that what you asked?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. The first thing they're showing me is endings and changes coming up for you too, Jean. It's a period of time where you and both Lisa have both gone through massive changes. But for you, Jean, I think it's more clear cut. It's like there's something that you've got to change like yesterday. So is there something, a project that you've been working on that you sort of feel that this last bit has been the hardest to sort of push through?
Yeah.
Well, they're showing me that you've got to give it all you've got to get whatever that is completed so that then we can start to sort of breathe a bit easier and sort of, I don't say necessarily relax and coast to the end of the year, but we can sort of do it in a way that we're a lot more confident about the choices, the changes that you've made have been right.
It's incredible that you hit on that.
Yeah, I don't want to say to you that you've been too hard on anybody, Jean, but I think whatever road that you had to take, and if that was cutting people out of your life or giving them a lecture or whatever the case was, I think you did precisely enough. I don't think you were too tough, and I don't think you were too easy. So when you worked out that was what you had to do, you really struggled with it. It wasn't easy for you to sort of turn around and do what you had to do. But I feel it was very necessary. Is there somebody that you're expecting to see that you haven't seen in a very, very long time before the end of the year? Is somebody coming for a visit, or are you visiting someone you haven't seen in a long time?
I can't think of anybody. I mean, it's possible, but I can't think of anybody.
Okay, because they were showing me sort of like out of nowhere contact with someone you haven't heard from in a very, very long time. I'm not talking about 2 years. I'm talking about a very long time. And it's like, wow, this is amazing. You know, like, yes, you're excited to see them, but at the same time you think, well, why? After all this time, are they reaching out? What is there a reason? You know, and that sort of then puts you back from the excitement a little bit to think, well, hang on a minute. Do I need to be cautious about this? I'm going to say to you, no, you don't need to be super cautious about it. I think they've gone through a lot of changes in their life, and I think they're reaching out to people that were important to them at different stages in their life and just sort of making that reconnection. I also sort of feel as if you've mastered or overcome a major health issue. Is that what you've been working so strongly on this year, to sort of turn your health around?
Yes, everything that you've said.
Yeah, well, I think we're almost there. It's like, I don't want to see you drop the ball on your health just now. You know what I mean? Like, we're almost there. Keep going. Whatever you need to do, keep going with it. You know, and I know there's some days there where it's a real struggle and you think, oh, is this all worth it? I'm just so tired. But they're showing me you've got to push through that. You know, you've got to keep going. And I think it's harder as we get older, Jean, just sort of, we know what we should and shouldn't do, but then some days it's like, oh, this is just all too hard. I'll just do this. Do you know what I mean? And I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing. You know, I think we can all have a slack attack, as I call it, once in a blue moon, but I don't think we should make that as a regular part of our routine. Do you know what I mean? I'm a firm believer in good nutrition, but I think every now and then I think we can all go and have something that's not particularly healthy and it won't do us any harm. You know what I mean? But we don't make that the normal. We make that the exception to the rule. And that's what I think you need to do. I think you've been so good. I think you're allowed to have a little bit of a treat every now and then. And I think you can sort of ease up a little bit. But I still want you to push through, because I still feel that the days that you feel really tired and think, I can't be bothered, or I haven't got the energy, that's the day I want you to push. And then, you know, in a few days' time, when everything's going great, that's the time that you can give yourself a little treat. It's sort of like, you know, we need to keep that going. People haven't been truthful with you either, Jean, and I think you've worked out a lot of that this year, of who's been truthful and who hasn't over the time. And it's like, that's been your decision then, whether or not they stay part of your life or how that's sort of structured. I think that's almost in place now as well. 2020 is looking a much, much easier year, Jean, than what 2019 was. 2019, you'll look back at that and say, thank goodness that one's over. I don't want to do that again in a hurry. But there's been tremendous progress. So that's the positive to take out of this year. You know, even though it's been a year of action and change and, you know, very hard work in some cases, it's been a year of progress. So that's why I think we want to shut the door on it and say, well, I don't want to do that again. I'd rather a little bit of an easier time coming my way, and that's what you're going to attract. So certainly things are certainly on the improve between now and the end of the year, Jean. I hope that sort of helped you with the answers that you were looking for.
Oh, you touched on everything. That's incredible. And you even gave me hope for 2020. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're very, very welcome, sweetie, and enjoy the holiday season that's coming up your way. I think you're going to find from Halloween onwards, things are going to start really improving for you, Jean.
Oh, thank you so much. I needed to hear that too.
with everything that you said. 100%. Thank you.
You're very, very welcome, Jean. That was lovely to talk with Jean and Lisa today. And for those of you that didn't get an opportunity to talk to me, I mean, there's always a message that can be taken out of the readings that we get to perform here on the show. They're not just for the people that we're talking to. Quite often you'll find that there's little snippets of information or a message or an answer for you that didn't get the chance to ask the question. So readings, even though they're very personal for the clients that phone in, there's always a much bigger message that goes out there to other people that are watching the show. So I hope that you enjoy what we bring you here each week on A1R Psychic Radio. I try and keep it sort of informative and teaching, as well as sort of sharing with you some of my knowledge of being in the psychic industry for over 40 years. And I can assure you, no 2 days are the same in this sort of work, but it's something that makes my heart sing when you're able to help people and give them some peace of mind, give them something positive to hang on to. And that's what I believe being spiritual is about. It's not about fame or money or recognition. It's about being able to help people like Jean and Lisa and everybody else that we help throughout our time here on the show. So until next week, you've all got your homework with Jupiter in Sagittarius, and make sure you keep peeling those layers back and know who you're dealing with and who are your local politicians and what can you do to bring about changes in your life and the environment around you. And until next week, bye for now.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Ray Path Productions with Chloe Folan. Live from ChloeFolan.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Ray Path Productions
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, you're listening to Ray Path Productions here on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. I'm your host, Chloe Folan, clairvoyant. As always, I would like to send a soul-to-soul blessing to everybody who is tuning into the broadcast live. And I would very much like to extend that soul-to-soul blessing to everybody who will be catching the show after the live broadcast. Once again, the support is very appreciated. And if you do enjoy the show, please do feel free to tell other people about it and tag them in the show and let them know about it. And any way anyone would like to spread word about the show would be deeply appreciated. Like that it does seem to be really helping people and really helping to keep people informed and explaining a bit better about the type of work that I do. And on that note, considering this will be my second to last show before maternity leave, I did want to utilize part of the show this evening just to discuss the final workshop that I will be running before I do go on maternity leave. My final workshop is being facilitated on Sunday, November the 3rd at the Sanctuary Centre in Loughrea where I work. And the workshop will be a Rainbow Bridge Phase 2 technique workshop. So I just wanted to discuss a little bit about that because that is one of my workshops where there is a prerequisite, meaning there is preliminary work that does need to be done before attending that workshop, even though it is a public and a publicly advertised workshop. For people who do wish to attend, if you do wish to attend my Rainbow Bridge Phase 2 technique workshop, you must be working through the Rainbow Bridge Phase 1 techniques. It's all right if you don't have them finished, but you must be working through the Rainbow Bridge Phase 1 techniques. Or if you've finished the Rainbow Bridge Phase 1 techniques and you've just been utilizing the maintenance Phase 1 technique, you're more than welcome to come if you've finished the Rainbow Bridge Phase 1 techniques and are just using the maintenance technique. People will also be attending who have already started into the Rainbow Bridge Phase 2 techniques, but like to come as a refresher day. So like that, if you already are using the Rainbow Bridge Phase 2 techniques, you are more than welcome to attend or re-attend. It's fabulous to have people there that just want to be in the atmosphere again. And because I do teach a lot at that workshop, sometimes people like to refresh the techniques because there is a lot that I teach. And I do teach my Rainbow Bridge Phase 2 techniques in a different format, meaning it's still Josephina Norman Stevens Phase 2 techniques, and I keep it true to how they taught the techniques, what they said about their techniques. So it's a proper Rainbow Bridge workshop. But I also do include information on the heart virtues, development of the heart-centered petals, as well as more detailed information about internal and external patterns, because that is what the Phase 2 Rainbow Bridge techniques really do work on. So just to explain that a little bit better about what the Rainbow Bridge Phase 2 techniques are about, I'll just very quickly recap on Rainbow Bridge Phase 1. Rainbow Bridge Phase 1 teaches you how to heal, clear, and widen the central channel in proper stages. Phase 2 of Rainbow Bridge then works on more deeply healing and resolving internal and external patterns and complexes. So it more deeply starts to heal and clear the internal and external vehicles, and people find the work quite incredible, even though people find Phase 1 alone amazing for what it does. People really, really, do find Phase 2 just mind-blowing with what it does for relieving emotional and mental wounds, for helping to heal emotional and mental complexes that might have been struggled with for a couple of years. It really does do what it says on the tin. And the other point I like to make about my Phase 2 Rainbow Bridge workshop is usually by the time someone has properly finished Phase 1 of the Rainbow Bridge techniques, they do get properly built to their soul star. And when someone then starts properly into Phase 2 of the Rainbow Bridge techniques, it starts to weave the first portion of the service thread that links someone to the triad energy center, which is above the soul star. And that thread does exactly what it says on the tin. It attracts in circumstances and situations and synchronicities that are more authentic to one's service in life. So it would relate to all work queries. What should I be doing with myself? What is my purpose? What should I be doing with myself in terms of my work and my service? What's my calling? You cannot buy what the service thread does. When that service thread starts to weave, when some proper, decent Rainbow Bridge Phase 2 work is done, the minute that thread starts to weave, it starts to trigger an opening of the mental plane petals in the heart center, and it will start to attract in circumstances that are more authentic to the work that you should be doing in life. So even though, of course, there are people out there that aren't building to their triad, that still, do find work that's good for them and work that suits them and still carve out happy lives for themselves. The difference between someone who doesn't have their service thread trying to make their career work long term and someone who has their service thread working with their career, there is a very noticeable difference, even to someone who can't see that the service thread is responsible for that difference. So it's where the work really starts to get interesting. Phase 1 of the Rainbow Bridge techniques helps to heal and clear the vehicles to the point where someone really lifts out of getting involved in control dramas or being controlled by control dramas. And Phase 2 really works on bringing in that service thread and weaving the first portion of that service thread to really grow and evolve, answering all those queries. What should I be doing in life? What's my service? How do I make that work for me? As that service thread weaves, it will attract in all those circumstances. And anyone who has followed along with the Phase 2 Rainbow Bridge work properly has never been able to dispute that. So when the work's done properly and that service thread comes in, it does exactly what it says on the tin. And it really, on another level, brings in a proper quality to one's life. Once again, life is never perfect. Nothing will ever make it perfect. But definitely the quality of life that working through the Rainbow Bridge techniques brings in is definitely noticeable. Everyone that uses the techniques properly would never argue that at all in any way, shape, or form. It brings in a quality of life that's, no one would ever give away, no one would ever reverse, and no one would ever not notice. It creates noticeable changes and noticeable differences in the quality of one's life as someone goes through what is called the Rainbow Bridge building stages. So while Phase 2 does start to trigger Stage 3 of Rainbow Bridge building, which is starting to build to one's triad energy center, it does also help someone build to the monadic energy center and also one's ray path. So if you do want any more information on the Phase 2 Rainbow Bridge workshop, please do that through my website, www.chloefolan.com. On my website, if you click on my workshops tab, you will see Rainbow Bridge Phase 2 and click on that for all information. And of course, because it's my upcoming workshop on November the 3rd, if you go on any of my social media pages, you'll see in very recent posts, all posts and links relating to that particular workshop coming up. So if you do have any queries, please do feel free to contact me. And if you haven't booked a place, please let me know soon, because at the moment I already have 10 people holding places, and I am going to have to open up the space to probably about 15 people, maybe more, to accommodate demand, but I will have a cap-off point for how many people I will take. So to avoid disappointment, please do book in with me soon. On that note, I do have a lady calling in, Janet in California in USA. Janet, can you hear me?
Hello, yes, I can. Sorry.
Janet, how
was I too loud?
No, not at all, Janet, don't worry. How can I help you? What is your query for me, please?
Oh, okay. So I am kind of at crossroads as far as like where I'm going in my life. I'm 40 years old, and I'm sort of like getting really emotional as far as like my place in life, you know? So I don't know if you can speak on life path for me, or
of course,
where you see me going.
Absolutely no problem, Janet. Would you like me just to do, because I will tune into you clairvoyantly, but I do utilize the tarot cards as well. Would you like me to just do a general spread on what's happening in your life? Or did you want a more direct? No problem. Perfect, Janet. If you would like to think about exactly what you started talking about, what's been happening in your life, what's been causing you to feel emotional, if you just think on that for me, just while I shuffle the cards, and I'll draw a spread here for you to help answer your query. Janet, definitely you're not as stuck as you might feel. Definitely at the moment, I do believe it won't be until coming into next year that more will actually start to happen. But definitely, and keep in mind, we're nearly towards the end of October as it is. When you come in, when we come into November, which is only roughly about 2 weeks away, you will start to feel more settled. I do actually think it's more so what's happening or what has happened this month that has you thrown a bit more than there is actually anything wrong. So definitely by the time we enter into November, you will feel like, rather than being at the crossroads, you will feel more like you're actually being given an opportunity for a fresh start. So you are going to perceive this differently by the time we come into November. So definitely do start to see this as more an opportunity for a fresh start than thinking that there's anything very wrong. But definitely it won't be until we've got November, December, January, February. It's in February 2020 that then you really start to do more around creating the fresh start that you actually want. So it won't be until February that you will feel intuitively that it's right for you to really start into creating and initiating the fresh start that you do want. And it will involve work, it will involve money, it will involve redirecting things for yourself. And you definitely will be doing that over February, March, and April of next year. And then coming into May, all of the hard work pays off. So definitely by May 2020, you will be definitely feeling much better about yourself. You'll be feeling like life is working out, life is moving in the right direction, social life's going well, work life's going well, reasons to celebrate, just a really, really, really happy May. But coming back to February, and then what you'll be doing with yourself beforehand, like that, see it as a fresh start. There really does need to be a bit of a perception change here, where see it as, right, I've got some time and an opportunity here to do something different. What do I want? You know, to really go, what would I like? How would I like my life to be? I've got this opportunity in this time and space to make some changes. What would I like to do with that opportunity? Because I do believe, and I'm just looking into the cards and tuning into you clairvoyantly here for some more information on this. There is two directions that you could go in, where definitely, I'll say it again, it does involve work. It definitely does. But definitely you could go down the route here of, let me see.
So, like, and you see me choosing a higher purpose or something?
Definitely.
I mean, that's what my goal is.
Sorry, say again, Janet. I didn't catch that last part.
Do you see me going the higher purpose route?
Yes, definitely in terms of not so much a higher purpose, but just giving yourself permission to go down a route that you haven't had a lot of time yet to invest in or investigate or look into, and something that that really has kept being put on the back burner. So definitely, my goodness, what you've put on the back burner, start making time for that. But I don't believe you'll really start getting stuck into it until February 2020. I would utilize between November and before February to really sit down and go, right, what do I want to do? How do I want to do it? What do I want to invest my money in? What do I want to invest my time in? What do I need to change in my life to make space for this? So definitely look into that more in February. And it's not so much a higher calling, it's just giving yourself permission to look at an area and to look at work in ways that you haven't had time to before, in a way that you haven't given yourself permission to before. So definitely look into that and start into that more deliberately in February 2020. But I just want to stress, Janet, that I'm not seeing anything wrong. I'm not seeing any obstacles. I'm not seeing any blocks. It's just we're viewing this as an opportunity for a fresh start. And all that's needed is some thinking on how you want that fresh start to look. There is no, there's nothing horrible coming your way. There's nothing that's going to block your path. It's just about making that time and making those plans over how you're going to do this. And definitely, this is why I was pausing, because tuning into you clairvoyantly, you've got a very green soul ray and a very green triad ray. And people who have what I call green middles, that's what I call having a green middle. Even though you're still building to your soul star, it doesn't take away from the fact that the soul star and the triad are green. And people that have green middles like that, as I call it, either can go down the route of business, finance, that type of arena, into media and marketing, or they can go down the route of exactly what I'm doing here now. They can go down the route of healing work. They can go down the route of, it's one or the other. It will always be one or the other. It'll either be going down the route of holistic, esoteric healing work, or it veers off in a direction where it's more business, finance, working in the business sector, that type of thing. So it always goes one of two ways. So if you decide, no, I want to work more in law, business, finance, media and marketing, that type of arena, or like that, even looking into a little bit of something that, well, finance does involve accounting to a certain degree. But if you wanted to look into that arena, that would be a very realistic arena to look at. Or if you were like, no, I want to swing in the other direction, I would like to look at doing.
Wow, this is really specific. I really appreciate that.
Or it could go down the other route where you could go, no, I want to look into Reiki, integrated energy therapy. I want to do quantum touch. I want, in other words, picking a healing modality, holistic healing modality, and training in that holistic healing modality, or reading modality. So you'll go one of two ways, and neither way is right nor wrong for you, Janet. When you've got a green middle like that, the choice is yours. You can either choose to go down business, finance, law route, or you can choose to go down more of a holistic healing route, one or the other. Choice is yours. So ponder on that over the next few months. And then with the choice you make, start initiating and making that choice happen in February 2020. And it will all go smooth from there.
Oh, okay. You mentioned reading modality. Do you mean like reading cards or reading?
Yes, exactly. Yes. So studying, reading the tarot, or studying, there's other forms of divination as well. So like that, any form of a intuitive reading modality, whether it's tarot, whether it's astrology, whether it's ruin reading, there's many forms of divination that are all valid. It just comes down to where do you decide to put your talents into. But it will be one or the other, Janet. So really think about whether you want to invest your time, money, and talents into going more down the business, law, economic route, or whether you want to go down the holistic healing route.
Wow. Okay. That's very specific. I really appreciate that.
That's the biggest choice here. So there's no block. There's no obstacle. It's just about making a choice which direction you want to go in, and then looking at making that happen in February 2020 and start looking into that more seriously in February 2020.
Okay. And you said law, right? Is that what I heard? Law?
Yes, law. So either law, economics, media and marketing, that route. So I'll say that again, you can either go down the route of law, business, or finance, which still does cover media and marketing, or you can look at going down the route of exactly what I'm doing with you right now, going down the route of exploring a reading modality, a healing modality, so like that Reiki, integrated energy therapy, quantum touch, or studying astrology, or studying the tarot. So one of those two directions.
Wonderful. I really appreciate your time.
You're very welcome, Janet. You're very welcome. I'm glad I could help. Janet, have a beautiful evening and enjoy pondering on what choice is right for you.
Certainly. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Take care. Linda in Tennessee. Linda, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Linda, how can I help you? What is your reading query for me, please?
I would like to know about my husband.
Okay, Linda, could you be a little more? Could you give me a little more information about that, please? About when you're asking about your husband, in what context, please?
Well, he has stage 4 throat cancer and fixing to go into treatment for that.
Okay. Okay.
And I would like to know the outcome.
Okay, a health query for your husband. No problem, Linda. 2 moments. Let me. So it's a health query that you have for your husband, looking into his current health.
Yes.
No problem, Linda. Give me a few moments to tune in clairvoyantly, and I will draw some tarot cards on your query as well over your husband's current health. 2 moments, please. Now, Linda, I'm always very sensitive when I'm asked about serious health cases. So definitely he has found the right treatment. So first off, even tuning in clairvoyantly, and it's been reflected in the tarot card spread that I've done, he does need to keep up with the treatment plan he's been following, because that is the best treatment plan for him. And this treatment plan won't be quick, as in this is definitely a staggered treatment that he will be receiving. So definitely it's very difficult, because my goodness, my heart goes out to you that this is not pleasant for you or him to be going through. So definitely my heart does go out to you both. But this is the correct form of treatment. This is the treatment he needs. So if I can at least put both of your minds at rest, that he has found the right treatment and that this is the best treatment for him to be receiving, and he needs to stick with his treatment plan. He needs to take all of the follow-up treatments. He needs to keep up with his consultations and any other advice that he's given. So this is the best form of treatment, and that is being reflected in the cards that I've drawn. But like that, it's not going to be a quick treatment. So even though, my goodness, you would have already both been through a lot with this being stage 4 throat cancer, definitely this does need some patience, because the treatment is the best for him, but it's not going to yield immediate results. This needs to be kept up with for at least 4 months to really start to see some results from this. So all I'm saying is it's not that he'll receive, 2 rounds of treatment and automatically it'll be, he's okay, it's fine. He will need continued treatment. So he needs to continue with this treatment. Little things will happen along the way to show that this treatment is helping. But what I'm trying to say is it won't just be an automatic response with how he takes to treatment. It will take a couple of weeks, a couple of months. So what I'm trying to say is this is going to be a slow, gentle recovery. It's going to happen in small stages. Small things will happen with his checkups that will validate that it is having some effect. They wouldn't keep up doing the treatment for as long as I'm seeing it if it wasn't helping, if you get what I'm saying. So like that.
But you do see a recovery.
I do see this helping and doing something for his health where it does start to help. It is going to start yielding results with helping him return to health. I'm not seeing with the cards that I've drawn that it'll be a case where they'll get him to the point where he will be in the all clear, but definitely improving. So I want to be clear about that as well. He will get validation that he is improving, but he is going to have to keep up with treatment. I'm not being shown by the cards when this goes into remission, so I'm not going to use that word because I'm not being shown remission with the cards that I've drawn. I'm being shown slow improvement, where improvement does occur, but it's slow, but it still keeps happening. I'm being shown slow, continued improvement, but not it going into remission yet, if you get what I'm saying. He'll at least reach a point where he's better and at least not getting worse. So they'll definitely be able to slow it down. They'll be able to, it will help. The treatment he's getting will help is what I'm trying to say. But it's going to be a while before it would be a case of, he will get better. That's where I feel happy leaving this by saying that he will get better, but I'm not seeing remission.
A1R Lifestyle, Healing and Wellness Radio.
Hi, I'm Carrie Lyons, New York City celebrity psychic. And you're here with me. I usually meditate before the show, but today I did a different kind of meditation, which I'm sure a lot of the women out there can relate to, and men, which is I went to Sephora. So I went to do that trance you go into when you're in Sephora, you just kind of get sucked into this fantasy world. And, I walk in thinking I'm going to look like Rihanna. And then I put on red eyeshadow and green lipstick, and I walk out looking like Rihanna's crazy great aunt, but that's okay. I don't know about you, but for me, it always seems like I get stuck in any line I'm on, behind the woman who is either counting out the entire $500 sale in pennies, or has just asked the woman behind the counter if she could explain the fundamentals of quantum physics to her. So Anyway, I had my huge bag of fantasy that I was going to buy, and I got there, and I'd left my wallet at home, and my iPhone wasn't working, so I couldn't pay with that. So there is a God. Thank you. I just saved $150 of of lipstick that, honestly, I could get in the dollar store and usually do. So, whew, thank you, God. Anyway, so that was my meditation today. I don't know if any of you meditate out there. It's challenging to just sit still and breathe and relax and try not to think about anything for 10 minutes. I have a friend, his name is David Nichtern. He's the greatest teacher of meditation, at least Tibetan Buddhist meditation in the States. And he also wrote the song Midnight at the Oasis. Remember that song? Midnight at the Oasis, put your camel to bed. I was like, David, how much about putting camels to bed do you really know? Don't tell me. Okay, anyway, so he said that the easiest way to meditate, so this is a quick lesson, because it worked for me, and I am so ADD. If ADD was people, I'd be China. So really good way to meditate, just kind of close your eyes halfway, look at something about 6 feet away, like maybe on the floor, or just stare at the floor. Breathe in, breathe out. And what I do is I just say something to myself over and over. Sometimes I'll do the Lord's Prayer, or I'll do like a nursery rhyme or something, but I'll just say something quiet as I breathe in and breathe out that I don't have to think about. And eventually, every time a thought comes up in my mind, I just say sort of hello thought, and then I let it drift away. So try that. Try just, whether it's not fancy meditation, it's just breathing, which is a good thing to do anyway. And just accepting any thought and letting it drift away like a cloud. Speaking of clouds, we have Felenda in Pittsburgh. I love Pittsburgh. I also love the name Felenda. Hello, my love. Can you give me 1 minute? Because I'm just going to do the psychic weather forecast for the week. Do you mind? Is that good?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, thank you, Felenda. That name is so cool. You have to tell me what the backstory is on it. So I'm just going to draw 3 tarot cards, which are going to sort of foretell the psychic weather for the week, which is just like regular weather, except less damaging to the crops. Okay. The first card I'm getting, very nice, is the Ace of Wands. So it's a good week to begin something, not something huge, but maybe begin a new thing in just your regular day-to-day life. The wands in tarot are about just day-to-day life, just what you do. And when the ace is always the beginning of a cycle, it's always considered good luck to get an ace too. And it's the beginning of a cycle of maybe starting a new exercise routine. And if you do, could you do one for me too? I'll pay you. Or starting a new, like just waking up early, something in your routine that's a little different and adds to your day-to-day life. This is a great time. We just had the beginning of fall. Stay with me, Belinda. Thank you for being so patient. We just started the beginning of fall, and it's a great time to sort of start something new. So something simple. All right. I love doing that so much. The next thing is the Queen of Wands, which means there might be a woman in your life who is an inspiration. And she might be somebody that is a little, glamorous, kind of warm, maybe a little dramatic, but nothing wrong with that. And so it's either a woman in your life that is like this, outgoing, warm, kind of inspiring, or it could be a part of yourself that it would be very good luck this week to pay attention to. So if this is a week when kind of accessing your confident kind of Leo self, even if you're not a Leo, we all have a secret Leo self. So accessing that, or paying attention to a woman who inspires you and maybe listening to her this week is really good luck. And the last one, it's so fun. Okay, this is a week when somebody might want to sweet talk you into doing something that they'll enjoy, but might be at your expense. Or somebody might offer you something that maybe is not that good for you, even if it makes you feel really good for 10 minutes. So it's the devil card. It also could be a good week to look at, are you giving somebody in your life a little more power than they deserve? Are you blaming them for something? Or are you giving them credit for the stuff that you're actually doing really well yourself? So it's not like the devil, he's coming for you. And I can say that because my godfather was William Peter Blatty, who wrote The Exorcist. He taught me a lot about this stuff. But it's a week of like looking at where in your life you might be in bondage to something. Not literally, not in a tie-me-up way. Although that's fine if you're into that. But really, who needs it? It's kind of painful and annoying. Anyway, so it's a good week to look at what you might, if you smoke, it might be a good week to cut back. Or if there's somebody in your life you're giving too much power to or is not being nice to you, get rid of them. Well, not that way, but just don't have so much to do with them. And it's a week where you're given a lot of strength to overcome whatever this is in your life. Hi, Felinda. Thanks for waiting. How are you? It's great to hear you. Hi.
I'm here. I'm glad I'm on.
I'm glad you're on too. It's so nice to meet you. You have a lovely energy. So tell me what day your birthday is. You're welcome. Tell me what day your birthday is.
1977.
Ooh, 1977. That's 1965. Oh, so oh God, I love Tauruses. That week of Taurus too. Can I just tell you, like May 10th to May 20th, I have a mom, a fiance, some best friends. It's such a good week because that's the part of it is so good because you guys are reliable without being boring, which we love. And I mean, I won't lie, you can be a little stubborn, but you're also like the best friends anybody could ask for. So, all right, darling, it feels like, you have a lot on your mind. I think one of the first things you want to do is ask about somebody else because that's the kind of person you are. But I'm going to ask you to ask about you. So what would you like me to tell you about? Would you like me to tell you about work, love, candy corn? What?
Work and possibly love.
Okay. Well, work. Hold on one second. Do you have 2 jobs, or are you doing like 2 jobs for the price of one?
Somewhat. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Yep.
I'm single. Yeah. Oh, honey, it feels to me like you're doing everybody else's job and they're only paying you for you. There's also somebody in the office that you're kind of almost covering for, which is very sweet of you. But you are so kind. Come to New York. I'll buy you coffee. All right. Well, they have what? Go ahead. What? They haven't given you the money or kind of the promotion you deserve, which is interesting. And I think partially it's because you're a woman. I think there's another thing that plays into this. I think you're facing a little sexism, maybe even a little racism of some kind in that office. I'm sorry to say that, but I call them as I see them. So
that's true.
Yeah. And that sucks. And I am sorry to say that. Here's what I'd like you to do. I'd like you to keep a log of the stuff you do because, by a log, I mean keep track of the projects you work on, how you spend your time, because you're pretty much the only person in that office who isn't spending half their time on Facebook or texting their ex-wife's fiance's cousin, or, you actually work. And I don't think your employers are totally aware of this, because I think the real bosses are not in that office. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. So you're getting a bunch of sort of semi-bosses who are interested, and, bless them, but they're not interested in other people. They're interested in themselves. So sorry to be, so what they want from you is they want to know that you're actually making them look good, which they know, but they don't want to really tell you they know that. This is so serious, I'm actually going to take my hair down. That's how serious it is. Okay. I think that it's possible. You do something that's both, there, now we're serious. You do something that's both visual and like administrative. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. What do you do?
I'm a nurse. But I also do facilitate group for women on the side.
Yes, that's awesome. I think you're great. Wow. And you have a real gift for empowering people. By visual, what I meant was I got you looking at a lot of different screens all the time, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, you're a very gifted nurse. It feels to me like you got a special gift with geriatric and pediatric patients. I think you're very good with vulnerable people. You're very good with the very old and the very young. Is that true?
Yes, I'm more on the hospice side.
Yeah, that's what I get. And that's, well, I'm so grateful to you as somebody who has dealt with hospice in my life, and there's nothing that contributes to the healing and health and happiness and well-being of both the patients and the family, like a great hospice nurse. So I just really want to...
I was thinking of moving. Do you see that as a possibility or a good thing?
Yeah, I do. I think moving a little more out towards the suburbs, if that's something you could do, even if it's for right now, just a townhouse in the suburbs. I think it would be better for your kids. I think you're somebody who loves nature. If it's in commuting distance of your job, that's great. I feel like you'll be switching jobs in a good way. They're either going to, in February, well, February just came out, so I guess that's what I meant. In February, you're going to get noticed, but I want you to be a little more proactive about making them notice you, and also keeping track maybe of the work, the empowerment and advocacy work you're doing with women in that group. I think you're a terrific person. I really do. So that's coming up. And I think that actually the raise you're going to be getting, you're also going to be getting an unexpected bonus or award right before Christmas or Hanukkah or solstice, whatever you celebrate. So that's nice. And that's going to look good on your resume.
Nice.
You've been just taking care of everybody else for so long. You have 2 kids or 3? Sorry, I'm a little...
4.
Oh,
actually, I have 4, but I have 3 at home. I have 3 at home, 1 in college.
Okay. Sorry, the one in college was like too far for me to say.
Yeah,
you're doing a great... She's lovely. It feels to me like you have 3 girls and a boy, but I'm not sure about that because I'm sort of blonde today, feeling a little blonde.
It's so funny you said that. I have 2 of each, but the third child, his hair is long, so people always assume she's a girl.
Okay, that's why I was hedging my bets there. He has
beautiful. Long hair, and people always call him a girl, and it's so funny.
He's got a very pretty face. You have gorgeous kids, man. Also, they're gifted, but the main thing is you've given them, despite everything, a kind of stability and security that's going to serve them for the rest of their life. So Linda, my hat is off to you. I would move like 20 to 30 miles, maybe north of Pittsburgh. That's where I'm
what I was
seeing you.
Thinking about.
Yes. I'm psychic.
As far as gifted, I mean, can you tell if I am somewhat gifted? Like, I'm having different stuff happening, and I don't understand why.
Well, I don't know if you're very religious, you're just very spiritual, but you're very tapped into Holy Spirit, spirit. You're very tapped into that. And the more you just go with that and trust your inner guidance, just check in with yourself or check in with your higher power, ask your angels, but just check in because you have really good intuition. And if you get in touch with me, my name on Facebook, my name is Perry, like Periwinkle, Peri. Okay. My last name is Lyons, Lyons. Get in touch with me, and I'll send you like a little free book that I wrote about just how to get in touch with that in a very easy way. Okay?
Thank you.
My pleasure. But hang in there. It's because the next 2 weeks are going to be a little rocky, and then suddenly things are going to open up, and let me know how you're doing because I just think you're so neat. And thank you for being so great. Okay?
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye, sweetie. Okay, now we have a young lady in Truth and Consequences, New Mexico, which is, first of all, the coolest name for a place ever. I love New Mexico. And my producer flashed your name so fast that I didn't get it. So tell me your name. Welcome to the show. Oh, hi, Cindy. Okay. Either he just told me or I'm saying,
hi.
Hey, Cindy. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing okay.
Oh, good. It's nice to have you here. I'm very glad you're here. And you too, everybody today has a really nice energy. The young lady before you had a very healing energy, and you have a very, very generous energy. I bet you're a really good friend. So, tell me what your birthday is, and tell me what your question is, my love.
My birthday is November 30th, 1976.
Ooh, 76. So that 64. So you were born in the year of the dragon, and you're a Sagittarius. You're fiery. So, hold on 1 second. Let me just get you here. You know, it's funny because you appear very calm and very like serene, and people think you have it all together, which you do, but you're very stressed out right now. And you're kind of, it's not like you're at the end of your rope, but you're a little stretched thin. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. First of all, what I'd like to do is just ask you to physically take good care of yourself. Get enough sleep, because you have a lot of anxiety because you are so invested. Why don't only good people get this kind of stressed up? Bad people are like, everything I do is fine. I'm great. No stress. Really good people tend to get very anxious because they want to do the right thing. They want to do things right. So first thing I'd like to ask you to do, hold on 1 second, is to drink a lot of water, get a lot of sleep, take a half-hour walk sometime during the day because you're run down. Maybe take some vitamins, like B vitamins. And are you having any pleasure in your life, my love? Or are you just working and stressed and taking care of everybody?
Pretty much that.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting. Well, let's come back to that because there's a book I'd like to send you. So if you go to, and it's on me, so it's just about taking care of yourself and finding pleasure and stuff because you're actually somebody who's really fun. You're really fun. That's gotten a little squished in the last 2 years because you've taken on so much. And I really respect you for that. There's a specific question you have right now. What is it, Melody?
My life.
Well, you've been doing a job that has paid the bills and taken care of everybody, but doesn't necessarily feed your soul, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah. Okay. Let me just pull a couple. There's a lot of stuff going on with you right now. And we have like 5 minutes. So let me just quickly. Yeah, the first card I'm getting says the first thing you need to do is, if you can pull back a little for a bit. You're very stressed, and I'd like you to, I don't see anything physically like scary, but I would like you to go to a doctor if you could, and just get a physical, get some vitamins, and get somebody who'll take care of you. This is a card that also says, if you can say, if you can say no to a couple of things. This card is about like a night praying and resting between battles. And you've just been battling so much. And it's time for you to rest and take a little time for yourself. Do you work for an institution of some kind, like church, school, something like that?
No.
Okay. No, you're right, you don't. When this card comes up, it says to me that something to do with an institution, marriage, the church, school, is currently important in your life. And this could mean to me, it's interesting, you're a little hard to read because you're very proud and you're very private. And you don't like to burden your friends with your problems. You'll listen to anybody else's problems till the cows come home. And even when the cows come home, you're like, ooh, shove aside, bossy. I still got to listen to their problems. So there's been a lot of disturbance around work. And I don't know if you're job hunting or if you're in a job that you're not getting paid enough for. It also feels to me like there's a problem with one of your kids. Is that correct?
That there's what?
I'm sorry, love, what?
I didn't catch that last part.
Oh, sorry. It feels to me also like you're very worried about one of your kids. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm not going to go, because you're very private, I'm not going to go into that. I would find a support group for people who are going through the circumstance you're going through. Remember, we're responsible to our kids, for our kids, up to a certain point. But after a certain age, they're responsible for themselves. And sometimes if we take a step back, it'll invite a little healing. And I think you're very stressed out about that. You have a very strong artistic, creative, sensitive side. Did you used to do crafts or enjoy painting or something creative that's an outlet? Do you do other people's hair or makeup?
I used to write a lot of poetry and crochet blankets, actually.
And what? What was poetry and what?
I used to crochet blankets.
Oh, that's so cool. That's so funny because I just went today to Michael's to get a crochet hook and yarn. So I'm glad whatever happens right before the show is about somebody who's going to call in. I would love you to start writing poetry again, and if you can just put aside some time for yourself right now. Your job situation will improve around November 19th. That's going to get better. Whether it's a situation that it's just going to get better, okay? The kid thing over the holidays, the other children and the relatives, as long as with this child they're gentle, because this is a sensitive kid, we have 90 seconds, that's going to work. Things are about to get a lot better. Please do me a favor, start crocheting again. Lilac is a great color for you, very healing. Baby blue, pink, yellow. Start crocheting again and take a little time for yourself. Light a candle, say a prayer, have a glass of wine, take a deep breath. Everything's going to be okay. And we need you. So take care of yourself, because again, after the turn of the year, things are going to be almost miraculously better. So please get in touch with me on Perry Lyons at Facebook, P-E-R-I, like Perry with P, Lyons on Facebook. Send me your address. I'm going to send you like a free, just a little book that'll, I think, help. It's on me. Don't worry, even the postage. And take care of yourself. You've been taking care of everybody else. And bless you, my dear. And things are going to get a lot better. You. Be creative. It's good for you. You. Okay? Just go to Michael's and look at yarn. I know it's hard to find time, but take the half. Yeah, we've only got 30 seconds, so contact me privately or call. Yeah. Contact me privately. I'll answer a question for you. Just right after the show. Just Facebook Perry Lyons, PERILYONS. You're not alone. I'm not going to leave you dangling. Okay? Contact me. I'll give you some free time. All right, my love?
Okay.
There's some other stuff. Yeah, and do it. Okay. Guys, come back next week. I love my cats and kittens. Thank you, Moonstruck TV, the greatest psychic network, and well, it's better. It's not psychic network. It's much better. It's a healing force on the planet. We love having you be here with us. Thank you to my producers, Dave Solomon and Constance. We love you. And come back next week. We've got some real cool surprises. Woo woo. Okay.
Hi, I'm Jenny, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio now on Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television.
Hi everyone, welcome to Angel's Divine Guidance. I'm Angel, coming to you live from Saskatoon, Sask. So, let's see. I thought I would talk about our various levels of vibration. It's a lot. I get a lot of questions when I'm doing readings. So I thought I might just get a little more in depth to it, okay? As humans, we have an amazing sense of intuition, okay? And we use it to live our lives to their fullest, okay? But we tend to limit ourselves to just a few of our senses. As children, we're raised to believe the 5 senses, okay? But there's so many more senses than just the 5, all right? So we can be using more than our 5 senses to help us define our truth, to live our life to our fullest, to be our happiest, okay? There's many vibrational awarenesses or senses of the energetic reality. We all experience vibrational awarenesses on varying levels, okay? So just to go into a few of the various levels of the vibrational awareness, we have our intuitiveness, okay, and an empath or empathic feelings, okay? This is just knowing something without knowing how you know it. It's just a gut feeling. It's there. You know it's what you must do, no questions asked. But when people ask you, well, how do you know? You just go, because I just know, all right? With the empath, we tend to feel all energies. So not just people's energies. We can feel the animals' energies. We can feel the plants' energies. We can feel like our table and our chairs' energies. Have you ever been in a situation where you have sat down in a chair in a restaurant and you kind of all of a sudden get that little wiggly move going and, yeah, no, I don't like this chair. So you move chair. Or at somebody's house, you sit down on their couch and it's sort of like, I think I'll move over. And you don't have Sheldon telling you to move over. Okay? So just know that that's a sense that you're using in your intuition and in your empathic abilities. Okay? There's also psychic awareness. Now, traditionally, people have looked at psychics as being fortune tellers, okay? But that's not necessarily the truth. Some psychics can tell the future. They can see ahead. Those are ones who are more developed. But in general, we just use it we just use our psychic abilities to raise the vibration. Okay? So just imagine we're at a vibration here, and as we use our psychic intuition, our psychic awareness, our psychic abilities, we're raising our vibration up. And each time that we raise up, we get more clarity and we get stronger messages, and eventually you can be doing fortune telling, mediumship. It's just depends on how you choose to develop or how you choose to go forward with it. Okay. The next one is mediumship. Now, that's a tricky one. I get a lot of people asking me about the mediumship. And I've always been told that all mediums are psychics, but not all psychics are mediums. And I've used that term at times, but the more that I'm developing and the more that I'm researching, the more that I'm finding out that that's not necessarily the truth, because we're all psychic and we all have the capabilities to developing our mediumship. It's just for some of us, it comes easier than others. Okay? And mediumship is just a higher form of psyche. Okay? We're able to connect with the spirit world. We're able to connect to their energies. We're able to feel what they're feeling, or we're able to see or hear the messages that they're giving. So there's many different levels of mediumship. So you can have somebody who's just beginning, and a lot of the times when somebody who's just beginning mediumship, they're actually doing a psychic read off of the person they're reading, opposed to actually contacting spirit. Okay? And an easy way to know that is when they're in the psychic read, they're just picking up everything that you're thinking about on that person that's on the other side. So you have to be looking for something that nobody else would know but the spirit. Okay? Now, there's also times that as a medium, the spirit will give us a message that necessarily isn't, how do I put it? You may not understand it at the time or say, nope, that doesn't make any sense. But then after the read, if you start talking to friends and family, there'll probably be somebody that'll go, yeah, that is correct. You just didn't know that information when the reading came through. And that's just the spirit giving you a piece of information so you know that you've had a correct read, that we are giving you the right information. Now, then you can get into your mediumship of the person who actually is talking to spirit. So they're getting the information that nobody else knows. There's no way they would know this. And they're just giving that information. So they're at what I would call like a mediumship at the level when you're doing mediumship. So they are connected. The third and more challenging one for a medium is to actually get into a higher up where they're actually letting, well, I don't know if you want to say letting it, more of a channeling, which would be our fourth one, which would be channeling is our other awareness, where they're actually putting their consciousness aside and letting the spirit do the talking. Okay? Then we can get into our channeling part, okay, where in the channeling end of it, the person literally does put their consciousness, their ego, everything to the side. And they actually bring in either a spirit guide or their higher self or the spirit, and then they bring through the messages. Automatic writing is a type of channeling, okay? When somebody says, oh, I just meditate and do automatic writing. They're actually channeling to get that information and writing down the messages that's been channeled. Some people who will channel will actually feel and remember when they come out of the channeling. Then you'll get some people who will channel that when they come out of it, they don't remember anything. So they don't remember nothing they've said or anything that they've done. So there's kind of different ways when you're looking into doing the spiritual work or the psychic or the mediumship. It's all on how you're going to choose to develop and how much you're going to choose to practice to develop it. Okay? Now, I know I've had a few incidents where I will be doing a reading and I'm kind of into the channeling, but at the time that I'm getting into the channeling, the spirit actually wants to enter my body. I never allow that. I am dead set against it for the simple fact is I don't know. Like, that's somebody else's energy that's getting into my body and can cause a lot of health issues and a whole bunch of other stuff that we really don't want. So myself, it's just something I choose not to do. So a lot of the times in the reading, you'll kind of see me shake and it's sort of like, no, back off. You're not getting in me. We'll just channel, we'll just communicate, but you're not going to enter. All right. So with that being said, we all start at a lower level when we're developing our psyche. It's just some of us as children never shut it off. So we've been developing from being a baby all the way up to whatever age we are today. And other people have to have something traumatic, a death in the family, an accident, a divorce, something that kind of tips them back into it. And then it's whether they choose to develop it or not. All right. So just before the show, just before I got dingled up, I was shuffling the cards. And for everybody watching, I got the Love and Peace card. Okay. So that's telling us we have to let go of the control, the needing to be right. We have to choose to come from a non-judgmental place with the rest of people in the world, because we don't know what they're going through. We don't know what they've been through. We handle things differently than they do. All right. So just know that it comes to be a depends for everybody. And just because we don't think what they're doing is correct, that's our opinion, and it really doesn't matter as long as it's working for them, then that's all right. Okay. So now I see we have Cheryl in Leduc, Alberta. Oh, Canada. Hi, Cheryl.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. And you?
Oh, I'm doing not too badly. I'm excited about hearing what you pull for me.
Well, your card that I dealt out just before I was phoned up here is the card. Okay. So that's a card that's telling me that you need to take charge. Okay. So you need to lead by example and you need to walk your talk. You have a lot to teach people. Okay. You have a lot of people who look up to you, but I'm getting the sense you don't trust yourself. Is that correct?
Well, I'm going through a health issue right now that I'm not sure what's going to happen with it. I've been diagnosed with breast cancer.
Oh, my girl. Oh, I just went through that last year. Okay.
And so I've got my head wrapped around it. I think I know the path that I want to take. And finances are going to
Yes,
be an issue, but
no, it's the correct path for you. And don't worry about the finances. They're all going to fall into place exactly when you need them. Okay?
okay.
All right. So they're telling me that the choice you've made is correct. Don't let anybody talk you out of it. Don't let the doctors talk you out of it. They're also telling me you need to do a little more research into the naturopathic remedies.
Right.
Okay? So like your dandelion tea, your beet juice, your super green juices. All right.
Okay.
Now, you need to get off of all sugar. That's going to be a hard one for you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Sugar,
Oh, yeah. Very.
sugar is what turns on the cancer cells and what makes them grow. Okay. So just watch that sugar, like get off of it. And remember that carbs turn into sugar.
Okay.
Okay. Protein turns into sugar. So you've really got to watch what you're going to be putting on your diet. Okay.
Okay.
I can always help you more. Just email me, okay, at cosmicearthangel@outlook.com, and I can definitely help you because I went through this a year ago. I chose to have the double mastectomy. Doctors argued with me. Short story, I won. I got it done. I did not have to get chemo and I did not have to get radiation because the combination of going on the holistic path along with the surgery, I did not have to put any chemicals into my body.
That's what I like to hear.
So you got this. They're telling me like you really got this. You're gonna have about a year of a bumpy road. Okay. You're going to have to honor your body. So once you're on your path to recovery with this girl, don't rush it. Line up help. Line up people to do meals for you. Line up people to come in and clean your house. Line up people to do your laundry. Okay?
Okay.
Do not try to force the issue and get back on the horse as fast as what you're used to doing. Okay? You will set yourself back if you do that. Okay? You have to give your body that time to recover. Okay? It's a major battle. That's all I can say. It's a major one. All right? So you need to have the help and it's time. It's time for you to balance out because you're a giver. You do everything for everybody. It's now time to let them come up to bat for you. Okay. Now, do you have a grandfather on the other side?
Yes.
Did he die of a heart attack?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Yes.
So he's here and he's with you. Okay. Now, he's the one that's going to bat for you. So know that he is right next to you. He sees everything. He hears all your prayers and he's there, girl. So trust that you're in good hands. Okay. Because he's going to bring everybody into your life that you're going to need. And you're going to need to trust that. Okay. Again, you're supposed to slow down. I don't know what that means, but you're supposed to slow down. Okay?
Okay.
Now, he's also making a reference. Do you have a car?
Yes.
Okay. He's making reference to the rear passenger's tire. So I don't know if it's a low tire. I don't know if it's a flat tire or if it's a brake issue. He's just kind of going, like he's showing me that he's walking around your car, but he's stopping at that rear tire and making a point at it and saying she needs to slow down. Okay?
Yeah.
So the speed, the tire, whatever issue it is, it's going to be a combination for disaster. So you might either, if it's the tire, get it fixed or get the brakes checked, but he's making a reference to that tire. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Now, do you have any other questions for me?
No, you said my finances would be okay.
Yes, it's all going to work out in the end. Okay. Now, keep all your receipts. Okay. If you need to buy any medical supplies, keep those receipts and hand them in with your income tax girl. Okay. You're able to get deductions for those. Okay.
Okay.
So keep that in mind. Now, does he have anything else to say? Okay, where does the dog fit into the picture? He's referencing a medium-sized dog.
That's my dog.
That's your dog that you have right now?
Yeah.
Okay. He's making it a point that does the dog stay with you a lot? Like laying beside you, sitting on your lap?
Yeah, she's a real lady, or she's a really mama's girl.
Yeah, she's healing you, girl. She's a healing dog.
Okay, good.
Okay. She's going to help you heal. She's a healing dog. She's using her energy to help calm you down and de-escalate your stress, because stress is another bad one for cancer. Okay?
Okay.
So give her a good hug and a good kiss and an extra little treat and maybe a little bit of Timmy's double-double.
Okay.
She's doing a good, she likes double-double. He's going, she likes double-double. So just give her a little extra of it tonight before you go to bed. Just because she's there for you, okay? And know that you're not in this alone. You can contact me at any time. Okay, you can get, like I said, through email or just go to crystalclear101.com. My cell number's on there. You can text me and I'll support you as best as I can. All right?
Okay. Thanks very much.
You got this.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, Magdalene. You're welcome. And we have Magdalene in Vancouver, Washington.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you. How are you?
I'm doing awesome. I'm an awesome possum today. So I did your card, and your card is the Sacred Vision card. Okay. So in that card, it's more a meaning forgiving in order to heal. So there's love has no boundaries. All right. So you kind of are a person that holds on to things, they're telling me. So you need to let that go so that you can heal. And I know a lot of people will go, well, why do I need to forgive them? I don't necessarily believe in you need to forgive the person. You need to forgive yourself for your feelings, things that you've said, things that you've thought, so that you can move on. Okay. Now, they're also showing me that you're on a roller coaster right now, ups and downs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's going to all start.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all going to start to work itself out. Okay. Like it's going to start to level out. You're, you have to learn to trust. Okay. You're holding on too tight out of fear. And because you're holding on so tight, you're keeping what you don't want instead of letting it go and making room for what you do want. Okay. So know that the money is coming. All right. Know that situations are going to start to change. All right.
Okay.
Okay. Are you working right now? Like this is a little fuzzy for me.
I'm working part-time. And I caregive through home. I have 3 little ones. Well, they're not all so little anymore. I have an 11-year-old, 8-year-old, and a 2-year-old. Since I've had the kids, I've just, been working part-time in what I can do. So definitely that would be, and this past year, I've been thinking about just, some of my job options, what I can do with that.
Why aren't you going back to school?
Why am I not going back to school? Well, my husband has about a $60,000 student loan that, he still has there. And with my 2-year-old, I mean, if I knew which direction to go, I guess
definite.
I was in a situation where I had to basically, I was accused of something, and I had to get a lawyer. Finally, everything was overturned, and so now I'm thinking about what is it that I want to do. Do I want to go back and be a caregiver? Do I want to work at a school? There's so many things that I'm passionate about, and
you're going to stay. You're better to stay in the healthcare. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Now you're a caregiver at the moment, but they're showing me that have you ever thought of becoming a practitioner? Like an LPN, like a nurse?
I have, but what I'm kind of fighting with right now is I used to believe in, a lot of things that modern medicine had to offer. And I'm just learning a lot of things from the pharmaceutical industry that I just, I'm so disappointed in how they're running their business. And so I kind of tend to speak out about a lot of things about as to what the pharmaceutical industry is doing to the population and to what they're doing to people that they don't know.
So
and I'm very passionate about it.
This is where you need to, maybe for the schooling, suck it up, buttercup. Go in and get that training. And once you have that training, you're going to switch it over and you're going to start looking into the holistic, into the naturopathic way. All right?
Yeah.
So you're going to be a nurse that's going to be specializing in the naturopath. And you're going to develop your career doing that type of stuff. Okay? But you're going to need to get some kind of certification to be able to legally do this. So I'm not sure how it works in the US, but I know here, like, we have just a normal nurse, then we have an LPN, and then we have an RN. Okay.
Right.
A registered nurse.
I mean, I would really, that would be awesome and, really good. I just have been out of school for such a long time, and I have other talents. I have other talents, like I love to cook and other things, and there's a way I'm looking to become, what are my options to become financially independent? What could I do to do that? So that way I can be here for my family and, actually raise my kids.
You're in a position where no matter which way you look at it, whether you want to do your own business, which you can do being a holistic practitioner, okay? You just need, no matter which way you're going to look at it, you need to go back to school. And you're going to need to get the certificate and the education to do this. But it doesn't stop you right now from researching online and doing some online courses that you'll be able to get credited towards when you go get the diploma or the certificate. Okay?
Okay.
And the money's coming. They're showing me you just got to stop worrying about it. It's all going to work itself out in the end. Okay? And your little ones are going to adapt, because the work that hubby does and the work that you're going to do, you're going to be able to work your hours that one of you is always home with the kids.
Hello, my name is Chloe Folan, Clairvoyant, and you are listening to Ray Path Productions here on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. As always, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to everybody who's taken time out of their evening to listen to the broadcast live or to watch the live broadcast. And I would also like to extend that warm welcome to everybody who intends on catching the live broadcast after it's aired. A very warm welcome to you as well. And it's always appreciated that there are people out there, because I get emails and calls and texts all the time. There are people that do deliberately like to sit down and make time to watch the show, whether it's during a live broadcast or after the live broadcast. The feedback is always very appreciated and always lovely to know that people are getting what they need out of the show, that it's providing good information, that it's providing good support. Always very good to hear back. On that note as well, I just wanted to bring up, because I did put a notice on my website and my social media pages. I think it was the end of last month I put up the notice that at the end of the month I will be on maternity leave. So even though I have put notice up about it, I am aware that some people might not be aware, because it's not something I'm, shouting about, like that people are seeing me in person. And of course, people know. And then I did put up notice on my website. And like that, it hasn't been very obvious here on the show, because my producer, Dave, has been keeping the camera north of the border, as they say. So no one's been seeing the tummy. The tummy's slowly expanding. So I am in my third trimester of pregnancy. And the reason I'm bringing this up is, especially when I put notice on my website, I had an influx, which I'm incredibly grateful for, of people contact me going, can you please fit me in for reading? Can you please fit me in for healing? And what I have been doing is I've been keeping a cancellation list. And if I am getting people rescheduling or cancelling before I go on maternity leave, I have been going through my cancellation list and making sure I'm able to offer those places to other people. But just in the last 2 weeks, especially with the notice I've put up, I've received a huge influx of queries over bookings for readings and bookings for healings. And due to the high volume, it is taking me about 3 to 4 days sometimes to reply to emails, calls, texts, and people contacting me on Messenger. So I just wanted to utilize my show to extend apologies that if you are someone who's waiting to hear back from me, I'm not ignoring your emails, calls, or texts, but with the high volume of queries that I've been getting, I'm finding it impossible to sometimes reply to the emails, calls, and texts on the same day. So if you are waiting to hear back from me, I will contact you back. I always like to be able to sit down and reply to people's contact with me properly and professionally. But unfortunately, if you have contacted me in the last week or two seeking an appointment, unfortunately, I will be replying that I don't have any appointments available before I go on leave, but I will be offering time slots for when I am back. So we will be returning to work after maternity leave. So like that, if you do want to make a pre-booking with me when I am back from maternity leave, please feel free to do so. Because at the moment, my first 2 weeks when I am back are starting to book up as well. Please do keep in mind that I do have an international client base, and I do tend to book up 2 to 3 months in advance anyway, regardless over panic with people realizing that I'm going to be off for a couple of months for maternity leave and the influx of queries, which I'll say again, I'm eternally grateful for. But if you have contacted me in the last week or two, please do have patience with me. I always reply personally to the queries that I get, but please have some patience with me with replying currently. It is taking me about 2-3 days to get back to people. If you have been querying over an appointment, my apologies, but I do not have any gaps before I go on maternity leave. But I will offer you times and dates when I'm back off maternity leave. And I do my best to not leave people stuck. So if your query has been about a reading or about a healing, if I can't do anything for you appointment-wise, I always do like to still give advice and be able to point you in the right direction. I don't like to leave people hanging. I don't like to leave people without support. So I can either recommend on a colleague or I can recommend on someone else to see while you wait for me to come back off maternity leave. So like that, I always do my best by people, but please do have patience with me and please do understand that when you are contacting me, it is me you're contacting directly. I don't have a receptionist. I don't have an assistant, and nor do I want one. I like the fact that when you contact me, it's me you're talking to, no matter whether it's messenger, email, call, text, or anything else in between. When you are contacting me, it's me that's seeing your emails and your requests, and it's me replying to you directly. And I always keep people's queries and information completely confidential, and that is the way I will always operate. So please do understand when you're contacting me, it's me you're getting directly. So thank you for your patience with allowing me to explain myself and just to more publicly be putting it out there that, I will be on maternity leave at the end of the month. And apologies again if you're waiting on me to get back to you. I will reply and I will do my best to make sure that you've got the support that you need, even if I can't see you directly. On that note, I do have a lady, Kerry, apologies. I've got a lady, Kerry in Florida. Kerry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Kerry, how can I help you? Did you have a query you wanted to run by me for a reading? How can I help you?
Just whatever is for my highest and best. I don't have a certain subject or anything.
No problem, Kerry. Let me just shuffle the tarot deck for you as well as tuning into you clairvoyantly. I do utilize the tarot as well. So give me 2 moments just to do a general spread for you, just to see what advice I can offer.
Thank you.
Now, Kerry, I'll just go straight into the reading. Definitely in the recent past, there has been difficulties that you have overcome. And right now, you are asking me about what is in alignment with your highest good, because of the difficulties that you've been through. So definitely the advice card here, and the present advice card here I have is the Star card, which is definitely urging you to take this time out to really focus on your gifts and your talents. And definitely what you invest in yourself is what you will get out. But one area that I do want you to be careful of, and this is hidden influences, is some of the difficulties do seem to be related to health in the past. So why I have cards here showing me that there isn't any ill health on the way, because of what you've been through in the past health-wise, you do have to be mindful of the fact that you can't burn the candle on both ends. So the advice really is to look into your gifts and your talents and go, do you know what? I'm now feeling more on track. I am feeling better. I am feeling more stable and more aligned. Now that I've got this foundation of things being better for me, and now that I have this space, what do I want for me? You know, what talent and gift do I want to invest in for me? And make time to pursue that. You've got full permission from the powers that be, and it's in alignment with your highest good right now to do something for you that you want to do for you. But please be mindful not to bite off more than you can chew. So like that, don't try to do 3 different things at once. You know, don't try to, force yourself into doing lots all at once, but definitely do start making some headway, investigating your gifts and your talents. And on that note, did you have a more direct question out of this for me?
No.
Like that in terms of gifts or talent, no problem. So in terms of gifts and talents, definitely the likely outcome card here is the Queen of Wands, which does denote someone who would be interested in pursuing and understanding more about spirituality and spiritual matters. So like that, please do pursue anything healthy and professional that speaks to you in that manner. But I'll say it one more time, please don't do too much at once. So if you do decide to do a course, just have it be one course at a time. If you do decide to start something, have it be just one thing, because there is a bit of lingering issue over not pushing yourself too much at the moment. Is that okay?
Yes, that's good, yes.
Perfect, Carrie. It was a pleasure connecting with you. If you did want to connect with me through social media, the easiest way to do that is through my website. So please do feel free to follow me on any of my social media pages through my website, www.chloefolan.com. It was a pleasure connecting with you. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much. You too. Thank you.
Bye-bye. And we have Abigail in Texas in USA. Abigail, can you hear me?
Yes.
Abigail, how can I help you?
Yes, I'm concerned about my career.
About your career, okay. Is this a query in terms of, do you want me to have a look to see if it would be appropriate for a career change, or if you stay in your current work? Do you have a more direct question around career that I can help you with?
Should I do a career change? Because I've been teaching for 18 years and I'm tired. I'm ready to do a career change.
No problem, Abigail. Give me a few moments to tune into you and your query, and I will use the tarot cards as well. 2 moments, please.
Okay.
Now, Abigail, this is very interesting. I'm drawing a few cards for you. I'm nearly doing what's called an annual spread, because definitely I want to draw more cards just to get an idea month to month what's happening here for you. Definitely, number one, I do advise a career change. I really do. But like that, I can see from the card spread and from tuning into you that this needs to be done in a methodical manner. So like that, I would also advise taking a bit of time off if you can. So my advice would be, yes, you do need a break from your current career, but like that, do it at a time where it's not going to put you under financial pressure. So I do believe you might have to wait for in October, November. You might have to wait until December to start to do that. But definitely, if you can do that without putting yourself under financial pressure, do look at taking a bit of a break from teaching in the month of December. But do also see if you can take a little bit of time off, if possible. I know sometimes that's not doable for financial reasons, but if you can at all, take about a month off or even 2 before jumping into another job. I would advise that. So work right up until December, if you can, save, and then take about a month or 2 off. And then in the following year, so that would bring us up to March. Definitely then in March of next year, then do have a look into a different career. So like that, do you have some qualifications in law or anything to do? I know you just said you're a teacher, but with the teaching skills and qualifications that you have you ever looked in to see if any of your qualifications do give you a foundation? Any qualifications in law?
In law?
Yes, in the legal profession.
No. What I wanted to do is have a master's in communication.
A master's
they have
in
this position available at another college, and it's to be a director over Title V grant. And that's the position I want.
And
it pays more money, and I need that job.
And is that starting in March of next year?
It'll start in March of next year.
Is that when the job's starting? Because that's when I'm seeing you in a new role, is in March of next year.
No, it starts like as soon as possible.
Like that, I'm going to do another spread just to see if that's the job you get, because I'll say it again, I'm not seeing a big job change until March. So I just want to do another spread, because from what I can see, it's March you land in a new role. Now, maybe they'll trial you first, or maybe when you get that job, it then leads to something else in March. But definitely, I'm not seeing a big significant job change until March of next year. So let me just do another quick spread to see if this particular job is the job you get. I'm not too sure if it is, but that doesn't mean that that other job in March won't be just as good. And it does seem to be a job that does more involve legal work. So it's not that it still wouldn't be kind of what you've just described to me, but it does seem to be a little more aligned with law and working with law and working with the legal system in some respect. And it's a good job. It's an extremely good job that I'm seeing in March for you in March 2020, extremely good. So like that, it's a very, very good job, very good pay. It's very solid. And from March onwards, it just goes from there, as in once you get that job in March 2020, things are a lot smoother. You're a lot happier. You're far less stressed, even though obviously a bigger job comes with more responsibility. But it's a job you're happy in. It's a job that's more rewarding. So definitely there's work in March that you are going to be extremely happy with, that you will get. I just want to do a very quick spread to see if you do end up getting this job you're talking about now. 2 moments, please. I think it would lead to something else, Abigail. I keep being shown that. I was shown it in the last spread, and I'm being shown it again in this spread. And even tuning in clairvoyantly, I keep being shown redirection. So like that, my advice is, my goodness, still go for this job and put your best foot forward, and go for the interview and put your best foot forward. But it's not straightforward that it's this job that you get. There is redirection being involved here. And once again, I'm seeing the redirection that comes in, leading into you getting a better job in March 2020. So there is redirection here. Still go for the job, still go for the interview, but it's redirection. It's redirection. This will not be the job you have in March. And I believe that through you pursuing this particular job, it's a different one that you do get. So like that, even though that might sound a bit disappointing, in the long run, it's not, if you get what I'm saying. Sometimes something can happen and we can initially go, oh, for goodness sake, that's such a disappointment. That's very odd. Why did that happen? But then when things have a chance to play out, we turn around and go, do you know what? That was brilliant. Do you know what I mean? That it's one of these situations where it just needs a couple of weeks, a couple of months to fully play out to show you that there is something better coming for you. So like that, do not be disappointed if you don't get this exact job. There is redirection going on here, and something else will come out of this that will lead into being in a better job in March 2020. So I'll say it again, there is redirection here. And it's positive redirection, even though it might not initially feel like that. Did you have
I don't
any
have
other,
any experience in law. I don't have a degree in law.
like that? You won't need a degree or anything like that in law. This job that I'm seeing in March, and even with the redirection going on, means working with law. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be qualified in law, but it will put you in closer rapport with people that are working in law and the legal profession. And don't forget as well that quite often when someone hires you, if they do need you to upskill, they will pay for you to do any type of upskilling that's needed. So that's possibly why I'm also seeing this as a positive, because, you know, that's really nice to have a workplace that not only is giving you a great opportunity, but will also, you know, fund anything extra they want you to do as part of the job. So please don't worry about that. Please don't feel like you've got to go out and get a qualification. Don't do anything right now other than go for the interview and see what plays out. You don't have to do anything other than wait to receive what's coming. And I guarantee you, once you're in that job, anything that's needed, the company will provide. You don't have to worry about it. And sometimes companies do that. They will hire people that have the basic experience they're looking for. They'll wait to make sure you're a good fit. They'll give you a 3-month trial. If you're a good fit, then they will pay for your training. Sometimes places will do that. They don't want somebody who has already been there and done that. They want someone trained their way, if you get what I'm saying. Sometimes people think that you've got to have sometimes more qualifications, and sometimes that can go against you because if a firm thinks, or if a company thinks, or an organization thinks that you're completely set in your ways already, then it might not be the best fit for them. There are companies out there that will deliberately find someone that's smart enough for the role, that can do the basics of the role, but isn't set in their ways to the point they can't then train them the way they want. Am I making sense?
Yes.
So like that, redirection is key here. What you're going to be experiencing over the next couple of weeks is redirection. Please do not go out and feel like you've got to pay for a legal course. You do not. See where this takes you. Go for the interview. Don't be disappointed when redirection comes in. March 2020, you'll be in a really good job, and any other extra qualifications you need will be provided through the company.
Okay. All righty, because I was really like depending on this job here because I would love it. You know, it's dealing with Hispanic and it's all about retaining them, helping them like enroll in classes, do training, you know, and it pays well 70,000. And I'm making 47.
Still go for the interview, still enjoy the experience, but I guarantee you it will be redirection that will be coming in. So if you don't get that exact job, please don't be worried. It will lead to something else. So don't panic if you don't get it. It will lead to something else. And it could be that you do a little bit of that work and then get brought into different employment. So all I'm saying is this job that we're talking about is not the job I'm seeing you get next month even. And it's not the job I'm seeing you in March 2020. But still go because of the chain reaction that will happen that will lead you into the job I'm seeing for you in March 2020 that will tick all the boxes and be better than what you were expecting.
Okay. Wow.
So like that, still go, enjoy, but don't panic when redirection comes in. Enjoy the interview, go, make the most of it, and just see where it goes and let the redirection take you where it needs to be.
So if I get the job, should I take it?
If it's offered to you, yes, but I'll say it again, I am not seeing you in that job in March 2020. It leads on to something else. So it's not, if you do get offered it, take it, but it's not the job I'm seeing you in March 2020.
Okay.
Redirection. Your career is going to get redirected over the next couple of months. Just go with the redirection.
Okay. All righty. Thank you so much.
Perfect, Abigail. Enjoy an interesting couple of weeks and months. It was a pleasure connecting with you.
Ms. Ireland.
You're very welcome.
One,
Same to you.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye. Like that, I just want to extend a big thank you to everybody who has called in for live mini guidance readings, and just to let people know as well, but because I am heavily booked out until I go on leave at the end of the month, if you do want to receive a mini guidance reading with me, the best way to do that would be through the show. So if you would like to call in to Raypath Productions, please do mark it on the calendar to tune into A1R Psychic Radio or Moonstruck TV. It's on A1R Psychic Radio that they give the details for how to call into the show for a live mini guidance reading. So it will be this week and then 2 more weeks. So in the next 2 shows, if you want to contact me, please do make sure that you do tune in. It will be Tuesday evening, 10:30 p.m. Irish time zone, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And in between, if you do want to follow me on social media, please do so through my website, www.chloefolan.com. Even though I can't provide appointments right now before I go on maternity leave, please feel free to drop me an email if you've got any queries, and I'll do my best to help, and I'll do my best to provide as much support as I can. And I will be back after my maternity leave, and Raypath Productions will be resuming as well after my maternity leave. So please do tune into the next 2 shows. The next 2 Tuesday evenings, it will be the last opportunity to contact me for little mini guidance readings and to connect with me in this way before maternity leave.
everyone. This is Fiona, Virgin Medium. I am Power. And of course, you are guys listening to A1R. And tonight is Avid Show with Psychic Bella Love. Hello, Bella. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic, sweetheart. How was your day so far? Sounds like you've been busy. For those who actually gave us feedback, we would love to send free minutes, and Avid has always been generous by credit account also send the free minutes for an advisor or in behalf of advisors. So how was your connection and feelings with Avid? It was like, how did you feel?
So
like,
good.
what was the response, or better say feedback from your client?
My clients have been loving this site. They say it's so easy to use. And it's funny because I have a lot of clients who use other platforms, and they said like they don't want to use the other platforms anymore because they just feel like even the energy is so much better over on Avid.
Yeah, exactly. So, and I kind of like feel good too when I feel and sense that there's a tons of people that sending me an email and says, well, Fiona, we are so happy that we finally find you, because we've been very sad in the past of couple days and months or so, because you just been disappeared. And I says, well, I always is around, and you guys can just like go and Google Virgin Medium I Am Power, and I am kind of everywhere. So one person with almost 1.5 million of followers, it's very easy to find. Yeah. So let's see what Dave has for us. I don't know. Hopefully we did not lost connection. No, he's there, because it's not like a new Skype. It's just a little bit fishy. Sometimes you feel that, sometimes you feel that maybe, our producer is just gone for party, and then we are in an autopilot. Okay. So now back to studio, and now I have Maria. Hello, Maria from Australia. Hello, Maria. How are you doing, sweetheart?
Hello. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Sweetie. Gorgeous, give me your date of birth. Me and Bella would love to help you with anything and everything we can. Please give me your date of birth, and then tell me what you want to know of your moment. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, my date of birth is the 23rd of November.
Okay, Maria, we got it.
And do you need the year?
Okay, sweetheart. And
what do you want to know?
What do you want to know of your moment, sweetheart? What is exactly your question? Is in a spiritual level. What is exactly you have in your heart? What we can do for you tonight?
I'm sorry, I can't quite hear you properly.
What we can do for you tonight? What do you have in your mind?
Oh, okay. Just anything general, really. Whether career, travel, family, what do you see? Just anything, really.
Yeah. So, Bella, I think you can start it, and I'm open the Pentagon, because Bella is always very fast with to pick up things, and because you have a lot of beautiful sense, as I know, and you are very vulnerable for that. So please, darling, go ahead for Maria, and I'm trying to open the Pentagon for her as well. Go ahead, sweetie.
Okay. Hi, Maria. I usually prefer people ask specific questions, just because general readings, a lot of information comes up.
So that's okay. If I could have a career, I want to get into self-employment later. I was just wondering, can you see that in my future?
Okay, you said you wanted to get into what kind of employment, hon? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Self-employment.
Oh, that's okay. Self-employment. My own business.
Okay, perfect. I actually do feel that coming through for you. I feel like as we get towards the end of the year, you're going to take bigger steps that are going to take you towards that. It is something that happens for you next year. I'm feeling like around, I want to say June. Fiona might get a different number. She's better at timing than I am usually. But I do feel like as we get towards the end of this year, you are going to make some contacts with people who are going to be able to help you on that path, so that you can focus mainly on just working for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. So, Maria, I see two things for you. The first one is about that try to focus and have your only focus about that everything is going to be all right. I feel that you have so much fears around because I see in the Pentagon, show me the number 22 and number 1111, which shows about that you are all over the place right now. You are concerned and worried. You really can't focus on whatever you are thinking to do because the fears of losing, the fears of not having the money back, the fears that maybe the result is not going to be the same way or whatever you win, it's just going to make you to feel extremely uncomfortable and sad and disappointed. So all I wanted you to do to shut down the part of your brain that telling you that maybe it's not going to happen. Maybe you should not do it. Maybe you should listen to that and this person. Maybe that's not actually your idea or good way or any right or nice direction. So any of those negativity or negative thoughts, feedbacks, anything that come from others and even come from your own thought, I wanted you to shut it down. I wanted you to highly focus and make sure that everything is going to be exactly the way as you wish and desire. So the only things that I wanted you right now to focus about, what should I do to make these things happen? I wanted you absolutely to go for it. I don't want you to think in any other things. Just go for it. And then make sure you are not listening to people who told you, oh, I did that too, but I did not succeed. Oh, you know what? I don't think so that it's going to be you or anything like that. Just stay away from negativity, negative people, and anyone and everyone that says you can't. So basically, focus, go, and don't worry about money, finance, or is everything going to be all right?
Okay, excellent. And do you see me moving house at all, like building a house or buying another house?
Yes, there is actually moving for you that coming before 2019, which is I can feel and sense that it would be around November 10, November 15 through actually December 3rd and December 4th, which I can see that around the month of October, a lot of discussion and a lot of movement going to happen about that move. So yes, the movement I can see for you, and it's very clear.
Okay. Do you see is it going to be within the same city I live in, or is it going to be I'll be traveling to move like interstate?
I'm not seeing any traveling. I'm not feeling and sensing everything in your Pentagon that you're going to travel or you're going to have like a difficult time for anything. So you don't need to be concerned about that. Yeah, everything actually looks good. Yeah.
Okay. And is there any health issues coming up or anything health that you can see?
I feel, Bella, as far as I'm concerned in your Pentagon, your health is excellent. I don't have any problem with your health. Besides that, I can feel a little bit of your bone pain, kind of like maybe muscle pains, which is if you have time for yoga, example, if you have time for just walking, you need to do that. But it's not really serious, and I'm not really seeing any serious condition that you may need medicine for to calm down and relax. So all I wanted you to do is just stop to be concerned and worried. You are that type of the person that you're always going to concern and worried about things. You double kind of like think about everything, and you don't know exactly where to go sometimes because it's just killing you, those thoughts. So please stop overthinking your overthinking. Everything going to be just all right, sweetheart. And for more information about me and Bella, you can go to avidadvice.com. And if you sign up tonight, for sure, Avid would love to send you 5 free minutes to talk to any advisor, and of course, Bella and me. Yes, my love. Do you have any other question?
Travel. Do you see me traveling? Any travel in my future?
Travel for pleasant or pleasure, yes. I can see the pleasure traveling, but I'm not seeing that you are traveling because you have to change your job or you have to change your place. But you are traveling because have a pleasant time together with people that you would love to. Yes, I see traveling. I see trip. Yes, I do.
Do you see where and when?
The where I can see that going to be actually a very nice weather because I see the palms. So you are definitely going to travel in a place that maybe there is a big palm tree. And also I see sunny, a beautiful ocean view. That's what I can pick up right now. And the event time, it would be at the end of October, which I can see that you're going to celebrate some good news with come from your movement or something that you are guys going to discuss about your move. So basically after the 23rd, through actually the 3rd and the 1st of December, November, I can see that a lot of changes happen, but you celebrate it because you receive in good news at that time, and that's why the travel will happen. So I see the travel, definitely the trip going to happen at the end of October.
Yep, no problem. Yeah, that was all. Thank you very much.
You are very welcome, sweetheart. Thank you so much. Have a great one, and welcome to avidadvice.com. So back to studio. Okay, Bella, we have Bully from Florida. Hello, how are you doing, sweetie?
I'm good.
Awesome. I love your energy. It sounds like you are kind of, I have a tons of questions from Bella. I have tons of questions from Fiona. So, okay, get ready. So we both ready. So we would love to give you anything and everything you would love to know from your life, now, present, future, anything. Just please give us your date of birth and let us to guide you to see where we can go. Go ahead, please.
Date of birth is March 19th, 1972.
Okay. I see that. Okay. Okay, my love, shoot your question.
I'm sorry?
Tell me about your question. Go ahead, please.
Just recently made a big move to another state. I've lived in the same state my entire life, so this has shaken us up, us meaning myself and my family. Just recently have applied for a few jobs, just kind of wanting to know how the area is going to work for us, anything I should be looking for, what do you see in our future?
Okay, when I come to the movement, I would just be fast and then Bella can start it too. What I feel and sense that directly when you're talking about move, you did a great, fantastic decision. So congratulations to you and your family. This is that was a very nice decision. Number two, when it comes to fears of if I can find a job, answer directly came from my mind, and the picking of the energies is yes. There is no doubt about it. You will get it. But you have to be patient, and also you have to be positive, because I can see you've been tired, you're still tired, you still need to digest everything around, which is completely new. But the feelings that I have, you are going to receive some good news, which in the Pentagon shows me around actually the 10th through the 23rd of the month of October. So that's why I feel that it come through some company or some place that you may applied already, or someone going to introduce you to that place, which is definitely going to get you in as easy as possible, as you're going to get shocked. So no worries and no craziness about if I'm going to find a job, because the month of October, and I see that you are writing the contract with a new place. Go ahead, Bella, how you feel?
I agree. I was getting October as getting a new job for you as well. I feel like you are in the perfect place for you. I actually see you making new friends too. And do you have children?
Yes, I have a daughter and a grandson.
Okay, because I felt you making friends connected to them, if that makes sense. Like they go do something and you go with them and you make friends with people there, and it's connected to some sort of like schooling or program, like after school program, something for the kids to do. So I keep getting you actually meeting some people that you really are going to connect with and make really good friends with there. Because you're where you're supposed to be, things are going to line up for you exactly how they're supposed to. You know, you're going to get a job that you really like. You're going to make really good friends. You're going to really enjoy it, because this is where your spirit calls you to be at this point in time.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. And you know what the funny news is for you is, like, when I always tell to all my students, fans, and followers to stop overthinking, you're overthinking. Then why you're too worried? I understand moving to the new place, new state is a very big decision. A lot of things to digest, a lot of things to think and feel about it. But you know, the one thing that you should know, if you just calm down and relax and feel that I'm thankful and grateful that I'm still alive. I'm thankful and grateful that my children and my grandchildren is still around me. I'm thankful and grateful for everything that God gave it to me right now at the moment. And sending thank you to every single blessing that you have, which is I always tell to my fans and followers, please write it down for things that you are so thankful and grateful for right now at the moment, right at the moment. So anything that comes to you, to your mind about thankfulness and gratefulness, just focus on them. And don't allow any negativity or come, because we are human beings. It's very easy for us to be all over the place, to thinking all over the place. So what we have to do, we need to change our thought and telling to or train our subconscious mind that always thinking positive. That means you are fake it until you make it. So you always have to train your brain to feel that there is no emergency time. Everything is under control, and you are so thankful and grateful, and no one and nobody can hurt you, your family, or anything. And a new place is going to bring you new happiness, prosperity, abundance, love, new circumstance of people, and everything. May I ask you that why you guys kind of making decision to move from that or from this state to another state, if I may ask?
It has always been my dream to live near the beach. And my husband just doesn't want to be in the cold anymore. So that is why we made the decision to move, and it's been 4 years in the process. So each year, during those 4 years, we kind of put it off, but this time we did it. We put the action out there, he applied for a job, and next thing we know, we're here. So.
That is fantastic. That is really fantastic. You see, you're a dreamer, and I love people like you. When you have or you had some dream in the past of 4 years, you just think and thought about it, you talk to your husband, but you know what? You're strong. You have a beautiful, strong personality. Your spirituality also, it makes me to feel so good. Isn't it, Bella? Do you feel the same?
Definitely. You really have the power to manifest things too.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
When you feel that your spirit is calling you to something, like you said you had this dream, that's your spirit talking to you, speaking to you, telling you this is where you're supposed to be, and you were able to make that happen. So use and harness that power to work for you.
Yes. And then what the funny part or good news, when I say funny, because I can feel and sense you before you call us, you've been kind of a little bit concerned that, oh my God, what type of news should I actually, receive? Are they going to tell me that, oh my God, that type of the move is not good? Oh, this is just this and that. So I can even feel and sense you before you get some answer from us and come to and talk to us. You've been kind of a little bit nervous how to start, and hopefully they're going to be positive about my mood. So yes, my love, we are very positive about your mood. The guidance that I have, from beyond, and also the connection that I have through your Pentagon with the date of birth that you provide is telling me that yes, your guys did an awesome job, and I wanted you to continue. Go to the beach. You want to be close to the beach. Then walk through the beach. Just like be there for half an hour, 45 minutes, maybe 1 hour. Try to manifest. Be there. Water will take away your tense, your negative energies, your uncomfortability, sadness, any sort of things that you may not really digesting right now because it's completely new and scare you. Just talk to ocean. And ocean will take away that tense and anxiety. I promise you, ocean is always going to be helping in many ways, and any ways you would love to, because this is exactly, I always say to everybody, if you're tired, if you're sad, if you are anxious, if you've been depressed for a long time, whatever you have right now, go to the beach, walk, just look at the water, and then manifest, and then ask and receive.
Yeah, exactly. And the water, definitely, you can work with that energy. If you sit there and you meditate as the waves are rolling in and you start envisioning what it is that you're looking for, you can harness that energy to help you make these things that you need, these next steps, the friends, the job for you, maybe you need something for the house, whatever. You can use this energy to work with you to create that energy that you need to surround yourself with to manifest anything, basically, because you have that good energy. So harness it with the water as well.
Yes. And how many times you've been around the beach, though?
as much as I can, but we have some red tide happening right now. So I've been kind of staying away until that clears up, just sending my prayers and blessings to the water, but being safe for myself and my family for right now.
Awesome.
I miss it terribly.
How about your husband? Is he spiritual too? Is he like the guy manifesting or feeling happy or kind of, how was his reaction towards that mood or move?
Well, at first he was a little reluctant. He really hadn't flipped it in his mind yet. And he had been with the same job for over 20 years. So this means a complete new start, at our ages.
Wow.
So, and he's already started his job, and he's had just a little bit of bumps since he started. So,
is he type of engineer or kind of like a science guy?
He is. He's into labor, construction.
Okay. So I kind of feel that he's happy. So you should not be worried about him. To be honest with you, when you just start talking about him, what I'm picking exactly right now at the moment, he's happy. So you should not be worried about him. So, and you should never feel that, I may force him to leave the job that maybe, he used to for 20 years, and now I'm asking to do, maybe he's not happy. No, he's happy. So stop worrying yourself. All I wanted you to do is just thinking about yourself, baby. Okay? So stop blaming yourself, because would you made a decision really help you and your family to stand in the ground, and I feel extremely happy for all of you. So you made a very strong, beautiful, and awesome decisions for yourself and everybody around you. So you should really feel blessed. Never blame yourself and never feel down and uncomfortable, because maybe someone or somebody going to tell you that, because of you, we are here. Because of you, I lost this and that. Because of you, I don't have any friend here. It's completely a normal behavior, and it's always happening in between husband and wife, and it's just very normal. Try to just not listen, move from the door or from the room, and I promise you, after a couple of hours and maybe day, he will come back to you, kiss you, and says, I love you. That is who he is.
Thank you.
I see that. You had a lot of pressure. I can see that your tears come up, and I'm happy that you do, because when you are, I feel that you press yourself wide. You see, Bella, I see that she just really suffered for everything around her, and she was kind of felt lonely and not knowing exactly how to express, her feelings, because she wants everybody to feel good and happy. But now, the beginning of everything, you're always getting stress, and that's all I wanted you to do from now on. Meditate for 5-10 minutes. Shut down those negative energies and thoughts that come to you, and blame. Don't blame yourself. People who are telling you right now that maybe you did the wrong decision, or because of you we did this and that, they're going to kiss your hand and say, thank you so much for this decision. And it will happen at the end of this year. Okay? Just hang in there, my love.
I feel like you've been up and down emotionally here, and there, and it's totally different atmosphere, culturally,
it's normal, babe. It's normal. If we have a big dream, we have to give away something to receive something. So we can't have both. Okay, so we have just 60 seconds. Oh my God. So my love, you can find me and Bella on avidadvice.com. Just sign up right now and get your 5 free minutes. Thank you so much. And we are here for you anytime you need us. You are not alone. We are there. Okay, this is me again, Fiona. And this is Psychic Bella Love to say goodbye and see you next Thursday. Have a great one and bye.
Bye, guys.
Hi, I'm Tracy, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio Now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall, psychic all the way from the Gold Coast here on a lovely, beautiful crisp morning here, even though we're in springtime. It's sort of the weather hasn't quite caught up with us yet. So I hope it's absolutely perfect wherever you are in this amazing globe of ours. So we're going to kick the show off with the Simply Tarot card of the week this week, and it's the Six of Swords. So it's boat or over water travel, but usually it's the secondary meaning, which is turning your boat out of troubled waters into much calmer times. So if you've been feeling a little bit frazzled in the last week, which I know many of you have, because we've just come out of the full moon in Aries, which is always a very intense, powerful, fire-driven, emotion-driven sort of full moon. And because it's in the first sign of Aries, it always denotes that we're sort of cleared a lot of stuff out. We're ready to open up a new book as far as full moons are going. And we're ready to sort of embrace lots of new things. But at the same time, it can be a little bit daunting because all of a sudden we sort of feel like we've been in a chaotic sort of situation with energy going every which way. And we'd just like to calm things down now. It's sort of like turn our boat out of troubled waters and head to the much calmer waters that are ahead. So I'm pleased to say that's what we'll all be doing in this next week, is moving into much calmer times ahead. So if you've had difficulty sleeping or concentrating on things, know now that the energy is sort of shifting, which is good. So it leads me into the astrology section of the week where as I said, we've just come out of the full moon in Aries, but we still have a couple of major planetary configurations that are going to affect each and every one of us. And the first one I want to start off with on the show this week is Venus, the planet of love and affection, is conjunct or holding hands Mercury, the planet of communication, and they're both sitting in the very intense sign of Scorpio. So what this means for us lay people is that if we have an emotional issue that we need to discuss or talk about with a loved one, a family member, a colleague, somebody that's close to us, be very careful in the way that we present this. Yes, you might feel very passionate about the subject that you're talking about, and you might be speaking from the heart, but make sure that it's very clear, because sometimes when we've got this planetary configuration in Scorpio, people tend to sort of misinterpret the truth or misinterpret the way they deliver the truth or the message. And it can sometimes be seen as being a little bit deceitful or not being completely truthful. Sometimes it can be such an intense situation that it's very prickly or uncomfortable for you and the person that you're sharing it with or the people that you're sharing it with. So let's just be mindful of the fact that it may not be quite as easy to broach this subject as we first thought. It may be a little bit tricky. They might come back with a response we weren't expecting. It may be very emotion-driven, and it might be very sort of intense emotion-driven. So just be aware of that, because it's not necessarily the perfect time, in my opinion, to bring up a subject that might be a little bit tricky. I'd be sort of be inclined to sort of leave it a little bit, because emotions are very charged and very deep-running emotions. It could bring up stuff that you weren't expecting to be sort of brought up. So on a much more global sort of scale, we've still got Saturn conjunct or holding hands with Pluto in Capricorn. And it's sort of like the world stage is still primed for all this political rubbish that's going on around the world, and everybody's focusing on economies and money and, you know, where the economy might be going in your neck of the woods and how can we best get out of this. And then the politicians get up there and spin their truth. And I call it their truth because it's not necessarily always the truth as we know it, but it's their version of it and their interpretation of their truth and what they think we should know. So I think we can expect a little bit more of the same in the coming weeks and months of sort of politicians getting out there and waving their flag of how bastard important they are and how they've got everything in hand and we mere mortals have just got to follow suit. I don't think that's always necessarily the case, but what we can do as individuals, I think, is take control of our own finances, our own spending, and look at ways that we can maybe improve our own bottom line and not necessarily rely so much on the economy that's going on around us. Make sure our economy starts at home with us and our personal spending. So that takes me on to the famous person of the week this week. And because we're in Capricorn, it'll be nice to feature a Capricorn male who is an actor. And it's somebody that I'm sure there isn't a person around the globe that doesn't know who I'm going to talk about when I announce who it is in a moment or two. He's somebody that oozes charm, somebody that is the epitome of a Capricorn. He's drop dead gorgeous. He's also sort of always seems very easygoing. Nothing much seems to bother him. He's been able to play so many diverse, different roles, won so many awards. There's just too many shows to mention, movies, things like that, Academy Awards that this man's won. It's the one and only Kevin Costner. And I mean, I'm sure there isn't a person in the world that doesn't know Kevin Costner. You've seen at least 1 or 2 or 10 of his films, and each one is so different from the last. He seems to be able to embrace the role. He makes it his own, and he makes it look so easy, as if he's, sitting there in your lounge room on the couch telling you a story, and he's sharing it with you in words. And, he's taught us all to play baseball in Field of Dreams, and then we went on from that to sort of learn how to play golf with Tin Cup, and then he, one of the most amazing films that I think that I ever saw him in was Dances with Wolves, and it was one of those movies that, it left an impression on you of just how amazing that film was. Each time that you watch it, and I've watched it many times, you still take out of it something that you've never seen before, a hidden message, and just the way the film was shot and his role that he played in it. And then you go on to other films that Kevin was in, and I think probably one of the very first ones that I ever saw was Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, and I thought, who's this drop-dead gorgeous-looking man? I just sort of sat there mesmerised, and I don't know that I really absorbed the film time because I was admiring the scenery. But a very beautiful film, and it had so many amazing actors in it, and it was just a film that kept you on the edge of your seat. And then, to create history with a very controversial film that he starred in with Whitney Houston. And at the time, I don't know whether we realised around the world, it was one of the first times, if not the very first time, where we had an African-American female fell in love with a white person, and they had a love affair, and it was on screen. And it was one of those most beautiful love scenes where, she gets off the plane and she runs towards him at the end of the film. It apparently was one of the first times that had ever been put down in a movie form. So they made history. And I know at the time, each and every one of us took something different out of the movie, The Bodyguard. And, the music was sensational, and Whitney Houston certainly did an amazing job of the vocals in the film. And the film was interesting, and it sort of just showed you that, how different people react to different things in their life. So it was probably one of the most iconic films ever made, and it will go down in history for those reasons. So this week I want to feature the clearing candle, because I feel that this is really important after all the chaotic energy that we've had, and sort of, being so sort of emotionally charged and so much electricity in our lives with the full moon in Aries, that I thought if we backed it up with a clearing candle where we can just sort of calm everything down. Now, even if you don't have a clearing candle at home, I want you to just get any candle that you've got, close your eyes for a couple of minutes, and put the energy into it that you're going to clear anything out of your life that is no longer necessary, that you want to put sort of like a nice, clean, fresh sort of energy through your home, through your life, through your emotions, so that you can start to sort of be ready to take on board the new opportunities and the new situations that are coming to you in your life. With an extra large candle, they will burn up to about 100 hours. They have a dual wick system in them, and I like to light one side one day and one the next day, but that's just my personal preference. But I also want to show you the fact that we do make up gift box sets that are very, very individual to your own needs. So this week I've actually made up the gift box set with a full moon candle in it, also the candle that represents Aries, but then I've put the good luck candle in there at the end, just to sort of show you that we don't always have to have 3 of the same candles in a gift box set. You can make it as individual as you like. So the combination is endless of how you want to set up your own gift box of candles. There's 28 in the range, so there's something there for everyone. And, we've had an amazing opportunity in the last couple of weeks. I've been able to screw the prices down a little bit more on our suppliers. So everything right across the board except for readings at amandahallpsychic.com has had a little bit of a price reduction, which is wonderful. So for those of you that don't want to work with the energy of a candle, you can always get a melt warmer down at your local department store. which gives you the opportunity to take a couple of teaspoons out of your wax, put it in your melt warmer, and sort of use that instead of a candle. It's a safer option. It's something that you can turn on and leave on and don't have to babysit it. It's great in the office. It's great at home. I use these probably more than I do candles now because I have that flexibility of being able to turn it on, switch it on of a morning, say my little, what's on my list that's underneath my melt warmer, and then walk away and forget it. And sort of every time I walk past it, I give it a little bit more of an energy and think about what I'm actually focusing on for this week. So I hope that sort of helped you understand where things have been going in this last week, where we've had so much energy happening from the full moon, and it's been such an intense time. And so many people sort of say to me, I don't understand why I'm so affected by the full moon, Amanda. I never used to be when I was younger. Is there something that I'm doing different? Is this why the full moon is affecting me now? It's not so much that the full moon affects you more. I think it's as you become more aware and you start to open yourself up psychically and start to listen to your own inner messages, or your messages that are coming from the other side, from your guides and your passed over loved ones that are important to you, that you start to feel energy on every level. You can walk into a room full of people and feel whether the energy is very friendly or whether it's negative or whether you need to be on your guard. So the same thing is said for the energy of the moon. So it's not necessarily the moon's getting more intense. It's just that you're becoming more aware. So we're going to go to our first caller, which is Chris in Inglewood in Florida, USA. Are you there, Chris?
Yes, I am. I'm here. Thank you.
Do you have a question I can work with, please, Chris?
I'm stuck, and I need to know where my next place on the planet is.
When you say your next place on the planet, are you talking about where you need to move to, or what you need to change in your life to sort of get things moving?
I think where I need to move to, where I need to be physically on the planet.
Okay. Bearing in mind, Chris, I'm in Australia and I don't know a lot of your landscape in the US, but I will do my very best to sort of help you with this. The first thing that they're sort of showing me is that definitely where you're living now, in the environment that you're in, it is coming to a close. So you haven't imagined it. It is time now to make some very drastic changes in your life, and to, I think, be open and ready to go wherever the universe wants to send you. Now, having said that, I don't think that's going to happen next week. I still think there's a little bit of waiting time before we get the real definite message of this is where I'm meant to be. It's like you won't be able to mistake it. You won't miss it. It's like what you need to do at the moment is just keep going on with your life. Don't sort of try and get bogged down in what's the next step? Where am I supposed to be going? What am I supposed to be doing? Because what we actually do then is it's like we dam up the energy and we block it, and we can't then get any inspiration or any answers. They were showing me that there will be a move and there will be a change, but I don't think it's going to be till the early part of the new year. So having said that, again, I want to sort of just tell you, let's just, get on with day-to-day living and just allow yourself to settle. In as much as you know that there's change coming, you've already established that, you don't know where you're going, so let's just enjoy what we've got. I keep feeling it's going to be, if you were to look at it from the southern side of a map, if you were to look at a globe from sort of with having Australia down the bottom, then I feel you're going to be going northeast of where you are now. So I know that's a broad description to sort of say where you're going, and I know Florida's on the coast. I still feel it's going to be on a coastal sort of area, but I'd sort of like to sort of take you north of there. So if I was looking at it from Australia, it's northeast. So it's something north of Florida, but it's not what I'm seeing as a major city. It's busy, but it's not super busy. Do you know what I mean? My producers just put up, it could be Georgia, South Carolina. It's very helpful that North Carolina. It's wonderful that I have a producer that helps me with Virginia. And it's one of those sort of areas where I just sort of feel that, you'll be drawn to it. It's like, I don't know that you're a prolific dreamer, or if you are, that you don't remember them, but there will be something that will either come to you in a dream or like a dreamlike state. You could be busy working and all of a sudden it's like you get taken off into this other universe and you sort of see, oh, that's where I'm going. I've seen, the state of. and you sort of think to yourself, oh, okay, that must be the answer. So just put that to one side and then see what else manifests. But when I went to say that, I was going to say to you, I see the state of Georgia. Now, look, I'm not definitely saying that's where you're going. That might have just been what my guides gave to me to share with you as an example of, this is what you're going to get. You're going to see the visual map of that. So let's not take that as gospel. But I do know that you will know where you're going. Oh, yes, my producer's putting up on the screen that it could be Atlanta in Georgia. Well, that's a possibility. I remember watching Matt Lockett. He was in Atlanta. But I just sort of feel that by about March, or Savannah, I just sort of feel by about March you know exactly where you're going and what you need to be doing, and it's all very, very crystal clear for you by then. So it's good. So I feel that that's where we need to leave it, but I know that you're going to make the right decision. You're really in tune with what's going on in your life, and that's really, really good. So enjoy the time where you are now and just get ready for the major changes that are coming next year, and I wish you luck. So we're going to go to Stephanie now in Bethlehem in Pennsylvania. Are you there, Stephanie?
Yes, I am. I'm here.
Do you have a question I can work with, please, Stephanie?
Yes. I wanted to know. I wanted some insight about my career.
Okay, Stephanie.
And about my about career and about finances.
Okay,
and
sweetie,
where I'm going.
Career and finances, funnily enough, seem to go together, don't they? If we don't have enough finances coming in from our career, it can make everything very, very tricky. The first thing that they were sharing with me, Stephanie, is the fact that I feel that you feel as if you've been in a bit of a rut, and it's been that way since about May, June this year. Is that how you've been feeling?
A little bit.
Yeah, and they're showing me that energy of that feeling is going to intensify a little bit more yet before we actually get some clear direction on what the next step is. So it's like we've just put the saucepan on the gas, but it's not even lukewarm yet. We've got to wait for it to get to boiling point, you know what I mean, before we add the next ingredient. So if you look at your life like that, it's only lukewarm at the moment. We've got to allow it to get to boiling point before we add the next thing, or we look at what the next change is. I don't feel uncomfortable with the job that you've got. I just don't feel that it's sort of
uncomfortable with what? I'm sorry, you feel uncomfortable with what?
I said I don't feel uncomfortable with the job that you've got.
Okay.
I think you're more bored than anything with it. I don't think that it's necessarily the wrong job. I just feel that you could do so much more. I think that's what the problem is.
Okay.
So by having said that, I feel we've got to look at, if you're going to change jobs or change careers, we need to make sure that you know exactly what it is that you're aiming for, and do you have enough skills in your skill set to be able to make that happen. And I think that there needs to be some little bit more training or an upgrading of a skill before we make a change. Again, I want to come back to, I don't know that there's going to be a change for you, Stephanie, before the end of this year. I'm sort of feeling more towards the early part of the new year and the first 3 months of the new year, where I feel then that's when everything's at its strongest as far as a job change or a career change coming up for you. With that, I think is going to come more money. But I'm going to say to you that even if we had a lot more money to throw at things at the moment, I still don't think we'd get instant answers. I still don't think we'd get everything sorted out yesterday. I think the major thing here is that you've got to sit down and take yourself in hand and look at where your spending's going. It's not so much that you don't have enough money. It's sort of like it's going all different directions, and I think we need to get a little bit more control of it and sort of take control of your finances and make sure that you're making sure that your money's starting to work for you. And then I think you'll start to feel as if things are progressing and you're starting to achieve what you want to achieve in life. It hasn't been an easy year. It's been a year where you haven't really been able to get a bit of a run on. You know, every time you think you're going somewhere, something else has come in and sort of, you know, taken you off course. So it hasn't been the easiest of years, and particularly even on a financial level, when you've got a little bit of traction going, then you got an unexpected bill or something broke down, and that sort of took, you know, right back to square one again. So that won't be that way next year. So I do feel that, you've been doing the right thing. It's just that I want to see you sort of be a little bit more diligent as we head towards the end of the year and keep your spending in check.
Okay. And do you see anyone around me, like any past family members that crossed over? Any explanation? I have an unexplainable passing of a relative. Like, do you see any guide, any like relief from all the stuff that I've been going through? Like you said, in the later part of the 3 months of the next year, like, do you see any success? I feel like I'm chiseling at things and it's just not happening. I'm all over the place right now, but that's what I'm talking about. Any guide? Is there a guide that I can be looking for? Some symbol, anything?
Okay, look, your guides change constantly. There's no one person that's passed over from the family member to a close friend or whatever that becomes the number one person that takes care of you or guides you or helps you. They can change sort of constantly. So there's no one particular person you should be looking for. So this person that passed over sort of quite mysteriously, was that a male?
Yes.
Because they're showing me that they don't have the answers either. There's 2 question marks. That's what they've shared with me. There was 2 question marks around their passing that are yet to be answered. And it's like they don't have an answer either to be able to share with you. I'm not saying you won't get the answers. I'm just saying they don't have the answers themselves to share with you. And sometimes that happens if the person is taken quickly. They don't always know the whole extent of what the circumstances were that led to their passing, particularly if it was an uncomfortable sort of situation. They might be blocked from seeing that. And it's not something that you and I can sort of begin to understand. It's just sometimes people sort of are just taken without them being able to see what's going on around them on the physical level when they cross over to the other side. What I can suggest to you is that if you have a particular question or an issue in your life that you want answered, don't direct it to any one particular person on the other side. What I want you to do is have a conversation out aloud prior to your going to sleep and ask whoever has got the answer to put the answer to the question in your mind first thing in the morning, so that when you wake up in the morning and your first thought, as obscure, as random, as peculiar as it might seem, write it down, because that will be a piece to that puzzle, to that question or that situation that you asked. You've got to remember that they can't control us from the other side. All they can do is give us little pieces to a jigsaw puzzle that we have to put together ourselves, because it's up to us to live our lives. They can guide us, they can give us some information, but they can't give us all the answers. That's up to us, because that would be seen as being controlling. I did pick up there was the male that we talked about, but I also felt there was 2 females strongly around you at the moment that seemed to be sort of, I'm going to say, holding you up. It's like I could feel that one was on one side of your body and the other was on the other side, and it was like they were holding you up to keep you going, as if they were giving you the strength to continue out the rest of this year. I know you said it's like you're chiseling away at things. Well, they want you to keep doing that. It's not that you've done the wrong thing. You haven't done the wrong thing. It's just some years are more difficult than others, and this has been one of the more difficult ones. But they keep showing me that they're helping you get to where you need to go. So it's like, let's try and not look too far ahead. Let's look at what we need to do today. And then tomorrow, when we get to tomorrow, let's look at what we need to achieve in that day and do it that way. And I think it'll be more manageable, where if we look at the whole big picture of what's going on, it's like, oh dear, I get a bit, overwhelmed with everything that needs to be sorted, and where's money going to come from, and how do I deal with this and how do I deal with that? So let's break it up into more manageable pieces, Stephanie. And by doing that, I think we'll start to feel like we're making some progress. But I know that 2020 is going to be a much better year for you than 2019 was. And I know that you've got a lot of divine guidance and help coming from the other side. You've just got to believe in it. Put the pieces together, and sometimes the pieces to the jigsaw just need to be laid out in front of you. They don't always come together in interconnecting pieces. Sometimes we get one piece from one part of the puzzle.
Okay, do you have a name of the women or any initial of?
No, darling, they never share names with me, and they didn't give me anything else other than they were female. I only saw them from the back view. I couldn't even tell you what colour hair they had. They were just showing me or giving me that their energy was there and they were helping you. That's all they were giving me. So I can only give you what they give me.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, sweetie.
All right. And what about love? What about like romance and things of that nature? Do you see anything coming or anything about?
I do see romance coming, but I don't think it's going to be in the first half of next year, Stephanie. I think it's going to be, we need to sort out these other areas first. Unfortunately, sweetie, we've come to the end of the show, so we're going to have to leave it there, Stephanie. So I wish you every success with the things that are going on in your life. So on next week's show, we'll do it all again. We'll have our Simply Tarot card of the week, the candle of the week. We'll take a couple of callers and we'll have our little glimpse around the universe. So I hope that this next week is a lot calmer for you now that we have the full moon is sort of well and truly behind us and we're starting to move towards. But don't forget about Venus conjunct Mercury or holding hands with Mercury and Scorpio. If you've got any sort of intense communication that you need to talk about with your lovers or your loved ones or your children or family members or even co-workers, just tread carefully because it's the time to sort of be considerate of everybody else and not be in too much of a hurry to try and sort out everything yesterday. We have the luxury of time on our side at the moment. We can just sort of all breathe a little bit easier and just sort of take our time with things. You know, formulate what we need to say maybe, not necessarily is it the time to open our mouths. So until next week, I hope you have an absolutely fantastic, sensational week. Be kind to each other. Don't forget to bring some music into your life. Music, I think, is food for the soul, and I think we could all do with a little bit more music, uplifting, positive music in our lives. And, you know, there's many, many beautiful artists out there that I'm sure you can put on the turntable and really enjoy. So until next week, bye for now.
How are you today? So it's, first of all, I didn't sleep at all last night. Not for anything unwholesome, just because I was behind in a project and sometimes you got to do what you don't want to do. So my, this past week, it was the High Holy Days in the Jewish religion. My father was Jewish, my late father, who was a great man. And he managed to marry the least Jewish woman on the planet, aside from like Charo. Boy, did that reference just date me. But it was very sweet. My dad, I've been thinking about him a lot. The High Holy Days mean this. First comes Rosh Hashanah, which is the new year. Sherry, what year is it now? 5730 or something? We have the Jewish people count from, anyway, it's a different year and a bigger one. So there. It's still 2019 to my mom, but Anyway, so Rosh Hashanah is a joyous time, and you eat apples with honey because you want to have a sweet year. But a few days later is Yom Kippur. Some people say Yom Kippur, but that always sounds like fish. I say Yom Kippur. And it's the Day of Atonement. And it's a day that we do something slightly, well, it's not like it's un-American, but it's not very in line with our culture these days, which is where we take a day to fast and to think about, I like to think about it as, okay, what's gone right in my life? What's gone wrong? Where do I need to be grateful? Where do I need to take responsibility? Because thinking about oneself and actually saying, you know what? Maybe I had a part in this dynamic that isn't working so well in my life. Nobody likes to admit that. Nobody. But it's an interesting day, and I learned a lot this week. One of the things I learned this week, both for me and through others, is usually what we do to, how can I put this? I learned that we project a lot of our own stuff onto other people. Let me be a little clearer about that. So I had a couple of clients this week, and I love my clients. But two of them were talking a lot about how the people they were working for weren't paying them and were playing tricks with money and stuff like, being like, well, I said I'd give you this. And then they didn't pay me. And I had to do the slightly embarrassing thing of like, remember how I told you it's a certain amount beforehand because I can see into the future, talk to dead people, it is my job and I'm accurate. But it's really interesting how they were having done to them what they were doing to others. So that was a big truth I learned. Second truth I learned is that everyone looks like their dog. It's just true. Don't even try arguing. And what was the third truth? So nobody knows, it doesn't count. The other thing I learned was that, we're all naturally self-centered, and we take our own problems very seriously, very dramatically. Oh, so dramatic. As my father used to say, tragedy is when I cut my finger. Comedy is when you fall down a manhole and die. So it's thinking this year about looking ahead, being a little more compassionate and thinking about what other people are going through. And that's pretty much enough philosophical rambling. So that's how I grew up, half culturally Jewish, half going to an Episcopalian convent school, which was great, but a little confusing. Then I became a Buddhist, and now I just randomly pick one thing or person a day to found a small, tasteful 24-hour religion around. A lot easier, no religious force. Hi, darling, you're in Oklahoma and you're very patient. How are you today? Probably asleep after. Hi, thank you for not nodding off during my meditation on religion. How are you?
Is this a real person?
Yes, last time I checked.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Because I could have sworn this whole time it was a recording, wasn't it?
I'm from a theater family, so I just talk like this normally. It sounds more pretentious than I actually am. So it's not your
Okay,
fault.
well, I'm sorry. I had like my son's with me, and I was like kind of stopping and talking to him every once in a while because I thought it was a recording. But I was listening, but like I was like talking at the same time and listening to you, and I was like, I'm sorry, that's freaking rude. I don't even know if you heard that, but me talking every once in a while. But I'm so sorry.
Don't worry about it. And I often wonder if I'm real too. So.
Well, I was thinking it was like a recording, like while I was on hold, like kind of telling me about you, and then you were going to answer or something like that. I don't know. I'm insane.
I normally just start the show off with like a tarot weather forecast for the week. I don't use the tarot to say like, oh, it's going to be 99 and rainy, but like a tarot, right. But I just wanted to wax kind of, pretentious and a little long-winded about whatever came to mind. But yes, I'm absolutely real. I don't even have Botox. And hi, I'm happy you're here.
Oh my gosh. Well, hi. Yeah, I just thought it was a recording of you, but I don't know. I'm crazy. Well, yeah, my name's Tiffany. Yeah, it's 8:00 here. I was confused about the time because I don't know why, but I knew y'all were an hour ahead. But I was still thinking it was 8:30 or it was 8:00, and the readings weren't supposed to start till 8:30. So, yeah. Anyway,
you're a perfectionist. That's very sweet. Yeah, no, that's nice. You like to do things right. So, darling, tell me what your birthday is. You don't have to tell me the date. I won't tell you mine if you don't tell me.
Yeah.
So it sounds like, I'm assuming those are your kids, right? Or they're not rentals or anything, right?
Right.
Okay. I mean, I'll talk fast if you have to give them back by a certain time so you can get the deposit back. I know how that is.
Oh my God. Yeah, I just have one son.
He sounds like 5. He sounds like 5 sons. He's great.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, I'm almost to my house and he's in the back seat, and so if you hear toys and stuff, that's what it is. But we're about to go in the house, like we're about to pull up.
That's fine. That's fine. I'll tell you what. While you're pulling over, because I want you to concentrate in your driving, I'm going to grab my cards and show you my routes. Okay. Let me just see what Do you miss Jason's father? I'm sorry. What's your son's name?
Joshua.
Oh, okay. I heard it wrong. Close.
Yeah.
Do you miss his dad? Or are you thinking about getting back together?
He passed away.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's why I got.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, so that's I was talking to the lady, I don't know who it was on Facebook, but she said that you guys could do like a mediumship reading, and that was kind of like who I wanted to talk to.
Well, you got me, and I'm good at that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, just so you know, for future reference, hi, my name is Perry. That's P-E-R-I, like periwinkle. My last name is Lyons. Lyons, Lyons. Wow, he passed. And that was in fact why I said, do you miss? I usually sometimes blurt out stuff I'm not even knowing him saying. Did he pass 12? Did he pass 12 to 14 months ago?
Yeah, it was September of last year.
Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. 12 to 14 months.
Thank you. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. I never really know what to say when people say sorry, like thank you. Thank you for saying you're sorry. Yes. Yeah.
You know, as a culture, we really don't know. It sucks he died, and it sucks he died young, and I know you miss him. So that's a little more real. Oh,
yes.
He was cute.
Yeah,
it's funny
exactly.
He had this thing of being very serious and very funny. Like, he had a lot. Whoa, this is an unusual person. I miss him. I didn't even meet him. He could be very funny, but he could also have like a lot of dignity and be like very.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Did you think
he was big on?
What?
I was just going to say he was big on like respect. Yeah. Yeah.
Honor. Cool cop show name.
No, we didn't actually. The thing was, if we had a girl, he picked the name, and if we had a boy, I picked the name. So there was no problems there. And as far as I know, he liked the name that I picked. But my son's name is Joshua. Just the same as his dad, so I named him after him. And then after my dad, he has two middle names, my dad and then a friend of Josh's that had passed named Joey, so his name's Joshua Michael Joseph Griffin. And I think Josh liked that name.
Yeah,
with his passing, nobody really knows exactly what happened, but I do, but a lot of people I kind of hid stuff from because he was on a medicine called methadone, and I guess he had methamphetamines in his system.
That's what I thought. I didn't want to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What
I got was that he was trying. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to keep cutting you off.
No, honey. I'm the youngest of 5. I don't know how to talk without interrupting. I don't feel comfortable if I finish a sentence. It's great.
I was just going to say that those two mixed together, and then he had a lung infection, which also he had pneumonia, and all of it together caused a heart attack, and he passed very quickly.
Yeah, he did. I'm sorry, because the thing that was confusing me was the multitude of symptoms, but also that he was trying to get clean.
He
also,
was.
But he was ashamed of kind of falling off the wagon, and
he didn't even tell me. I didn't even know.
Oh, he wanted you to be proud of him, and
I know.
And he had fetal alcohol syndrome too, so he had like a brain predisposition to addiction. It wasn't weak will. It wasn't. But he had fetal alcohol syndrome because his mom drank when she was
I didn't know that. Yeah. I did not know that. I knew that he struggled with it. And he was doing really good. And really his thing was doing pills. So I don't really know why he did meth, but he just did. And I don't know. I think that started towards the end of his life. But I'm not really sure because he hid it from me. I was shocked at the hospital when they told me it was in his system.
Well, I think he had attention deficit disorder. It's what made him so much fun to be around. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I have it. It's not a terrible thing, but actually, I think it's kind of useful. But sometimes people who have undiagnosed ADD, they a stimulant will, you know, when I was like 17 and modeling and guys were giving me coke at nightclubs, for any police officers who are watching, that's Coca-Cola, just so you know.
Right.
No, but everybody else would be swinging from the chandeliers, and I would be like, I'm going to organize my sock drawer, because it was it was like, wow, I can think. So what's sad is that he wanted to get his life together for Joshua. So young and cute.
Thank you.
Often ADD and depression go together like hot dogs and sauerkraut. That's a very New York thing to say. But it's hard because ADD is frustrating because it's hard for you to finish things. It's hard for you to, and you feel guilty, and people like criticize you, and you know. But and he was very proud, very, very proud man. And here's what he wants you to know. Don't feel guilty if there's somebody coming into your life. This might be a friend of his. I almost want to say his brother, but I'm not going to. But in case that happens, send me $10. But there's somebody coming into your life who you might feel like, should I do this? Also, you are one loyal kitten. And
thank you.
Yeah. Well, you have honor and loyalty. I'm having you cloned. This will only hurt for a minute. It's so nice. And you really do. You have a lot of loyalty, and you don't make a big deal out of it, because people who do are jerks, but but you have, you live in an ethical and moral, your life is about your kid and about figuring out how to make a better life for both of you. And that's, I think, the other thing you called about. Is that right?
I only had the mediumship in mind, really, but
I'm happy. I'm happy to keep going, Joshua.
Yeah.
He was young. He was 27.
He was 30.
Oh, sorry.
30. Yeah. My birthday is in 1991. His is 87, I believe, or 88, 1988. So, I was 27 at the time.
Okay. 1988. That's the Chinese year of the dragon. No wonder he's so proud. Wait, 88, 76, 64. Chinese years of Western and Eastern astrology. Chinese astrology is Eastern astrology. Western is like, I'm a Pisces, and Chinese is like, and I'm a tiger. So he feels like a dragon to me, because he liked sort of pomp and circumstance. He liked he liked events. He liked celebrations, and and he was, I think he was quite good looking, but it was an unusual way. Almost like I wish I could just beam this picture into you. Almost like a slightly flat face, but much more attractive. Then I'm making that sound. Okay, here's what he has to say to you, because I have 4 minutes. Yeah.
Well, he's also short. Yeah, he's also short too, so it's kind of weird. Yeah.
Nice shoulders, though. I like that barrel chest. Yeah. He was a hot guy.
I know.
Okay. There are a couple things he does to show you he's around. For one thing, when he shows up in your dreams, that's a visit. That's not a dream. That's a visit. Don't even think about it. So you have some of that. You will, yeah. Actually, I think he did too. And tell me his birthday. I've got 2 more minutes.
It's March 27th, 1988.
Oh boy, that's a tough day.
Yeah. Or not 27th. I'm sorry, that's my dad's. His is March 2nd.
Oh, he's a Pisces. Okay. Oh,
yeah,
Pisces.
yeah.
We don't. We either leave young or really old. It's sort of like there's nothing in between. Take it from take it from a Pisces. He's really, really, really proud of you and your boy because you've just forged ahead. You don't feel sorry for yourself. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Not really for me. I feel more bad for him not being here.
Oh, honey, don't believe for a second that he's not right there. He tends to be a little in back of you on your left side. I'm not making this up because he had beautiful eyes. The color changed a lot. Boy, was he soulful. Yeah. His son is going to be he's going to sort of be around. So what I was going to say before is look for signs he's there. It might be, it might be birds or feathers, coins, something like that. Coins and feathers, birds with feathers, birds without feathers, feathers without birds, coins with feathers, something like that. Also, there was a magazine he used to like. Did he like a magazine like Popular Mechanics or something?
It was something like that. Yeah. I don't know the name of it, but yeah.
I know. That's what me neither. I'm a girl. I don't care. He will show up in your dreams for a visit sometime in the next 2 weeks. He'll probably sit in your bed. Don't get freaked out. He really loves you. You're the only woman he ever loved. And he's not going anywhere. You can move on with your life. But his love will be there. And boy, is he going to help that kid. And just very quickly, because we have 10 seconds, here's the deal with asking for help from people who passed. They can't just jump in unless it's a matter of life and death. We can ask them. We can say, hey, when my dad died, I was like, hey, Dad, could you give me some publicity? And 2 days later, the New Yorker magazine, which was his favorite, called and said, I'd like to do something in you. And I was like, whoa, that's cool. So it's amazing. It's easier than you think.
Yeah. That's wonderful.
We have to go stay in touch. I'm catching up with people. I'm trying to give people like free 10-minute readings. So get in touch. I'm on Facebook. And just God bless you, my dear. You're going to be fine.
What
and
was
that
your name
kid
again?
is a firecracker. Perry. So it's like P.
Yes. Perry. That's
Perry
right.
Winkle.
Yeah.
And then
Yes.
Lions.
Okay.
Lyons. All right, my love.
Okay. I'll look for you.
Yeah, please do. Get in touch.
What?
Get in touch.
What were you
I'll give you
gonna
a free 15-minute. Yeah, get in touch. You're very cool.
Hi, welcome to Insights into Consciousness. I'm your host tonight, Anna Olson, here on A1R Radio. Tonight, I'm going to do a free online live reading. And in the interim, before that, I wanted to pull a card for a horoscope. So it's just going to be a random card for a random horoscope that comes up. And I have basically a horoscope. I guess you could call it a cloth with different horoscopes. And I don't look at it, I just set it out. And there's a horoscope that I can just pretty much land on. It's sort of like dropping your finger on a map. But it's more or less the solar system. And it's going to land on one sign, and I'm going to apply the card that I pulled for that sign. So I'm going to shuffle my cards, and we'll see if it's your sign tonight. I pulled the Eight of Swords, and that is a very, well, it has a lot of different meanings to it. So the Eight of Swords, it could mean a bunch of things. I will, first of all, let it land on a sign, which is going to be Capricorn, which is one of my most, I guess it's one of the signs that get along with Virgos the best. So that's one of my signs that I get along with best. So Capricorns. All the Capricorns watching tonight, I have an Eight of Swords. I'm feeling like this is meaning that your power and your personal power and the things that you're choosing and either choosing to do or what direction you want to go in, I feel like you have a lot of options and it's hard to choose which one. Now, this is very common during readings, and that's usually why people come to a reader, is they may have a bunch of different ways that they can go or a bunch of different decisions that they can make with all these different options. And I'm seeing all these Eight Swords representing a different option to continue your, where you want to put your energy, where your energy is going to flow, where you're going to focus in your life. And when we feel kind of pinned against the wall or painted into a corner and there's only a few different ways to get out of this, it can feel a little bit tricky. But this is the universal message that I want to send with this card, that Spirit always has what's best for you in store, and you will always go there. You'll be led to that as long as you're really in tune, you're connecting to higher power, you're really meditating, you're really listening to yourself. Really, it's about finding your own compass and your own intuition about things. And what I like to do as a reader is to confirm that that was the correct choice. Now, sometimes we will have a back and forth where I pick up on all these different options for somebody, and I'll get this energetic and, feeling about it, and we kind of go into all these different options. And basically what we come to is that person making a decision on what they feel is best. And I can tell them, okay, well, if you pick this choice, then down the road, this is how it's going to look. If you pick this choice down the road, this is how it's going to look. So what we do during a reading is we pick all these different options, and I just guide the person into seeing what will happen with each option. Now, this isn't what happens with every single reading, but this is a very common practice, which is also where I incorporate a lot of my life coach training skills in psychology, where we really look at things in a very neutral way, and we say, okay, if you do this, this is what could happen. If you do this, these are the options. This is how it could end up. And is this really what you want for your life? So it's about helping the person pick what they want, not insisting what I think as much, maybe giving my 2 cents, but and my experience, but basically letting them come to a decision and their own decision as to what they want for their life and what they're hoping for the outcome that they desire. So I'd like to do an on-air live reading right now for Angela in Ontario. Angela, are you there?
I am, yes.
Hi, how are you tonight?
Hello? I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good, I'm great. It's fun to do my show. I had a surgery and I'm like recovering, and I'm just so excited. You're my first reading after my recovery. And so I'm really excited to do your reading tonight.
Nice, excellent. Me too. I'm excited to hear.
Good, yeah. So how can I guide you tonight? What would you like to focus on?
My new relationship.
Okay. Your new relationship, and are you wanting to see if you can, like how this is going to go, or if your instinct is right about this guy?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm really feeling like he is. Now you give me feedback when I start telling you what I see, because I'm seeing that he is a kind person and he's very well-natured.
Yes.
I would even say he's, what's the word? I don't want to say like jolly. I'm trying to find the word. It's like he's bubbly.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So I'm seeing him. Yeah. And for some reason I'm getting a cherub, almost like he's like a cherub, or this is like a cherub shot an arrow and caught you guys, or does that ring a bell for you? The cherub and the curly hair,
cherub?
Curly white hair.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
And what does he look like? Does he have the curly hair, or am I getting it for something else?
No, he has curly white hair. Yep.
Okay. So I'm seeing him, and oh, it's curly white hair. That's so neat. I'm getting that he is very, very charming, and he's supposed to really spread this charming nature. And he's part of I want to say it's almost like he's a tribe of a type of person, a type of human. And they have these great spirits about them, and they're supposed to just kind of spread this positivity that they have inherently.
Right.
Now, that's what I really love that, by the way, because I know a few people who are like that, and they're really fun to be around. Now, the only thing that, I would say, you said that you really want to get some guidance and some insight into him. This is the thing with these types, is that, yes, they're wonderful. They have this great personage about them. They're very positive people, and they really, do spread that loving heart that they have. But everybody has their difficulties, and everybody has their downside. And the only thing that may kind of be, come into play later on is at first, when you're in the beginning part of a relationship, things are exciting and fun, and you're in love, and you're really motivated, and it's so, fun and great. And then what can happen is, after a little while, you'll kind of relax, you'll kind of see each other's, issues, or your different things about your personality. And so I'm getting, would be basically that he may get a little bit lax. His personality is very relaxed. And that I'm getting, for you, you're a go-getter. You're like, go, 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 do. And that's wonderful. That's very compatible, first of all, because where you're very maybe high energy, he will kind of bring you down to a more mellow level when you need to come home and just relax.
Right.
And then you will motivate. Yeah, you'll be able to motivate him where he's a little more relaxed and not so pushed to get it done. And he's motivated, but it's just in a different way. He kind of gets it done in his time, on his say. Yeah. So he's going to be able to really kind of bring you down to a more mellow level, and you're going to really be able to motivate him and bring him up to more of a motivated level. Now, the thing is, though, the downside to that is he may kind of feel like, oh, she's so pushy, or she's, after a while, and then he may kind of like, look, that'll be his point of view. Then when you look at him, you kind of be like, gosh, I really wish he was more motivated, and that he had more of a, he felt more rushed to get this done type feeling is what I'm getting.
Okay.
And so, but neither is right or wrong. It's just your personalities, and they are compatible.
Okay.
So that's it in a nutshell. Is there any other question you have, or is there anything else you'd like to ask about?
My career.
Okay. Now, your career, is there a question of relocating for you?
Yes.
Okay. Because I'm kind of getting that you do something where you have clients and you need to have a clientele. Is that correct?
What, sorry?
Clientele, like you need to have people that you kind of build. You kind of build your clientele.
Clientele, yes.
Okay. So did you do hair or something like that?
No, I do energy healing.
Energy healing. Okay. Because I also feel like you do really well doing hair and makeup and stuff like that. But
yes, I do.
You do. Okay. Yeah. You're great at it. But I think that the basic thing about relocating is to be aware that when you do relocate, you're going to have a new clientele. And I know, it depends on how far away you move, of course, but just to be aware of how long it takes to build that clientele. Take that into account. Think about how much you'd have to save, and maybe have a backup plan in the interim to have a good savings, and I feel like you're such a planner that you probably have thought of all of this, but that I'm just confirming that, yes, this is really what you need to focus on.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That makes sense.
And gee, I really feel like you would just do really well in something where you do makeup or hair. Like you could also do that as a supplement job. Like people would love you. You're really fun to be around, and it would just be really fun for you and the clients. You do a great job.
Right now I'm doing house cleaning on the side because I don't have the clientele for my intuitive energy healing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the thing is about the, the energy healing thing. It's really word of mouth, and you have to get to those people and those pockets of people who are open to it and who understand that.
Yes.
And I really feel like one of the ways that you could get more clientele doing this energy healing is to go to places where people are being treated for cancer.
Okay.
And that they would be very open to you doing energy healing, and maybe even just coming in and doing a little bit of like a volunteer work where you go in and you say, look, I do this energy healing, that they'd be open to it. You just say, look, if you could just let your patients know that I do that to help them through this process. And then you just give out your cards to every single person and you say, let me know if you need me. And, it's basically about them also spreading the word, and their families, it's just word of mouth. And they'll feel that you can heal them. And you'd be surprised at how quickly this spreads when people know what you do is real, and that what you do helps and heals.
Okay.
And I think that's the most lucrative part of the health industry for energy healing is through the cancer centers right now, even like at a university or a hospital.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, that sounds excellent. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Is there anything else that I can help you with tonight? Or do you have any other questions about either topic or?
The only thing I was thinking is with this fellow, how is he going to mingle within my family, like with my children?
Yes. I think it'll go really well. It's going to be, of course, it's going to take some time. Just, I would say be very, very slow to introducing him, and just make sure that he's kind of tapered in that dynamic. I think at first I think he's a little different than what the guy that you're used to bringing into your space. Is that correct?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He's complete opposite. Yep.
Yeah. So it'll be a little bit of a surprise at first for everybody.
Okay. All right.
And I just, it's going to be new, but this is the thing. You're now attracting healthier men.
Right.
So even it doesn't matter really what our family says to us about the person we're with. It's like, if it works for you, if he works for you and you guys are happy together, that's all that really matters.
That's right.
And this guy will be slow too. He's just slow to warm up to people, and that's just part of his personality. And don't worry, he's not, if he kind of drops off the face of the earth a little bit here and there, don't worry. He needs his space to kind of regroup and feel like he's in control of his life, I guess you could say, because you've swept him off his feet a little bit.
Right.
And, basically you've really made him feel needed, because he's had an issue with feeling needed and appreciated in the past.
Okay.
So the good news is that you do that for him. And just remember that when men are feeling a little overwhelmed with emotions, sometimes they need some time to step back and regroup.
Right. Yes.
So that's what he's going to need. He's very masculine, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Yeah. And
but
he wants to make sure.
Soft, gentle.
Yeah, like teddy bear, big teddy bear.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Seems really sweet. And, I just feel like the more that you are, just allow him to have a space and then wait for him to come back. It's important, and not for you not to get anxiety if that happens, because I feel like you've had some abandonment with men in the past, or some trust issues. And so don't worry that's not him. Okay. He is a guy, he's red-blooded male. He just, he just kind of needs to have that masculine feeling of being on his own, in control of his life for a little bit, and then he'll come back. You just have to kind of wait for him to come back on his own time and his own way. And he'll be fine. You guys will be fine. I see that you guys will be very close for a very long time. And I feel like it's a lifelong partnership, meaning you guys are going to be close for a very long time. And of course, anything that you decide is what happens. You know, I always tell the person, like, okay, that's what I see as a possibility, but of course, whatever you say goes in your life, right? You don't have to, like, just because I say, oh, he's there for a long time, now you're stuck with this guy. No,
sure. Right.
Like, if you feel like you want to change this or whatever around, that you can do that, of course, that's your choice. But I do see a very clear possibility of a very long-term relationship with him. And I think you'd be very happy with him. And I think that, again, you have to know going into this, he is going to do things on his own time. He won't be told what to do.
Right.
He's going to do it in his own time, in his own way. And we as women, sometimes we're like, we like all the details and we just want to get things done. And, you know, I know you're a patient person too, but I'm just saying, like, I just feel like he's going to really need that time just to, like, do it in his own way, in his own time. And that's okay. You'll be fine. It'll teach you a lot of patience too with him.
I bet. Yeah.
So that's good.
That is something. That is a good thing. Yes. Well, thank you so much. That, like,
you're
clarifies so much for me. Oh my goodness.
Good.
That was amazing. Yes.
Good.
It just, like, it settled my heart. Because I'm like, really? Like, this is like the first guy I've dated in like a whole year. And it's like, boom, as soon as I met him, it was like, oh my God, like, what the heck? Yeah.
See, I feel like you were doing
like such instant connection to this guy.
Yeah, and I feel like you were doing a lot of your internal work during that year where you were wanting to really attract the right guy, because you just had these guys where you're like, whoa, what's going on?
Right. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
It's great.
Yeah.
Good work. You did wonderfully.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks for calling in. Bye. So just to kind of reiterate what happened in the reading, we had Angela call in, and she was wondering about this guy. And see, this is the thing about, I saw him as a Cupid, you know, and really sweet guy, and really loving, and he's very easygoing. You know, he's the type of guy that has a little bit of a temper when he's really pushed, but he's mostly really easygoing, and that's going to be very compatible for her. But, you know, what I like to, like, really, really tell people when we're doing a reading on their significant other or their partner, whoever's in their life, you know, there's always going to be the challenges that come with the good things. And we have to weigh out what we're going to be patient enough with and what we can deal with in a relationship. And every single human has their flaws, and we just have to figure out what we're going to be able to live with and deal with. And that's just how it is, you know. And we have to also decide if they're going to be okay with ours, and to admit that we have our own faults. We sometimes do stupid things or say stupid things, or we, you know, have our personalities that are also unique. And really, it's a dance of trying to be comfortable and accepting, and learn the lessons that we need to learn from that person, because every person that crosses our paths are karmically going to teach us exactly what we need to know at that point, and to draw to our attention the things that we need to work on spiritually as a person. And you know, really, it's a spiritual journey when we're with someone, when we're with a partner, and it's about learning what we can spiritually. It's less about, you know, just always trying to see if, you know, or do they like, you know, all the shallow things, like what kind of movies they like, what kind of music. Okay, well, yeah, that's important. But really, what are your personalities like? What is it that draws you two together? Because usually what draws two people together is also going to be their biggest issue, or could be their biggest issue, because in the long run, these things kind of get messy. And so what I discussed with Angela is that, yes, this guy's easygoing. He's different than anybody else. And this is wonderful. She got through this sort of a sludgy time of, like, dense energy time in her life with relationships. She kind of got rid of these other guys that were not trustworthy, not very kind. And now she's drawn to her. She's healed all that. And she's drawn to her because that's healed. She's drawn to her this guy who's much more compatible with her, and who's going to be more kind and patient and loving and giving. And now she's going to have a new set of challenges with this person to work through. And it's not anything that's, you know, just, you know, completely horrible, but she will have to work on patience with letting somebody do things their own way and in their own due time. She's going to have to deal with a lot of masculinity, which is also going to kind of help her to develop her femininity, which is a really great thing for men and women, or whoever is predominantly masculine and feminine in the relationship. And it's going to be a very wonderful time for her to not just learn new lessons and grow spiritually, but it's also going to be a maturing time. It's a maturation time of dealing with feelings of insecurity or uncertainty, and trying to figure out if, can I trust this person? Now I have my kids involved, and it makes it so much more complex when there are children involved and parenting. And sometimes that person will have kids, when you're at that stage in your life. And so it's really important to just really look at this as our learning experience, and just see, what is it that we need to learn from this person? What is it that we're maturing in our spirits? What is it that we're maturing in our hearts? How is this opening our heart? How is it really helping us to trust our own intuition and exactly what we feel we need at the time and what we can offer the other person? Because when we have these relationships, when we come together with another person, what we're doing is we're looking into a mirror. And it may sound tricky, but it's very simple. We look at that person, and they're either going to reflect our insecurities or the things that we need to work on. And, their reactions to our faults is also a mirror. So really, when we have these relationships, not just with friends and family and kids and our significant other, but it's also important to remember that spiritually, however you look at it, the universe, God, the angels, they will also mirror back to us exactly what we need at that time, because we are made in their image. We are in the same image. And it's important to remember that when we pray, we meditate, we look in that mirror, we're going to have things reflected. Usually when we're in our darkest hour and praying to, God, or universe, however people view that. When we're praying, it's basically a mirror off of God. We're bouncing off of God, what our needs are at the time and how that's reflecting in our life. So it's very, very important to pay attention to what you're praying about and journal it, because in that darkest hour, there are things that come up while we're praying that will reflect in our relationship during the day when our conscious mind is more or less taking over. So when we're in our kind of like really needy time and we're being beggars and we're asking and we're praying and we're really, really, focusing on these things that we really need, that's the time to write down what you prayed about, because later on you'll kind of remember, oh yeah, when I was, in that mind frame, and you're more of your subconscious, your inner child, subconscious mind, that's when we're really digging deep and getting all that dirty stuff out of there that we really need to fix and we really need some help with, and we just don't know what to do with it. And during the day, if we can focus on that and see what's happening with our significant other, or even the relationships at work or friends or our kids, see how that's showing up in those relationships. And sometimes the people around us, like our significant other, our kids, and all those relationships we have, sometimes that's just the best reflection of the answer to our prayers, is just, oh, you know what, I need to work on this. And maybe if I change my behavior, when I look in that person and I'm basically looking in a mirror, it's reflecting my own self, I'll be able to improve myself and to help be more helpful to that person and draw closer to that person. And the more close our heart chakra, our spirits, our love grows closer to the person or the people that we love, then we are becoming more one. And that means that we are growing exponentially spiritually, and we are retracting from the temptation to be attached to things we can't control, which is going backwards in the spiritual realm. So the goal is to really figure out what it is that we can and can't control, and to act accordingly, and to only really act on what we can control and to focus on that. So my time is up tonight. I had a really good time tonight. Thank you so much to Angela in Ontario, Canada, for calling in tonight. I had fun. And I will see you next week. I'm here every Thursday, 6:30 Pacific Standard Time, and that's 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. And you can always reach me at AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. It's at the bottom of the screen, or you can search for my show, Insights into Consciousness with Anna Olson, on YouTube. You can also look at the podcast for Apple, for iTunes, Google Play. It's kind of all over the place. So just search for Insights into Consciousness, A1R, Anna Olson, and you'll be able to find me there. So I'm also on Facebook, A1R Radio, or Anna Olson Intuitive. So give me a call if you need a reading. I can help you just guide you through all those different things, relationships, job, career. And tonight was a pure example of how I can see all of those things and guide you through it. And I love to do it. And I'm here for you. So again, my name's Anna Olson, and I will see you next week on Thursday. Have a wonderful week.
Hi, I'm Mark. Thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio Now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to my show, Angel Guidance by Lisa, on the A1R Radio Network and Moonstruck TV. I'm so happy to be here, and I'm happy that you've joined me today. You can find me on Facebook at Pure Love Energy or on Instagram at Angel Guidance by Lisa. Hey, and if you like today's show, do me a favor and share it with some of your friends. Maybe they'd be able to get something out of it, and they thank you for it. So I just want to tell you about myself. I'm a Reiki Master Healer. I do practice Reiki here in the Kansas City area, and I also practice it worldwide because Reiki is energy, and I can send it to anyone who needs healing around the world. I'm an evidential medium, an intuitive, and a teacher of all things spirit, and that is one of my favorite things to do. And you know why? Because I like to give people tools to help themselves, tools to get through life more easily, because I didn't have all these tools when I started walking the road of adulthood. And now I do, because I learned them and I practice them. And I only give you information that I have found that works well for me. I'm hoping it would work well for you as well. So today I am so excited to share with you today's topic. And today's topic is amping up your power. So what is power? Well, it's that feeling you get when you know you're right on target, when you have the right answer, when things are going smoothly. So power is feeling worthy of the energetic space around you. So when you're not in your power, you may feel angry, you may feel upset or touchy, and you may want to lash out at people because you may not understand why you feel less than. When you're in your power, you feel confident, you feel happy, you're an action taker, and you tend to get through life pretty easily, at least while you're feeling that way. So what is your energetic space? I use that term when I brought up the topic of power. Power is feeling worthy of your energetic space. So let's tap into your power right now. Try something with me. Okay. So sit, feet flat on the floor. If you're driving, please do not do this. But if you're at home, sit feet flat on the floor, back straight, and just close your eyes for a moment. And I want you to take a couple deep breaths in, slowly. Just fill your lungs. Just breathe in. Now keep breathing, and on your inhale, when you're breathing in, I want you to feel the power or the energy in your body rise up toward the sky. And if you're not feeling it rise up, intend in your mind that you're going to push it up toward the sky. And so feel it rise up every time you take a deep breath in. Now, on your exhale, meaning when you're breathing out, I want you to feel that energy in your body push out into the space around you. Push it out into the room, as far out as the walls, or even past the walls into your neighborhood. You can push it out as far as you like. And so breathe in and push your energy up, and breathe out and push your energy out. And what you're doing is you're expanding your energy field. You're expanding your energetic body and your aura. And that is going to allow you to feel where your power is. Your power is contained in this. You are your power. It doesn't come from outside of you. It comes from inside of you. So the aura, or the magnetic energy body, is called the magnetic energy body for a reason. That means it pulls in like experiences to what you're vibrating. So when you push out your aura, you're going to push it out and affect others in the room. You're going to push it out and affect by your power. Have you ever walked into a room and noticed that people have been arguing? Or maybe you walked into a room and it's a party and the vibe is really happy. You feel that inside of you. You're picking up on their frequency or their vibe. You're picking up on their magnetic field, which holds their power. Okay, so do it a couple more times. Breathe in, right? Push your power up. Breathe out, push your power out. Now, let's reverse it. Intend that your energy is coming back around your body. So just feel that energy bubble that you created pull back in close around your body. It's going to come to its normal resting position about 1 inch around the physical body. The reason I know this is because I'm a healer and I work with energy and I help people feel better by cleansing and aligning their energy through Reiki. So you've done a couple things. One, you figured out what this energetic space is around you. And two, now you know that's where you can fill in your power. So you want to keep your energy and your power amped up and protected. And there's a couple ways to do that. So the first thing, and I do this every single day, because if I don't, I really notice it. One, I bubble. And what does that mean? Well, when I bubble, that means before I even do anything in the daytime, right when I get out of bed, I step into an imaginary circle on the floor right next to my bed. I step in it. So the imaginary circle is under my feet. So I'm stepping into this circle. And then I visualize, and you can use your hands if you want to bring it into the physical. Pull up a bubble all the way around and tie it off at the top of your head. And now you're going to fill that bubble with white light. And white light is a highly spiritual, protective light, and it will help you protect this energy bubble that you have around you. And you're going to intend, meaning think in your mind, that you are impenetrable, that this is a shield all around you, and no one else's energy or thoughts or feelings can push through and penetrate this bubble. So that's one way to protect your power. Another way to protect your power is to cleanse your energy every day. And one thing that you can do, very simple, is when you stand in the shower, or if you're not taking a shower, no problem. Just stand for a moment and visualize a beautiful column of white light filled with crystals and sparkling energy, and intend that this is a cleansing light that's going to come down through the top of your head, and flow through your face, your head, your neck, your chest, your stomach, your legs, and all the way down out the bottoms of your feet. And everything that you don't want to carry is washed away down the drain. So those are two things you can do, bubble and cleanse, to protect your energy. It's really important. I suggest this to all of my clients. And you know what they tell me? On the days they don't do it, they really notice. They notice when they're not protected. They notice other people's feelings more. And they notice that they are not feeling 100% in their power. So how do you fill your energetic space? Now that we know what it is, how do you fill it? Well, it's really simple, with your thoughts. Thoughts are energy that create your power. Yeah. So when you think of things that are negative, when you think of things not working out for you, what do you think you're doing? You're depleting your power. You're like putting a little hole in that energy bubble, and it's just leaking out. And it's not going to come back in until you change your thoughts. So decide how you want your day to go. Decide what you want to think and how you want to be powerful. So what would be a way to do it? You would think about how things are going well for you. You are thinking about how things always get to work out for your highest good. You are thinking about how people treat you with respect and that you're a loving, kind being to all people. So those are a couple ways to fill out your bubble with thoughts. Now, there's a few things I'd like to do. One, I'd like to draw a few cards for 3 groups of people. I want you to select letter A, B, or C. Now go with your first thought. And what I'm going to do is draw a card that may be telling you what is zapping your power. Okay, if you chose letter A, I'm going to draw a card for you, and this will be telling me and telling you what's zapping your power and what you can work on. Okay, so surrender to receiving love and support. So it's important for you to allow other people to help you. Don't try to do it all yourself. That will easily wear you out and wear you down. Okay, and the next thing you need to do for letter A is follow the golden rule. Now, what is the golden rule? Do unto others as they would do unto you. Because guess what? If you're acting not so nice to other people, you're not going to be receiving the power back to you that you would like to see. You may be getting negativity coming back to you, and that will deplete your power very easily. Okay, letter B. Let's see what's zapping your power. Surrender frustration. Okay, frustration is a useless emotion. It does nothing for you. All it does is leak out your power because your energy is being scattered. That's what it looks like energetically when someone's frustrated. So if you're feeling frustrated, go ahead and cleanse your energy and protect yourself and see if you don't feel that power coming right back. Okay, and another thing for letter B, this is something else you can do. Choose love over fear. All right, so there's 2 emotions, really. There's 2 ways of thinking about the world, either in a loving way or a fearful way. So if you're loving towards people, you don't have room for fear in your life. If you're always worried about something, you're going to be stirring up more of those things to worry about and be fearful about. So choose love over fear. All right, and letter C, for those folks who chose that one, this is your card to see what's zapping your power. All right, surrender stress. Stress is a killer. First of all, medicine has proved that it's not good for your heart, it's not good for your mind, it's not good for your body. Stress is a useless emotion too. Release it, let it go. Cleanse and protect your energy. Sit in quiet times, just breathe for a few minutes and relax. That will bring down the level of stress in your body. Okay. And the last thing for letter C, what you need to do to find out what's zapping your power is this. All right. So transitions are sometimes challenging. And if you've had a loved one pass away and there is an emptiness or a hole in your heart, understand that this is just an illusion and that this is something that you can release and trust and know that your loved ones are safe and that they are protected as well. And so just sit with that. If you're letter C, I know that may not sound like it's something that would zap your power, but it really would if you're worried about someone who's passed away. So just sit and know in trust and faith that your loved ones are really in good hands. All right. So those are the three cards, the two cards for the three groups of people. Now, I'm going to take a caller. I'm going to speak with Denise. And Denise, welcome to Angel Guidance by Lisa.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing great. Denise, what's going on? How can I help you?
I was wondering if you could help me with mediumship.
Mediumship? Okay, what do you want to know?
I wanted to know if my mother knew or could tell me my father's name or something along that matter.
If your mother, could you repeat what you want to know about your mother? If your mother knew
Tell me about my biological father.
about your biological father. Okay, and your mother's crossed over, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So just give me one moment. Okay. All right. So I feel like this, okay, so I feel like this man that is your biological father would not be close in mileage, like not close to you, doesn't live in the same city. And I feel like your mother, like there was some things that she didn't talk to you about because she was trying to protect you. And I also feel like she's showing me a box, like some kind of jewelry, like a jewelry box or something that would be a small kind of chest that also may have something of interest to you in it. Do you have anything like that from her?
No.
Do you have anything from her that would be a keepsake box or something that would be where she would have important things or would have had important things?
Yeah, my sister would. I don't have anything.
Okay, but you know of a thing like this. Is this correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And have you looked in that box? Because I feel like there's some information in that box. I'm not sure what this information is, but it feels like it's connected to this man who would be your biological father. Are you able to look in that box when you get a chance?
I believe there was pictures in it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So with this box, you want to take a look at those pictures. And to me, they look, okay. I also feel like this man, I'm seeing him also doing some things that would have been recreational, like fishing or I don't feel like, it looks very old. These pictures don't look recent. They look very old to me. Would you understand your mother meeting this man in a different city from where you are, a different place where you grew up? Okay. So Do you know what that city is? Because I feel like that's where you could start looking. This person, I feel like, so she's showing me this person, he's very shut down. He's very closed off. He has a hard time expressing his emotions. And it's almost like okay, so what she's telling me is this, that what he did by not knowing you was not your cross to bear. It was that he didn't know how to express these feelings he had. And this is an ongoing problem with him. This is something that he's had throughout his entire life. And I feel like he may have even had his other children, his own other children, and they were treated in a similar way. I don't mean he didn't know them, but I feel like he didn't treat them kindly, with open heart. Okay. Do you have any leads for this search? Are you in the process of working on this now? Is this something that, okay, have you tracked down some information about him?
No.
Okay. I also feel like, okay, so I feel like you could also access some information by some other people in your family, in your mother's side of the family. Once again, she's showing me this box, and I feel like this box is going to be a clue for you to actually go a step further.
Okay.
Yeah, she seems like a very sweet woman to me, your mom. She feels like she tried to protect you throughout your life, in the best way she knew how. And she's truly sorry about this pain you have right now, because it feels like your life right now is divided. It's divided into, it's like a feeling of not feeling complete or whole. It's this missing piece. And so she wants you to know that your worth is not connected to him, and please know she tried her best to bring you through this life. And it feels like it hasn't been the easiest life right now. I mean, like, it feels like you've had a lot of challenges and sort of an uphill battle and trying to figure out what's been wrong. Like, it just feels like it's off. Can you understand that there's a lot of things going on in your life right now that's like, what am I doing wrong? Why is it working for me when it works for everybody else? That's the feeling I get from this. And know that you are so loved by her, even though she's gone. That bond of love is never broken. And I'm also seeing this, it's like a symbol, okay? So it may not be a real thing for you, but a roller coaster. And what I'm seeing is, like, you have a lot of ups and downs, and it's like you're stuck when the car comes down to the bottom. You're stuck. You can't quite get back up that hill. Like, you can't quite get up to the next level. And I want you to be really careful with your mental health. Do you see a counselor, or do you talk to someone about your... Okay, thank you. Yeah. It's really important to continue that, because I feel like you had a very dark cloud over you, and you really feel quite despondent, quite depressed, quite without feeling like you have any options in life. And I want you to know that you do. You have lots of options. And your mom is, I hear her saying, your mama is worried about you. And she wants you to continue going to this counselor, because there is a light at the end of the tunnel. That's what I'm being told to say. You don't need to push your energy out towards this man who, if you meet him, how do you know this will complete you? You know, how do you know this will actually make you feel whole? Is this what you're hoping to gain from this? Because it seems like this, it looks like he may be the answer, but he's not the answer. You held the answer in your heart. You are capable of moving out of this, it's like you're walking in mud. That's what it really feels like to me. You need to move forward with this. I also feel like, are you working right now? Because it feels like there's going to be a change in that too.
Yeah, not right now.
Okay. Are you looking for work? Because it feels like there's going to be some shift in how you contribute to others, giving in some way, you know, like even if this, so, okay, I don't mean to be personal. Are you on some type of disability? Because it feels like there's some payment coming through and it's just sort of keeping you stuck. Can you take any of that? Does that make sense to you? Okay, thank you.
Right now I'm in a wheelchair.
Okay, thank you. All right, okay, well that makes sense. Okay, so I know it feels like you don't have a way out, but what I want you to do, and this is something that would really be helpful for your heart, to lift your spirits, to lift your mental pressure, is to see if there's a way that you can be of service or volunteer to help others. And it doesn't have to be something where you have to dedicate all of your time to it. If you have transportation to and from a place, or if someone can come to you, it could be as simple as helping children read, you know, like listening children read to you at a school. Have you heard of that kind of program where kids who are struggling with reading, like little kids, need someone to listen to them and hear them and help them and just be an ear for them? So I want you to think about doing something for others.
Okay.
That's shift your energy, and that's going to push you out of this state you're in, because I'm sending you lots of love, because honey, I feel like you are really stuck. And this man, you may find him. It's possible. But I don't think he's the answer. I think you know in your heart he's not the answer, right? Because, you know, he wasn't the answer for your entire life up to now. Isn't that correct? So he's not going to be the answer at the very end. It's okay to have closure. I don't fault you for that. I would want that too. Check that box your sister has, okay? And see what's in it. Think about volunteering and helping others. It's going to help pull you out of this, all right? And your mama loves you, all right? Thank you so much, Denise. Have a wonderful day. Bless you. Okay. So that's interesting that I pulled a card for letter C, and the card was death is an illusion. And then I get a call for mediumship, which means I connected with someone on the other side. So that's no accident. And what I did was I spoke to the lady's mother, and she gave me some information, and I was able to relate that. And then I also tuned in to Denise's energy and gave her some more information of how she can help herself, because our answers are not on the outside, they come from within. So I just want to thank everyone today for stepping into my healing room and listening to me. I'm going to post some information about cleansing and bubbling and stepping into and amping up your power on my Facebook page at Pure Love Energy. So I just want to wish everyone a wonderful day. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
At A1R Psychic Radio, we know you lead a busy life. That's why we've assembled Earth's top psychic TV and radio hosts at one location. Psychics, mediums, astrologers, tarot practitioners. Your premium encounter with our hosts is free when it's done on the air or on our TV station, Moonstruck TV. Our hosts are all light workers with hearts of gold. Our audience is global. It's no wonder we're live with free readings 3 times a week. That's right, all psychic and medium readings, along with astrology and tarot advice, 100% free. And with A1R, you can know we critically screen all of our hosts. They're all 100% of the light, no scammers. Join us Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday for a truly mind-blowing experience. You're always welcome here. We love our listeners. Anyone can ask anything. Love, life, career, family, and more. It's your reading. Ask your question. Our hosts truly care and can't wait to help you. Earth's top psychics host shows on A1R Psychic Radio. Why? Because the audience is first, and they know it. With love, we welcome you. This is A1R Psychic Radio.
Hello, welcome to the show. This is Soulstar Radio. I'm your host, Jacqueline Closemore, and we're on A1R Psychic Radio and also Moonstruck TV across the interwebs all over the joint. So you'll find us somewhere, anywhere. I'm joined today at Whittlesea Chinese Medicine Clinic by, of course, our resident doctor, Dr. Anthony Holding. Good morning.
Good morning, Jacqueline, and thank you for coming back to my lovely clinic and having me on the show again.
We're back in fine form. Back consulting here. It's been a while. I've been off around the world, it seems.
You've been a very busy young lady. Yes. I follow you on Facebook. I don't do Twitter.
That thing, yeah.
Do you do that?
No, I don't. The bird is not necessarily the word, I find.
Yeah, fair enough. So, yes, I've been following your posts, and you've been a very active young lady.
Yes.
Awesome to see.
It's been interesting, I've got to say. The word interesting, I think, defines a lot without having to say anything, if you know what I mean.
Correct.
So today I think what we were going to do is talk a bit about, and as you're a Chinese medicine doctor and also practicing acupuncture and Chinese herbs and all that some wonderful stuff, we're going to talk about relationships and particularly around abuse and around power and control and getting your power back, because a lot of what I sort of see on the feed when people are watching in the show, which I can't see today because the particular equipment using to bring the show to you today, but there's a lot of stuff about, will he treat me right? Is he coming back? Usually it is he. Very occasionally you get he or she, but in any case, it's this sort of thing of, is he going to want me? Is he going to accept me? Is he going to give me love? Is he going to come back? And some people actually, of course, are in the category of, well, I don't want him back. Those sorts of things. And I've had a few clients of mine that I of course refer clients across to Dr. Anthony at times because he has those particular skill set that, I feel that client needs. So if they're needing sort of a rebalancing or something like that, and I feel it's going to be more beneficial along the acupuncture line, I'll bring them across to Tony. And if I'm more working for the magical side and using the herbs in my way, which are not internal, they're external, and I'm using them as a, little custom-made sachets that I fill with herbs and make wonderful smells, and it sort of sends an evocative energy that way. But yeah, when I sort of feel like it's got to be this way, I sort of send them across to you. And so we've had a few sort of people that I've been sending across in sort of a bit of a state of what's been going on a lot with people this year is that lack of empowerment, wanting to get it back. So what sort of themes have you found?
Basically what you've said there. The patients that you referred to me, I see they're disempowered. The beauty of the acupuncture, and particularly my style of acupuncture, is we self-empower, but it means I've got to have my stuff together too.
Yep.
That was one big reason we moved my home-based clinic to a commercial-based clinic, so that there was a distinct line between the two, and I can be a practitioner here and I can be a chef at home. So when I'm here, I go full-on practitioner mode.
Yep.
And the impact of a patient or practitioner is very important. And I even have some, look, I'm not perfect at everything we do. I have some patients say to me, do you feel rather stressed today?
Yes.
That's because 2 hours before the patient was late.
Yep.
Has a knock-on effect. or the patient I spoke to just found out they had cancer, or the patient I just spoke to just discovered they lost their baby, that has a real impact on a practitioner. And as practitioners, we need to be in control. And the beauty of having not a home-based clinic for me is I can actually leave that stuff at home. I take my coat off as I walk out the door. I put it on as I come in. However, it still resonates. You know, I can be awake at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. 3 and 5 is the grief hour. I can wake up then and think about that patient that unfortunately lost a baby. But back to the patients themselves. A recent one was a divorce that happened 18 years ago. During the inquiry, we found out because he was such a narcissistic control freak, she walked out on him and kicked him out. So he hasn't got over the fact that she took control and pushed him out. Now he's back at her.
Oh, of course.
And she was all over the place, a very gifted artist, because I always tell my patients to paint, draw, play with ceramics or garden. The reason we go down that road, it takes them out of your thinking brain and into your non-thinking. You know, I love mowing lawns. We just moved on to a 23-acre property, and the two-thirds of an acre of that is lawn, which I mow with a tiny lawnmower because I live on a small property.
I'm wondering, do you like mow?
I do. I'm really I'm really pedantic about how we mow the lawn.
Of course, right.
Maybe it's my inner greenskeeper.
I think that, but it's also a way of creating order, you know, in our daily life.
Yes, and it looks fantastic, a freshly mowed lawn. So this patient that you referred to me, lovely lady, she was all out of balance on her right side, which is her male side. She actually complained about the needling on the right side. I said, that's the male. And I actually then quizzed the patient to the particular point. So large intestine 4, which is a point here, it's known as a pain point. So on the right side, being the male side and a pain for a male, you can actually attribute it to him. And next to that is one called heart 7 or Shenman. It's a heart empowering point. But when you get to the heart of a patient, you're actually within their inner circle. And the people in your inner circle are normally your partner, your children, your parents, your brothers and sisters, and then that circle expands as we go out. So when a patient mentions that the heart 7, left or right, left, female, right, female, is painful, I then quiz them. I said it's someone within the inner circle who's done something wrong to you. Now, I can speak about another case of a lady I did that to, and she started crying as I put the point in. And I said, I'm sorry, that shouldn't have hurt. That's a male person in the inner circle, your inner circle, has done something wrong. And she burst into tears and proceeded to tell me that her brother-in-law had been filming her sister and their younger sister in the shower for the past 3 years. They were devastated because he was such a lovely man and the most
you sort of look at them and go, oh, he'd never be like that. No.
So the point of that, explaining that, is we can be quite specific to an event in a patient's life, knowing what the point is. And, of course, it goes further down the body between the big toe and the neck, so liver 3. It's a known stress point. Again, male, female, and it can be just work-related, you know. My boss lady, I answer to a boss, and she's very bossy. So my left liver 3 is quite sore. She's not listening to me, so I can say that. A Minister of Finance, or Minister of War and Peace, call it what you like. So we can be that specific, and by acupuncturing those known points, it rebalances the chi flow through the 12 meridians in the human body, and the patient leaves feeling relieved, lighter, and a bit vague. And the vagueness is just the chi movement. And on another case, I treated a young lady where her parents separated after 21 years of marriage.
If you could call it that.
If you could call it that. And then she never coped. The second eldest daughter didn't cope with the splitting of her parents, and the father wouldn't speak to her. So every time I needled the right side, she said, that hurts. Why does it hurt? That's your male side. It's heart 7. It's dad. She burst into tears. She cried for the 30 minutes on the table, which is great. There's tissue boxes in every room. There's tissue boxes everywhere. I'll sit and cry with you. Do you know what I mean? Exactly. Particularly men, they break down. They don't want to break down in front of another male, but they do break, and I'll just sit there with them and sit in that space. I'm not afraid anymore to sit in their space. I used to be. I had my own issues to deal with. We sorted that out to a degree. But we never stop self-development. So there's no such thing as an end. I've done it all. And anyone that tells me that, I go, actually, you haven't. Because you're hiding. That's right. So this young lady went away. She came back for her follow-up treatment a couple of days ago. I said, how was your week? She said, I spent most of the week crying.
Yep.
I lost my pet rabbit, and I kind of, okay, great. I'm an ex-farmer. I know rabbits are problems. She had a pet one.
Yep.
And she said, I've never cried so much in my life. And I said, you know what was the best thing you did?
Exactly.
Was you are able to let that emotional release come out and just cry. And she goes, I cried unconsolably for about 3 hours.
Yep.
And I go, great, that's day one. And she continued that crying. She came in yesterday a completely different person.
Yeah.
So we get rid of that deep embedded stress and disorder that sits within the body and then can permeate or can come out years later as other diseases and disorders. Now, as you're aware, this is a bushfire area. In 2009, we lost 117 people just here. And I still treat bushfire victims. In fact, one young man, 21, still wets the bed.
Yep.
He went through it. He had major loss.
Yep.
We do the PTSD points, post-traumatic stress disorder points on their back. And within minutes of me actually needling those points, they drop and they cry.
Yep.
So the biggest 6 foot, 7 foot tall footballers that I treat that have gone through it, I do the bladder 11 on the back of the neck, which is where we hold grief in the lungs. That's the back shoe point of the lungs. So it releases grief embedded in the body, the PTSD points, and he howls 30 minutes.
Yep.
I take the points off, give him a gentle massage, and then he leaves completely refreshed and goes, thanks, I'll call you when I need another one.
That's right.
The beauty with them now, once you treat them once or twice, is they know when they need to come back.
Yeah.
And secondly, they're not afraid to cry.
Yeah.
Which is great. It doesn't make there a sook or anything. It doesn't bother me.
I think the thing is, you get a lot of this toxic patriarchal way of looking at emotion that's really quite scary, because some men will say, oh, feminism is scary, these women are going to take all this from us and da-da-da. But actually, the patriarchy is very destructive for men, because men need to be able to feel safe to express emotions. And I think if a little boy likes Barbie doll and likes pink glitter, well, let him have the damn Barbie doll and pink glitter, because, it doesn't mean he's going to turn into a weirdo. No. And what is a weirdo anyway? Because,
that's right.
You've got people of, and you look at the ancient cultures, there's 5 genders. And we're not going to get into an argument about how many genders there are and all that sort of thing. But when you think of it, if you allow people to simply have emotions, instead of saying, you're a boy, you can't cry. Fight like a girl? Well, you better believe I'm going to fight like a girl. You better watch out. So, when you sort of say, oh, you run like a girl, that's actually really harmful, because women need to be able to be direct. And I used to be very direct in the boardroom, and I didn't think anything of it until I saw other women going, my God, I can't believe you said that. I say, well, why not? And it's because often women get told, you can't say that, you can't do that, you should smile more often. Can't you take a joke, love? And all these sorts of things. And it's really about being able to kind of say, well, no, actually, or particularly, as you say, with men bawling their eyes out on a table, and you being that male practitioner holding that space for them, that is actually really necessary at this point in our history. It's been necessary for a long time, but it's really good at starting to see more of this, more of that feeling-centred emotional intelligence, which I was talking about last week as well with another practitioner friend of ours. But yeah, it's about holding that space. So it's really, that's where you sort of look at the abuse in society. We actually have to take the load off men having to be macho and hold their feelings in. We need to allow blokes to actually express, I think, because then it's a safer place for women as well. And for there to be a partnership and a teaming in relationship instead of a bloke having to just put up sharp and be quiet.
Yes.
I think it's kind of not good.
Men are the last to make an appointment with me.
Yeah.
I very hesitantly allow a partner to book their husband or partner in with me without their knowledge.
Yes.
And I have a blanket rule. The answer to that is no.
Yeah.
Purely because I'm only here because my wife said.
Mm.
So I had a patient similar 2 weeks ago. In fact, he didn't even know why he was here.
Mm.
She brought him in. He sat over there, didn't want to look at me, took him into the consultation room. I said, how can I help you? He goes, I don't know. I said, sorry. He said, well, I don't know why I'm here. I don't allow +1s in my consultation. I had to go and get the wife and go, sorry, he doesn't know why he's here.
Yeah.
He was very dismissive, non-responsive.
Of course.
He didn't talk to me. He didn't want the acupuncture. He wouldn't take his shoes and socks off. He wasn't interested in it. I pushed him through. I changed my tone. I worked out what element he was. I talked to him as in a 5-element practitioner mode to work with his element. After the treatment, he said that was fine. He made another appointment reluctantly. He came back in a week later without his wife. Shook my hand when he walked in, and he said, "I'd like to apologise to you for my attitude last week." That was huge.
That's massive.
Huge.
And see, that's the thing. If you've got a husband and he's like hard to drag along to anything, which
Most of them. That's right.
Maybe actually say what you think he needs or what it is instead of sort of lumping it off the practitioner, because it can be really weird from personal experience as well of having some guy rock up and go, "Life brought me here."
Yep. And they sit crossed arms.
Very much so.
And they turn away from you.
I would.
Yes.
I would be saying, "What the hell is this?" You know, like, what do you think you're doing, right? So but try and involve him in the decisions. And the thing is, it's like, I think us women often expect you blokes to read our minds, and then you get the blokes who expect the women to read their minds. It's like, well, you should have known. You know, it's like, oh, God. And you just communicate. You know, sometimes I'll sit there in readings and clients will say to me, "But what do you think he feels about me?" I'm like, how about you ask him? You know, I think the problem as well is because blokes then feel they shut down, you know, and they're shutting down because maybe they've been prodded on too many times. And so that they don't feel like talking, and then that's where the discussion ends. And it's like, it's really important to just keep open to the partner. Like if you're bringing the guy along or you're bringing your woman along or however, talk about why, talk about how this might help them. Maybe you'll relax here. You know, that could be great. I mean, that's enough of a reason. And then they can figure out what they're getting out of this when they get here. So you had him come back again?
He's coming in for his third tomorrow.
There you go.
There was a complete and utter shift. He was almost like a different person that turned up for the second appointment.
Yeah.
Like he sat close at the table.
He's bought in now.
Yes. He was, and then when he was under the needles, she turned up and I spoke to her outside.
Mm-hmm.
Not about what we were doing with you, because you're not allowed to do that. But I said, how have you noticed a change? She goes, I've noticed a massive change. And in fact, can you book me in?
Yes.
Because now her highest element of stress was him and not only the children.
Yes.
She has sorted him out, and now it's mum's time to have a go.
Yes.
She's in.
Yes.
So it'll be interesting to see them both come back in.
Absolutely.
But the change was like Laurel and Hardy.
Yeah.
It was a complete and utter flip for him. And I was kind of proud that we were able to get him to do that.
Yeah, get through to him.
Exactly. And that's why I like 5 elements, because we work out their constitutional element, got nothing to do with your star sign or anything to do with that. It's the constitutional element of how you were brought up as a child up to the age of 4. And I work out which one they are. Often there's a few that confuse me. There's some that just fit into the pattern.
Of course.
Like a water element will always be late.
Yes.
And then they go to the toilet.
Yes. Of course.
Every time. And then they sit there and you've got to talk to them on an intellectual level.
Yes.
And they need to understand everything you're doing
and what's in it for them.
And what's in it for them before you even move out of the consult room.
Yeah, I find with them, they're like a code you have to crack when you're reading books.
Yes.
Because if you don't get it exactly how they want to hear that particular line, you are out. But if you put it exactly in that way, then they break this smile.
Yes.
And it's like it's tired.
They have a look.
And they do that. And then they open up, they giggle, and then you've got them. And you're like, oh,
once you
I made it in.
But they're always late. So water element, if anyone's late, I write water element straight away.
I find they want to learn. They've forgotten how to use their voice recorder.
Yes.
And they don't want you to figure it out for them, but they end up having to get you to figure it out for them.
Yes.
Even though they've probably been shown how to do it. But they're late. It's the toilet, and it's can you fix my recording device actually now that I'm not too proud to ask?
Yes, and I want the details of that.
Yes.
And how it's going to work and how you function before I go into your treatment room.
I actually had
well, hang on a minute. Yeah, 15 minutes late. Yeah, I went to the toilet and I've got 3 minutes to get this across.
Yeah, look, I had one of them bring me up, and she and this is my early days before I learned how to sort of, cut to the chase really quickly and just you either do want an appointment or you don't. How about you go and think about this website and go and have a look. And this particular lady rang up. She started asking me 15,000 questions and doing all that water stuff. And then she says, so I just need to know, like, are you a Pisces? Because I really just need to make sure that we're compatible before I have the reading.
There you go.
And I said, compatible? And she goes, yeah, compatible. And I went, oh, are we dating? Because, I'm not really into girls, but I guess thanks. I guess I'm flattered.
I'm flattered, that's right.
Not really,
Thanks, but no thanks.
Yeah, I think this call needs to end now. And I could even I could hear it in her tone and everything. I'm like, whoosh, whoosh, and I'm getting the ocean. Then finally she said, you're Pisces. And I'm like, oh, there we go. It's like, there's the ultimate water going on right there.
Mm-hmm.
And
also with water element people, their opinion is more important than yours.
Oh, yes.
And they will get it across whether you want to know about it or not.
Mm-hmm.
So water sort of permeates them.
Oh, doesn't it?
I find them the hardest to deal with, used to find them the hardest to deal with, until I understood 5 elements more. And because I'm a fire element, so I know fire and water, right? So now that I know that and I know what happens as a fire element practitioner with a water element patient, I can make modifications to suit them because it's not about me, it's about the patient. And the other thing with water element is it's more about what they don't say than what they actually do say. I said before, they've got to look about them. And when I see that look, I know they haven't stood a damn word I've said.
Yep.
So I then have to either not dumb it down because that's not for them. You have to intellectually bring it up.
Mm-hmm.
So I change my terminology and my tone.
Yep.
And then I see them, the ears kind of stand up and I'm going, right, now I'm resonating. Yep. Now you're actually listening to what I'm saying to you. But the other elements are much easier to deal with.
Oh, yeah. And it's like every psychic reader I know with any level of like long-term experience in the field, like to go, are they Libra? Like if you look star signs, right?
Yeah.
And so I actually set my shop up in South Yarra with wonderful pink on the walls and turquoise ceiling and butterflies flying over the ceilings and down part of the walls and glistening bits of glitter here and there and, And so whenever Libra would walk in, or Libra rising particularly, and because we're in the month of Libra, why not go there? They would actually walk through the shop, not purposefully like, some of the other signs would or, just getting straight down into the reading room. They would go.
Get lost in it. Yeah.
And then they go,
beautiful.
What a cute little shop you've got. And they'd say, cute little shop, every single one of them. And I go, you're Libra, aren't you? And they go, how did you know? And they go,
I'm sorry.
Must be my job. But actually it's because of the way they reacted to the colours and all this fuzziness that I put in the shop on purpose to sort of make it a little bit like walking into a candy house. So, I'm not going to eat them and put them in the oven and, like Hansel and Gretel.
So some of the elements wouldn't even see that.
No.
They wouldn't see the pink, and I've been in your place.
Yes, it's loud.
They wouldn't see the pink. They wouldn't see the purple. They wouldn't see the butterfly.
I know. I know. They just sit there and go, how?
Which one's yours? Which shop's yours?
Yeah. I actually had that. People turn up like they're off the other end of the street. Very rare.
Yeah.
And it actually has on the link of where to go to and all that. It's got like, look for the hot pink shop. Like it's hot pink out the front. Just pink cerise, which I'm wearing, of course. And then inside it's like this lovely pastel pink, very nice, almost looks like fairy floss. And it's done that way on purpose. Because frankly, I couldn't live in that, but I enjoy working in that.
Yeah, that'd be a great environment. Mine's not pink, thankfully. It's quarter strength hog's bristle.
Well, hog's bristle indeed.
Yes.
It's very bristly with hogs, but thankfully not. So the 12 meridians you talked about before, what are they and where are they for those that don't know?
Unfortunately, I don't have my model with me, which would be the best thing to actually show you, but they run around the entire body and they interchange like a highway and they connect at different points. And those connection points, or just even the basic point of a meridian, can get blocked. So there's a particular meridian, spleen 6. It's the interjunction of 3 yin meridians in the feet. So yin
we mean feminine.
We mean feminine. So one single point can actually unblock 3 meridians.
Yep.
So as I say to my patients, there's 365 meridians, 365 acupuncture points and 12 meridians. And no, that does not mean I'm going to stab you 365 times today. It's minimum needles, maximum results.
Yeah.
So the least amount of needles we use is actually more beneficial than the most amount of needles that a patient practitioner uses. I know one particular myotherapist, she puts 90 needles in a patient's back, 90.
And she has oxygen.
Yes.
In case you pass out.
Because that's what happens, because the body goes into shock because it's been needled too many times. It actually collapses. The chi collapses and the patient faints. And she's known for it.
Yeah.
And as Jacqueline said, she has an oxygen bottle on standby. That's ludicrous.
It shouldn't be illegal.
It should be illegal.
It's kind of scary. I actually got a gift voucher for that person, and I sort of went, ching. And you could say, well, Jacqueline, you should have really recycled, reduced, reused, and just, gifted that onto someone. But I thought, I think I'd be culpable if I did that.
That's right. Yeah.
So it's really important to choose your practitioner carefully. It's been wonderful to talk to you again, Dr. Anthony,
Thank you so
you
much.
can find in Whittlesea Chinese Medicine Clinic.
Just Google me.
Google him, you'll find
I'm
the
all
guy.
over it. International, mate.
That you certainly are, darling. He treated one of my clients from Japan. In the meantime, we're going to nick off for this week, and we'll catch you next week. There'll be a lot more shows tonight on A1R Psychic Radio, and we'll catch you next time. In the meantime, bye, darlings.
Persian medium. I am Hover. Good evening. Well, as you guys can hear me, I'm so cold and not feeling good. A little bit of fever, but I will try my best to be for you, or to be here for you guys and do the best. Well, before I start my show and before I start caller, I want to talk about how to get rid of anxieties and kind of anxious feelings quick, or kind of as quick as possible. It may happen to you that you just been in a bunch of group of people that you don't know. You've been invited in some places that you never been. And also some people came to you and just say hi without even you knowing them. So you felt kind of, oh, it's strange. I'm getting kind of anxious. Just all stress and anxieties come all over me. You want to go to kind of like an interview, like a job interview. You just feel like, oh my God, my heart is just coming up to my mouth. I don't even know how to control these anxieties. Well, it's very easy to do. The quick fix is about distraction. Distraction could be anything. So you need to distract your brain about that very specific and very significant topic, or better say subject, that bugging or bothering you at that moment. Let's say that you want to go to job interview, and next is going to say, well, Miss Linda or Miss Jessica or whomever you are, just next is your turn. So when you feel like, oh my God, I can't even go. I feel like I can't even breathe, and what should I do? So you close your eyes for almost 30 seconds. You breathe deeply and out, and then you open your eyes, and then you're telling to yourself, you rock, you're gonna get it, and you have to. Another distractions is about you look into something or some of those pictures that you love, or listen to the music that you really and absolutely into it, or any sort of that could just quick changing your subconscious mind's kind of directions to another directions, it will absolutely help you to get out from stress, anxieties, and panic attack. Drink water is also another thing that you guys could do, because it will absolutely prevent that your body is just like working out, the blood circulation is working out, kind of jumping up and down also for maybe 20 or 30 seconds, that'd be also perfect, jump just up and down. So any sort of distractions that body could just circulate directly or correctly through your blood circulations or also kind of subconscious mind, it would be absolutely fantastic. So, and another thing that I want to say, actually, I received an email from my client, and she's 18, and she is asking me about why I feel that I am ugly or I look ugly. Well, it was kind of like funny because I couldn't even actually answer. I was just like, what should I tell her? I mean, should I say, well, sweetheart, you're not ugly. You're the most beautiful lady. But the things is your hormones, the bodies, anything that actually is changing right now in your mind and your bodies and everything to make you as a teenager, as a lady, and whatever it is just making you to feel kind of not yourself anymore. And that's maybe why you feel that you do not really look like the way that you did like for 5 years ago or for 4 years ago. Well, it's completely normal. So I receive a lot of email from teenagers, and they telling me about like, yeah, we feel this, we feel strange, we are there and there. Well, I had to tell you guys, well, I'm very jealous of all of you. I wish if I was teenager, but I'm not. But enjoy your time and never say, oh, why I'm look ugly, and why my skin is not look good, and why my voice is just changing, and why. It's not why. It's just a start to be a man. It's just a start to be a lady, and be happy for those hormones changing and everything, and make sure that you enjoy every single minute and second of it, okay? Because life is too short, and fly like that. So now back to studio. You guys listening to A1R, and this is Fiona, and I have Kizzy. Hello, Kizzy. How are you doing from California? How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing very well, sweetheart. Thank you so much. How are you doing? How is everything so far?
Oh, everything is okay. You know, I just need a couple things answered about my life because, you know, I'm just uncertain about a lot of stuff right now.
Sure, my love. Give me your date of birth first, sweetie. Let me just open your Pentagon right now. And then shoot your question. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Okay. My birthday is April 16th, 1980.
Okay, sweetie. Okay, my love. Now, what you have in your heart and what I can do for you. Go ahead, sweetie.
Yeah, I just need to know about my living situation, you know, if I'm going to be able to get a home for myself and my kids before the end of the month.
Let me see. Okay, my love, there is a couple things that come into your Pentagon. The first things that I can see it in here for you. There is some change and there is some challenge that is on your way. And good news is they are not bad, not as stressful as you think they are. And there is two people. The one person that I can see in the middle is about the guy, like a middle age, almost in between 48 to 53. Going to and trying to help, or somehow you are going to win over some situation and get things correctly done. This guy will help, and this will absolutely make a lot of positive and amazing impact on this situation right now. There is a couple of stress that I can see that you have right now around yourself, which I wanted you to just relieve, remove, and kind of control your emotion, control your anxieties right now, because you're not going to change anything by getting more anxious. You're not going to gain many power or any power to do or getting panic attack right now. So just try to let it go. That's all you need to do, because the guy, as I told you, in between 47 to 53 will help you out, and you are going to be completely fine with your children, my love. Now, there is two things came in the middle of your pentagon. I'm still kind of like not understanding why it came there. Why you have, do you have some legal issues and some problem with someone? Or is someone tried to threaten you with something, honey, lately or recently?
No, I don't have any legal issues, but I do have someone who is about to go through a divorce who's in my life.
Okay. So that's what I can see. It's telling me about that this specific person will win, or somehow everything is going to go on that person's benefit. So this is also came on the pentagon of yours, which is you can actually, give that good news to that person.
Oh,
because
okay.
I winning, positivity, energies, and also comfortability about some decision that will absolutely changing everything around that person, which is going to be as positive as good. For you, there is some sort of movement, but it's not so long. It sounds that there is no force. No one going to force you to move, but it's going to be on your willpower. And also, I see some money changing, which I can see that some money and prosperities and some unexpected money also come from some places for you, which you never thought that is going to happen, but it will. Again, they came the man in between the 48 to 53 year, and again come in the middle of your pentagon as helping. Who is this person? A man, middle age, 48 to 53.
I have no idea.
Wow. So them, oh my gosh. You have him all over the place on your pentagon right now. So around the date of 17, 18 of March, through actually the March 25th and 27th, expect the man, middle age, 47 through the 53, come around and be with you, helping you out from that problem or the things that you have right now and worried about. Any other questions, sweetie?
Yeah, I'm having some issues with my, with one of my children.
Okay.
I don't know if you do, with my daughter, my 16-year-old. I just want to know if her attitude's going to get better, because, we're constantly arguing, and that's causing a lot of trouble at home, too.
Well, before I start my show, I just talk about the teenager girls, and also some email that I received from one of them that they became sensitive. They feel that they look ugly, they are not attractive, and they kind of became cocky and just having so much attitude around. And it's all normal, sweetheart. All I wanted you to do is just try and stop arguing with her, because they can't control their emotion. They can't really acting as they are normal, because as we know, there's a lot of hormones and things that just go up and down, and we actually went through all those period as well, but we forgot because it's now a couple of years of it. But I can understand your daughter, and I can understand your frustration and kind of your anxieties and sadness of all those things, and you want that she's gonna respect you, love you, and kind of listening to you. Well, of course, she will, but give her time. Stop arguing with her. So arguing, it's not going to get her anywhere. It's not going to give you any respect back, and she's going to get worse. So no argument. Try to have and build a very strong, nice banding connection as a friend. So be just her friend instead to be just the mother, okay? And make sure you validate her attitude. Sometimes they are doing something they want, so just get some validation from mother, from father, from parents, from brother, from sister, from the, anywhere. So that's why if you feel that she is trying to kind of do kind of crazy things to make you to feel nervous and also sad, it's not because she wants to make you sad. It's just like she's screaming after attention. So give attention, but in a positive way that she's going to understand about, like, I want to give back, as positive as possible. And of course, 15 years, a lot of guys just look at her. She's starting to look at herself, in the mirror and see like if she's beautiful or not, if my hair is good enough or not, or if I can compare myself with my friend, and am I good enough, or is the guy in my class actually like me better than Lisa or Linda or Jessica? So it's completely a normal behavior, and those kind of like a low, or better say low self-esteem or low confidence is just coming home, and of course goes directly to mom, and mom can't tolerance either, and then it's going to create a lot of anxieties, fight, and other things. So instead of just telling him to stop doing it, or why you are talking to that guy and why you are doing this, try to create some friendship with her and limit all the arguments and fights. Make sure that you understand her emotional feelings, which is based on hormones and other stuff, all the changes that is around us, around her. And what I can see it in the Pentagon psychically, what I feel about her, I'm not worried about her future. I'm not worried about she may actually in some places that could cause some danger, craziness in their future. So everything is good, no red flags. All you need to do is just be there, both as a mom and best friend, that she could just have some ability to come to you and tell you the truth about everything that's happening, in her school and wherever she's going. You got it, honey?
Yes.
Awesome.
Okay.
Love her and just tell her that how beautiful she is every day. Validation, attention. Don't forget about, okay? So back to studio, guys, and now you guys listening to A1R. So people ask me about like where they can find me. Well, you guys can find me in avidadvice.com, and A1R Network. So back to studio, and I have Connie. Hello, Connie. How are you doing?
Hello?
Hi, honey. How are you doing?
Oh, hi. Yeah, I'm doing fine. I'm glad I got on tonight.
Oh, thank you, baby. And I'm glad I have you tonight. So my pleasure. So gorgeous. Give me your date of birth first, and then shoot your question. Tell me what you have in your beautiful mind and what you have in your beautiful heart. Go ahead, sweetie.
Okay. Well, first, my name is Connie, and what I'm wondering is about 4 years ago, I lost somebody very, very special to me in a tragic accident, and I just wonder how they're doing now.
Okay. Can I have a name of the person, and exactly for how long time ago was it that you lost that person?
His name was James, and it was in 2013.
Oh. Okay. Place is close to the ocean. It's showing me about the feelings and the connection that they have, or he has a very, very beautiful place, telling me about the blue color of the house, a house that has a window with the blue color, and also telling me about the ocean side, ocean view, also telling me and showing me about some backyard, and I feel the 3 and 4 bunnies that is around him right now. So 2 bunnies around. So sounds like that he is, and he's trying to tell you that he finally bought the house, and he finally got the house that he always wanted to have, and he is in a good place. And there is actually, I feel him in a kind of like a white shirt and the blue jeans. And also I see him and feel him also around that he has some necklace, which this necklace is kind of like a sign as a name or for something that is creating about something or somebody, is also kind of like wearing and trying to tell you about a thank you protection, and also some some trip that you have to go, and is talking about like go to that trip, or it's time for you to do, and don't be scared. Sounds like that he want to tell you that you should not be scared about something that you want to do, and some trip that he's talking about it. But he's showing me the house, a beautiful house, light blue color, and is telling me that is close to the ocean, has ocean view, and I feel and sense her with a white shirt and blue jeans right now. What else you want to ask him? I'm here, and he is actually close to, and I can see and feel him, and he will give you the answer, honey. Go ahead.
Okay. Does he see me a lot? Is he around a lot?
He was around a lot, actually, in the past of 5 days. He's telling me about the anxious and a little bit of anxieties and the worriness that you had. Did you been lately worried about something? Do you want to do something that you're scared of to do? He's trying to tell you, I'm here. Just do it. You will absolutely win over that situation, and you will gain something that you always wanted to gain. It sounds talking about prosperity, it's talking about love, and it's also talking about something that you always wanted to have. There is something that he's trying to show me is all backyard, and is the green, some sort of plant, something that he wants to tell me about it, that I had to tell you. Just like go for it, make it happen, and just like sign it or go to that trip, and don't be worried about it. And he is telling me about some woman, age about 35 to 42, 35 to 42, and he's trying to give you some sort of warning about that person. I didn't know who is this person, but it sounds like he's trying to tell you that be careful, don't trust specifically that person. But he is telling you, I was around you for a long time. Sounds like that he's not in pain. He's trying to tell you, just let go of all the feelings and the tense feelings that you may have about that, tragedy and whatever happened. He says that he's in a good place, and he's calm, and everything look good. So just let go of all the pins and kind of crazy feelings that come to you about that things, and try to stop thinking about how and kind of which way and why he passed away. It sounds to be that he wanted you to stop thinking about it and just fresh your memory, like a good memories about the past, and forget about what happened to him. That's what he wanted you to stop. Just like have it like a movie. And it sounds like you have it like a movie in your brain. It's just going back and forth directly. When you connect to him, you connect to the tragedy, you connect to the place and the way that you missed and lost him. So just don't do that. Just reconnect him with the very strong and sharp and awesome, gorgeous memories that you have about him, which has nothing to do with tragedy or the loss or the accident, okay? So that's what he wanted you to do from now on. It may because it caused you anxiety, it may cause you panic attack, it may cause you that you feel nervous and bad and unhappy. So that's why he wanted you to stop and thinking about it, okay? So other than that, he's very happy. He's handsome. He's great looking right now. And he says about like that, I'm watching all over and I'm listening. So, and he's telling me about the kitchen, the place as a kitchen, the kitchen table, and also left side of the kitchen or left side of the chair in that kitchen that is telling me that he is always there and he's listening, or kind of like is the famous place for him, so he's listening. So, or maybe if you sit there and you kind of like, it's your famous place, I don't know, but he's talking about the kitchen chair.
Okay.
Okay, and then he's there with you all the time. So now you can ask any other question that you have, because I still have him, I still feel him, I still can get answer from him. So just like use your time now. Just tell me what exactly, again, you want to hear and you want to know. Be specific about it, because he has kind of like answer to all your question right now. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Okay, is he going to send me somebody new in my life, somebody that will be just as important as he was?
He's telling you He's telling you that's why he actually even mentioned about a couple minutes ago that yes, if someone come to you, ask you or want to take you out or kind of like take you to some trip, okay? And if this person is going to come around you anytime soon, and if you have to do it, just do it. Don't wait. He wanted you to find someone, and he says that my spirit will help you to find the right person. And yes, he really and absolutely wanted you to be happy. And he gave you all the permission to do what to do and what you want to do to be happy with anyone and whom you are. But he's telling you that I am helping you to find a right one. So yes, and sometimes Spirit actually sends us a lot of energies and connection, and that's why I feel good about it, because now he knows exactly what you want, and that's why he wants to help you out. Don't feel lonely. He says, don't feel lonely. I'm all around you right now. I'm protecting you, and I'm listening to you. You are not alone. I'm here for you. He's telling me again and again and again. He's happy for you because he feels you find yourself finally after he passed. He says that I'm happy and proud that you could wrap yourself, and I will be around you and wrap you with all protection and love as I can send, as I have permission to send from other side. So
okay, tell him that I loved him so much. He's still so important to me.
He loves you back to the moon, and he's telling you that I always gonna love you, and I'm always gonna waiting for you. I am proud of you, and please next time when you remind about me, you are not reminding about anything that has to do with our tragedy or my tragedy or the way that I passed. Please just remind about the good, awesome, beautiful timing that we had together. So he wanted you also to go to the nice restaurant, some places that you guys used to, and he's telling that I'm going to be there, the place that me and you used to go. So just go there and feel and stop bugging yourself. So he loves you to the moon, the same way as you do. And he's all over love.
Yeah, okay. It's still hard, but thank you very much.
You are very welcome, gorgeous. I'm very happy that I could just connect with him, so I do not have too much time. So thank you so much, love. I will send all my prayers and energies to your man and the man that you lost. I know that he's in a good place. We all going to send those prayers and energies to him. Now back to studio. You are guys listening to A1R, and for more conversation and connection with Fiona, go to avidadvice.com or go to A1R and PersianMedium.com. Have a great one, and see you tomorrow at 8 Pacific time. Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Dean, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hey, cats and kittens! Welcome to Perry Lyons, New York City Celebrity Psychic, which happens to be me because it's my show, but it's also your show. So I'm glad you're here, and thanks for stopping by. We're rocking kind of a denim kind of Barbie thing going today. I'm really glad to see you. I hope you all survived the full moon in Pisces over this past weekend, which made Pisces people crazy and people around them amused, superior, and also crazy. But it was a very, very interesting kind of life-changing full moon. So, and if your life wasn't changed, hold on, it will be. So really happy y'all could make it today. We're going to, and by y'all, I mean you, all of you. And we're going to start out with doing this psychic weather today. Psychic weather. Ooh, we need a little like theme music here. And by psychic weather, I mean not actual weather, but I'm going to pick 3 tarot cards, which are going to oddly accurately describe the rest of the sort of tenor of the week. And by tenor, I mean kind of the feeling of the week. And whenever I say feeling, you have to go like this. Ready? Feeling. Woo! Okay. We do not, and by we I mean me and you, because you're here too. We do not pick the cards beforehand. We do them totally randomly, which is because random is our way of life here at New York City Celebrity Psychic. And so the first card for what this week is going to be about for you, it's the Hanged Man. The Hanged Man card has to do with change that's real, change you've been working on from the inside out. You know, it's not like the kind of change where you, shave your head, put on orange robes and dance around singing Hare Krishna. It's the kind of change where you have been working on yourself in a real way and you're starting to see real results in a way maybe you never expected and in a very good way. This can also mean that somebody around you this week, it might actually be changing for the better. I've seen it in my own life recently, and it can happen. Don't bet the farm on people changing who don't want to, but if you have a farm, but people who actually want to change and take the steps, like going to meetings or going into therapy or meditating, people who take the steps to change will see some change in their lives this week. All right. Awesome. Woo! I love doing that. Oh, cool. The next card, this is interesting. The King of Swords has to do with, it's a couple of things. It's a man in authority, often a lawyer, some sort of professional lawyer, a doctor, a teacher, something like that. It can often be a man who can be, when he's being his best self, he has great advice. He's kind of objective. He has authority. When he's not being his best self, it can be a man around you, maybe an older man, who can be a little critical, often in the name of trying to help. But if there's somebody around you who's offering good advice or is offering good legal advice this week, I'd listen to them. If it's somebody around you who means well but is perhaps being a little overcritical, take their advice with a good intention behind it, and try not to take the critical stuff personally. Sometimes people criticize us because they want us to have a better life than they see us having. They don't always know how to put it. Okay, one last card. I love doing that. So fun. And the last card this week means that a lot of you might be finding yourselves going to a baby shower or a wedding reception or something where people are celebrating some kind of change, some kind of happy change. You might be, if you're a woman, you might be celebrating with other women. So that could be, kind of a bachelorette party. The strippers and beer are on me. It could be, often this has to do with a wedding reception. Sometimes people get engaged when this card is prominent. But it does mean that at the very least, there's probably a party. There's probably going to be food and drink you won't have to pay for. And everybody's going to be celebrating. That's wonderful. I love doing that so much. Hi. And we've got Teresa in, it looks like Chowville, California. Hi, Teresa. I'm glad you could. Chowchilla, excuse me. Chowville's good too. Obviously, I'm hungry. How are you?
I'm good. I'll take you out to eat. We got some good tri-tip places around here.
Oh, cool. I can be there in 4 hours. Hold my calls. Oh, you've got such a great attitude. Okay, my love. So tell me your birthday. You don't have to tell me the date. Don't ask. Don't tell around here. But tell me your birthday because that's how I zoom in on you. And thank you for not criticizing my manicure. Okay. So what's your birthday, my love? Yeah? 8?
The 8th.
I got the 8th. I didn't get the 8th of what? So.
Oh, September 8th.
Oh, happy birthday, my love. Cool.
Thank you.
Many historians say that that's the actual birthday of Queen Elizabeth I. So if you find yourself wearing a big, so technically you could order people to have other people's heads chopped off. Don't tell anybody I told you that. But it's a very powerful day to be born. So I will be very nice to you. So, okay, it feels. Well, you have a bunch of questions. Would you like to do work? Would you like to do your love life, your kids, or?
I'll let you take the lead.
Yeah. You have many interests and many things going on in your life. Okay, tell me your question. That works for me.
Okay, so I've been seeing, a lot of not butterflies, but dragonflies, and I've been noticing the number 8 a lot. Like just, you're out and about, and sometimes you just look, or you get pulled to look at something, and I'm like, oh, there's 8 everywhere. Like, what the heck? And then,
oh my God, I love that you're asking this. Things. Go ahead. Yeah. So dragonflies.
So what does it mean for me?
Well, I happen to be a recent expert in this because, let me do a dramatic hair flip here. You ready?
Good job.
Thank you. I just came back from the colorist, and she and I seem to have miscommunicated. So dragonflies, I know a lot about right now because over the last few days they've been following me around like little mofos. I went. I'm a trained shamanista. I spent 2 years training for my shamanistic degree, and that 275 will get me on the subway. What?
So wonderful. That's great.
Thanks. Well, in shamanism, what we say is that nature communicates with us in ways to bring us messages that kind of help us along our path. So let me tell you about dragonflies and the number 8 because they're intertwined. So you are awesome, and I love this. And you were born in the 8th, so this is all good. Okay. In shamanism and in many ancient traditions, including Chinese, the dragonfly is a symbol of transformation. It's also traditionally a symbol of really effing good luck. Really good luck. So we like that. But it's a reassurance. And I'm telling you this because I was in the country for the last week, and this dragonfly, every time I'd go outside, same dragonfly would come and sit on the same damn place for every time I went outside. And I started to think, like, have I taken some sort of hallucinogen and forgotten about it? To which the answer is no, I never have. But so I think that you've been seeing 3 different kinds of dragonflies. It feels to me like you're not just seeing one, you're seeing a couple of different kinds. One of them, to me, represents somebody who has passed but is trying to communicate with you. This feels like, I hope you still have both your parents. But if you don't, it's usually a parent or a grandparent. The dragonfly is also traditionally a symbol of family, of supportive ancestors. So the first, so that's one of the kinds of dragonflies you've been seeing. The second kind is specifically to get you through the transformation you're going through right now, because what you're doing is sort of stepping in and out of your power. You'll step in, you'll kind of panic like the rest of us do, run back, and then you'll come back and step sort of into your power, right? Yeah.
I know I'm like, okay, I'll just put on a meditation for tonight.
But you are meditating, and it's working because I don't usually talk about auras because my roommate here will glare at me. But I'm going to talk about auras with you because yours is changing. It's beautiful. It's very iridescent. It's changing color. And it's saying to me that you're working really hard on yourself, and good for you. That's why we got the Hanged Man card earlier, was to specifically encourage you and everybody else who's working on themselves. So when you're working on yourself, to keep doing it because it's working. So as you're meditating, you might find that a lot of negative stuff is kind of leaving very fast. But sometimes when old patterns and negative stuff leaves, it feels like part of our identity. And it's like, what am I going to do now? I don't know who to be or what to do because I'm so used to being attached to this. Let it go. Breathe in deeply. Ask your higher power for help. You'll get it. And the dragonfly, the third kind of dragonfly you've been seeing is specifically to reassure you that this transformation is real. It's lasting. You're coming into your power and strength in a way you almost never have before, because you're such a nice person that you've always thought before, like, well, what are people going to think of me? I don't want to make people feel bad about themselves. What if I outgrow them? What if, I start to shine so brightly that other people resent me? What if this means I have, yeah, I'm good, right? And you have been taking care of everybody else specifically for the last 12 years, most especially the last 7 and the last 2.5. And it is time for you to understand. Sorry, I'm talking so fast, but I'm a New Yorker and I've got a lot of information to give you. It's time for you to understand that the more you shine, the more everybody else around you shines or shones or sheens or something, shines. And the more you claim your power, the more you give people around you permission to claim their power. So as you heal yourself, you heal everybody around you. And as the Buddhists say, you heal your family 7 generations back and 7 generations forward. No pressure. And the number oh, good. I mean, you're only healing 14 generations. It's okay. Breathe deep. The other thing is the number 8. If you put the number 8 aside, I'm just going to keep doing this. I think I'm hypnotized. Please stop me now. Okay. The number 8 on its side is infinity. It feels to me like you've always had a talent for things like prayer and meditation, but only recently have you been taking your ability to plug into the great love, the big infinity, seriously. And you're very good at it. The number 8 in Kundalini numerology, which I also teach Kundalini yoga. When do I have time to lie around and drink wine, you ask? Well, so the number 8 in Kundalini is healing, and girl's got to have a hobby, and I'm not good at knitting. Number 8 is a reassurance that you're on the right path, that the infinite, you're in line with the infinite. The more that you meditate, the more that you ask for help, the more you're going to get it. Something is happening in your life where you built up so much darn good karma by being a really consciously good person. You really have. Is that a dog in the background? Or,
no, that's my 3-year-old.
Oh, that's so cute. What's his name?
Bobby. I have a 3-year-old and a 7-year-old. So, your 7 and 2 mark is pretty fun.
I bet they're adorable.
They are. I love them dearly.
By the way, if somebody tells you that the 7-year-old has some kind of disability or they're dyslexic or something like that, actually what they have is a way of looking at the world that's unusual and valuable. So if you've been told like your 7-year-old has ADD or something, I mean, I'm the queen of ADD, obviously. If ADD was people, I'd be China. But your 7-year-old they're both very bright kids. And Bobby's very visual. He's got a very, very good visual memory. They're both really fast learners. And your older one has an ability to think in both an abstract way and in a concrete way. So he's good at problem solving, unless it's a girl. No, I'm not sure.
She's a girl.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. But she's very good at problem solving, and she's very good at like creative and abstract thought. You got some good kids there. Nice work.
Yes.
So the 7-year-old is going into a different kind of school. I don't know if she's being put in a gift.
Actually, we're moving. Yes.
Yes.
How's that
Good.
going to go?
That's the right move. Yeah.
Oh,
you're doing the right stuff.
I was worried.
Don't worry. Oh my gosh, don't worry. She's a pretty name. 2-syllable name? SH somewhere in there? Okay. TH, whatever. At least I got the 2-syllable. Beautiful name. I love that name. And Robert is like such a nice, dignified name for a little boy. You're going to be fine. Keep meditating. Keep, whatever form of prayer works for you. You're really doing well. Trust your instincts, okay? And you've got some awesome kids. I love them. So I'm really glad you called. Stay in touch and let me know how you're doing, because the next 2 months are going to seem challenging, but that's just because you have a huge amount of growth. But you're a badass girl. You can do this.
What's my gift?
And
what do I work on? I said, what's my gift? What do I work on?
You've got two gifts. One gift is you have the gift of practical empathy. In a way, you're quite psychic. You know what other people are thinking and feeling. Trust that. It's very useful for you. You're creative and you get stuff done. Those are two things that don't go together very often. You may not, you beat yourself up a lot because you think you don't do enough, but actually you do twice as much in one day as, for instance, I get done in a week and a half. So you're very good at managing people without them knowing that they're being managed. You'd be a really terrific human resources person, very good in any kind of admin that also involves people management. You're very, very skilled with people. Your practical empathy makes that a real gold mine of a gift. You're also good at crafts, and you're a good baker. I want a cookie. So,
I'll make you a lemon meringue.
Oh my God, that's my favorite. You're psychic. Oh, the last thing I'm going to say is you're a really good mom. You are a really good mom because you don't impose what you want on your kids. You let them be who they are. You reflect who they are back to them accurately and lovingly. Yes, I think you're awesome. I really do. And you're seeing eights as a way of reminding you that spirit, infinity, the big love, whatever you want to call it, is on your side. On your side. Every time you see that number, it means it's a reassurance that you're being taken care of and everything's going as it should right now. And that's down to you. So rock on with your badass self, girl. So,
I love you.
You're awesome.
I'm so glad we met tonight.
Me too. I'm on. My name is Perry. I don't know if it's on your screen. Perry, P-E-R-I. Perry, like periwinkle. Lyons, like L-Y-O-N-S. Perry Lyons. And contact me on Facebook. Let me know how you're doing. I always write back eventually within 2 weeks. So we've got 8 minutes left. You're in my meditations. I'm going to be sending you all sorts of golden good light and possibly cash. And just keep in touch. And you're going to be fine. Stuff is going great.
Playing lotto and I'm not winning.
That's good.
It's a different lotto.
Try it. Try it. Yeah, you're winning life lotto. It's better. All right, my love.
Yeah, it's way better.
Let me know how you're doing. And blessings too. Blessings and dragonflies are the best good fortune sign there is. You're doing great. Okay? Stay in touch.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Bye.
All right, babe. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye. Okay, that was so much fun. Okay, who's our next caller? My producer put it up on the screen. Hey, Pat. Oh, I love that name. Hi, Patty. Where are you calling from? What's your birthday? Hi.
Hello.
Hi, it's Perry. How are you?
Hi. Okay.
Hi. Oh, you. Good, and you.
My birthday
you have a
is
deep
December
voice.
12th.
Oh, very good day. We like that a lot. Okay. Whoa, you've been through a lot of crap recently. Even though you live in Connecticut.
No, I live in Frankfort, Delaware.
Oh, I just come back from Delaware. I was in Lewes. Love Delaware. Sorry, my producer screwed up and put Connecticut. Wow. Boy, you've been... That's not been easy lately. Well, the first thing that I want to tell you is the worst is over. All that crap you've been through, especially for the last 9 months. Am I right? Has this been a really hard time?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm really sorry. I'm sorry for the losses you've been through, and I'm sorry that you've had to be brave and take responsibility when nobody around you is doing that. Having been through something similar myself, I can tell you, first of all, it doesn't seem like you're going to get rewarded. Things have been very unfair for a while now with you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, that sucks, and I'm sorry. I just want you to know that I see that, and the worst is over. I know it doesn't seem like it because something's coming up in about 10 to 11 days that you're a little scared of, but that's weirdly going to work in your favor. For once, things are going to start working out in your favor, starting like in the next couple of days. I don't know if this is a court date or something you're worried about, but try not to worry. Just breathe into the knowledge that that's going to be okay. Whew. Boy, you've been through a lot of unfairness, and it feels like, I mean, stop me if I'm wrong, but have the people who like traditionally should be supporting you and helping you like not been and instead piling on? Is that right?
Yes.
You know, I'm going to come back to Delaware and punch them for you. You're a really good person and you deserve better than this, and you will get it. The other thing that's coming up for you in the next couple of months is an unexpected thing in terms of like employment or money. You have not gotten the right recognition, and you've been in employment in just these difficult situations where, you know, that old expression, don't let people know you're good at digging ditches because they'll give you more ditches to dig. You were in a work situation where you proved you were really good and really responsible, so they just gave you more work and not more money. Is that right?
Pretty much.
Yeah. Gosh. All right, let's change up the energy around you. This is the magic. I'm going to shake my magic cheap charm bracelets at you. And I'm not making light of your situation, but I do feel that one of the reasons you called today was so I could tell you that things are going to get better and fast.
Yeah.
Stop relying, stop expecting the people. It feels like a couple of family members and maybe some extended family members and one other person who acts like a family member but isn't. Stop expecting them to help you. They're not going to. It's a waste of energy right now. They'll come back around when you're doing better because that's unfortunately human nature. You're going to be doing better within the next couple of weeks. Let me grab a card for you. Also, how are your kids doing? Or kid? There's one you're worried about. Is that correct?
I have quite a few of them.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, good for you. Do you know how many?
And I have 2 grandchildren that are living with me.
It feels like you're worried about one of the grandchildren. But the situation you're worried about is not anything to do with the grandkid. The behavior stuff will start working out because there's something to do with a court case around one of the parents that's going to work out, and that child's going to calm down and things are going to be better. But man, you've been holding everybody up. Holy mackerel. Bless you, my child. Thank you for all you've done for everybody. If nobody else is going to thank you, I'm bloody well going to thank you. Thank you. It looks like there's some kind of a guy who's kind of on your side. I'm not sure this is your husband. It might be your father. Or no, it's not your father. Somebody is coming in to help you. What? Yeah?
It's a brother from another mother.
Thank you, because it feels like a relative, but it isn't. Thank God for him. He's a really good guy. Wow. And you can trust him. You know, and sometimes angels appear in packages that look a little unexpected. Now, I'm getting this card, and it's upside down. We've got 2 minutes, so I'm going to talk really fast because I'm a New Yorker, and I've got a lot of info for you. So this card right side up means like, oh my gosh, she is carrying so much. She's carrying all of these things. Don't look at my nail. Look at my nice fake diamond ring. But this card is, the person carrying these feels like, oh, I'm at the end of my rope. I'm going to fall over and drop all of these wands. However, when you get this card upside down, somebody comes in just when you're really feeling like, I am so overwhelmed. I don't know my butt from my elbow. And somebody's coming in to help with this. It's this guy. Also, there's a woman, it might be his daughter, or it might be a cousin of yours. There's a woman who's younger than him coming in to help. You've gotten so like, I can't accept help right now. I'm too busy. I'm too proud. Let people help you. You deserve it. And everything is changing for the better right now. And I'm not just saying that. Really not. I've got 60 seconds. This card means that you have been patient. You have suffered, and the suffering is coming to an end, and there is actually a really good thing coming up. I can feel this. Yeah, you've got the Ace of Wands, which is the beginning of a new cycle of help, a new cycle of hope, and a news cycle where everybody's getting along, and you start to get some of the recognition and help and gratitude that you deserve. The worst is over. Get through this thing in like 12 days or 2 weeks or whatever it is. You're going to be fine. Let me know how you're doing. You deserve all the support you can get. And really, God bless you. You've been a fantastic person. I wish we had more people like you. So, does that sound good, Patty? Anything else you need?
I need to know who keeps giving me the number 143.
That's your mom. Means I love you. Or, no, your mom's still here. It's your grandmother, sorry. It's a woman who's passed. No. 143 means I love you. I love you. I got that in my worst time in my life. It kept showing up in my cell phone before like cell phones were even a thing. I had no idea what it was. It means that you're loved, you're being supported by both your higher power, by God, and a relative who's passed, who's a woman who's on your side, who's helping you actively.
Hello and welcome to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. Now, I'm going to do a little talk before we have two people that will be phoning in for a reading, and that could be one of you. So what I want to talk about today is, for some of you, you may be aware that I have been in this fortunate position where some highly evolved people from the spirit world have come forward and spoken to me. And that has included God, Jesus, Mother Mary, many saints, and people of that sort of standing in the spirit world. And what they are saying to me at the moment is that they are very keen for people to actually develop their mediumship. In other words, they want people to connect to the spirit world, and they want people to be able to listen to their words. They want to communicate to as many people. It's almost as though that in fact it is this. They have made a decision that they feel that they want more people to be connected. And what they're saying is they've said to me that they've asked me to sort of guide people in a way where I can show people how you can connect and what sort of action that you can take if you're listening to this show and are thinking, well, I think I probably get a few, I'm quite instinctive, or I have these feelings. And so what I would recommend, your first port of call is probably to go to a spiritualist church. Now, in a spiritualist church, there will be other mediums that you will perhaps meet that may do a home circle, or there may be circles that will be carried out within the church. And this is how I developed my mediumship. I would actually sort of sit in circle, and actually I was quite sort of greedy with it all. Like I ended up sitting in circle 5 times a week. Can you believe that? So it's about sort of finding the medium and perhaps the right spiritualist church that offers you that training, because it is out there, and I would highly recommend that you sort of think about that. If you've had any feelings or messages that you don't know how you've received it, or how to get it again, or how to open up, how to close down, all those sort of things that you probably have questions for, I would certainly recommend that you explore this avenue. So I know that we have a caller waiting for us, and that is Bernie. Bernadette is waiting to speak, and she's from Ireland, Sligo in Ireland. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, hi, Bernie. And so I am a medium, and I can connect to loved ones in the spirit world, or I can look to give you guidance from my guides. Is there a particular way that you would like me to work, and where would you like me to focus?
I suppose guidance, really.
Guidance. And is there anywhere in particular that you'd like me to focus, as we only have a short space of time here on the show?
I suppose guidance towards my present life, or now at the minute.
Right. Okay. So let me see what I can gather from that. I feel with you that you've reached a stage in your life where you feel it's almost like you've reached a stage where you haven't got the responsibilities that you once had in family life. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, yes.
And I get the feeling that there's more freedom with you, more, and you're more open to exploring other things to do in life. And I get the feeling that it's almost like I'm being shown an apple, and I feel that this apple is ripe, and I feel that it's almost like you've dipped in and out of spiritual ideas and matters. And I feel that the spirit world are wanting to sort of bring you more into the sort of fold of understanding their world. But I do get the feeling that you've dipped in and out of this. Does that make sense to you, Bernie?
Yes. Yes, it does. Yes.
And I feel, and I'm being told that you have actually heard spirit before. And I feel that you've got quite a. If you wanted to take this further, you could be quite incredible as a medium. Does that make sense to you?
I really believe in spirits, but I don't know if I'd be that good.
All right. Because that's what they're saying to me. They're saying to me that you have this I guess the way to describe it is like a sixth sense. You have a sort of awareness, and they're telling me that you have an ability, and they're sort of trying to sort of encourage you to sort of think about possibly exploring that idea. And they placed my guides have just placed some crystals in your hand, and I feel, have you had any interest in crystals? So I know that Bernie has had some crystal. I feel like there's some crystals that's been placed in her hand, and what I'm being told is that she has a sort of a wide breadth, of sort of a wide sort of knowledge of a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this. But they're telling me that you have the ability to work with crystals, and I feel, and they're suddenly placing a crystal on my forehead, and I feel like I'm having crystals placed all around me, and what they're saying to me is that these crystals have, with crystals, they have an innate power, and I'm being told that you have the ability to work with crystals, and I feel that this is the specific area that they would like to steer you towards. And I know that there are lots of things to do with sort of crystal courses and things like that. Did you hear all of that, Bernie?
I love crystals.
Yeah, and because they're telling me that crystals is your thing, and they're sort of encouraging me to encourage you to say that that you could be working with crystals, whether that be on just on an interest level or a formal level. But they're saying to me that you could be like a crystal healer, and they're also saying to me that you have quite a knowledge of crystals as well. And they're showing me it's like a red crystal, and I feel that it's like and this is the crystal that I mentioned earlier that's been placed on my forehead, and I feel that this crystal is a I'm not very jasper. It's jasper. I've just been told red jasper, and they're taking the crystal and putting it in my hand, and they're like giving it to you, and they're saying to me that you are in need of red jasper. I'm not really. I know a little bit about crystals, but not that much. It's not my area of expertise. But this is the way my guides are working with you, and I feel that they're saying that you would benefit from some red jasper, and so I'm not sort of sure why that is, but and I feel that they're working on a healing level as well. They're also saying to me, as I mentioned the word healing, they're saying to me that you would like me to put your name on my healing list, and I don't feel like there's anything sort of serious with you. I'm not sensing that at all, but they've asked me to put your name on my healing list. Would that be okay with you, Bernie?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
And they're saying to me that also they're saying to me that you are a little bit worried about somebody else in your family. I feel this is a younger person that you feel is almost like, I don't know why you're worried, but I just get that sense of worry towards somebody in your family. Would that make sense?
Mm.
So I feel that there is some worry towards somebody that's younger in your family, and I'm being told that almost like you don't need to worry because it's almost like it's just an immature phase, like an immaturity, and I'm being told that this person will come out of their immaturity and also almost like carve a life with more responsibility. But I feel like there's some sort of immature actions or immature behavior that you have been sort of concerned about or wondering about, or I don't know about this, or, just, and that they're sort of saying to me that it's nothing that you need to be.
The line is really.
Yes, sometimes that happens. But I just want to say that, so I'll just recap. They're saying to me that you could be, you are, there's a spiritual aspect to you that is quite important. And they're implying to me that you could be a crystal healer and that there's a strong interest in crystals. And I also feel that they're also saying to me that there is concern for a younger person, but you're not to worry about this person because it's just like an immature stage and they will come through it.
Yeah.
And they're protected and they're going to be okay. And so how does that, did you get all that?
Yes, most of it.
Good,
yes,
good.
Well, very good.
I hope that helps. And but do think about the crystals. I feel that you could really enjoy exploring crystals more. I feel like crystals are your thing.
And I need healing very much.
Yes, well, I've put you on my healing list. They did recommend that to me, that I do that. So you're on the list. Okay, thank you very much, Bernie, for calling in. My pleasure. Thank you
so much.
Bye. My pleasure. Bye-bye. So I'm down in Savannah. Now, the last caller, we were talking about crystals and crystal healing. And when we think about spiritual matters, I always think that we're not really looking at the whole sort of picture. If we go to church or if we go and see a medium and prove that survival of spirit, or I feel like there's so many other aspects that has been created by God in this world, and one of which is sort of the things like crystals and the energy that they produce and emanate, and how they can be used for healing. It's just quite staggeringly phenomenal. And this is just a creation by God. Anyway, so I feel I have my next caller here, and that is Andrea in Clarkston, Michigan. Are you there, Andrea?
Hi, how are you today?
I'm very good. So I am a medium, and I can connect to loved ones, or I can look at guidance for yourself. Is there a particular way that you would like me to work?
Guidance.
Okay, and is there anywhere in particular you'd like me to focus, as we only have a little bit of time left?
Okay, I guess I would say love life, just general for me and my kids and the way I'm going. It's been crazy.
Right. What I've been instantly as you're talking, I'm just being told that you have been having some thoughts that either you wish you didn't live there or you would like to move. Would that make sense to you?
Yes.
Because it's almost as though you feel as though that where you live hasn't served you well. It's almost as though you feel that it's caused you more heartache or problems than sort of positivity. Would that make sense
Very
to you,
true.
Andrea?
Yes, very true.
And I'm sort of being shown that this, and you see, the idea of moving has to be your free will, because this is something that God has given to us. It's our free will as to whether we move or not. But what I am being shown is that if you make this decision, and I know that this is if you make this decision, and I know that this is going to be a difficult decision to make, but if you were to make this decision to actually pick up, they're showing me you picking up suitcases and trunks. That's how they're showing it to me. But if you were to make this decision to actually physically move to another area and almost encourage all of your family to move with you, I feel that what I'm being told by my guides is that you would be very successful moving on from that situation. But I am being told that this would be a challenging decision and wouldn't be easy for you to make. But I am being told that if you were to make this decision, you would find that your life would open up and be a lot more easier. And I feel that
it has been a very difficult decision.
Yeah, I know it's a difficult decision, but they're telling me that this is, if you were to make that decision, it would be a positive decision. And for some reason, they feel that you should know this, that you should know that it would be positive if you were to make this decision, because they're making me feel as if they're making me feel as though if you were to go down the line a bit in life, you are going to reach a point where you're going to be more serious in making that decision. And then as a consequence, if you make that decision, you will be, they're making me feel as though you will be, it will be easier for you to make, because you will remember or recall back to this conversation that they actually said that it would be a more positive thing for you. Now, it's interesting. I feel with you, there is need for healing, and I feel that there is need for healing across the family. Would that make sense to you, Andrea?
Oh, yeah.
I feel like there's 2 or 3 people that really need healing. And if you, I'll put your name on my healing list with your I'll put Andrea and her family on the healing list, because I feel like there's more than one person that needs healing. And I'm also being shown that there is somebody that's struggling with their legs at the moment. And I feel like it's it looks like a more of a circulation problem. Would that make sense to you?
Yeah.
And I don't know whether that's yourself or with somebody else, but I'm being shown that, and I'm being told that this particular person needs to specifically be put on my healing list. So I will do that for you. I sit for an hour every day and send out healing. So I will put you and your family on the list. I'm also being shown that I feel that there is someone in your family that let's see, I've got somebody in your family that has sort of gone off the rails a little bit, and isn't showing sort of respect. And I feel that is sort of getting involved in stuff that you wouldn't necessarily approve of. Would that make sense to you, Andrea?
Yeah.
And and I'm being told that there's hurt and pain in this person's mind, and this is why they've gone off the rails. It's more to do with their pain in their mind rather than outside influences. And I'm being told that this person. So I've got the person with the legs, and I've got this person that's gone off the rails a little bit. I feel both these two people need healing. And I'm being shown. I've been shown. This is interesting. I'm being shown a rainbow that's gone over the top of your family, and whenever I see that rainbow, I know that that's a symbol of it's just a symbol of God's protection, of God's love, and I feel very strongly that you're with the help of the healing. I feel very strongly that there is going to be an improvement. Now, I can't claim sort of any improvement necessarily, but we'll I will be sending out healing to you. But my guides are trying to tell me that there will be an improvement, and I suddenly got in there thinking, oh, I can't say that. You have to be correct in everything you say. But so let's hope is what I'm saying, and so I know that my guides are encouraging me. That's the point that I think is the main point. They are encouraging me to put your family on the healing list, and hopefully you can move forward in more positivity. And they're just coming back in with the bit that they said right at the beginning. They're saying, don't forget, when you reach the point where you think it would be a good idea to move, that they have said in this conversation that it would be a positive move if you make this decision. Because I feel that you have a relative somewhere else in the country, and you have often thought about living with this, living close by or near to this other relative. Would that make sense to you?
Yeah. Everything.
And I just get this real sort of encouragement in that regard, that it would be a real positive move, because I know that you have a strong feeling that it's almost like where you live has let your family down or let you down, and it's like there's this feeling around you and your family that there needs to be a change. So, Andrea, I hope that's helped. I know these readings are very short, but again, I will put you and your family on the healing list. If you want to find me, you can find me on Facebook. My name is Gail Moffat, and I'd very much like to hear from you. So thank you very much for calling in, and goodbye.
Thank you.
Goodbye. So we've just got sort of 30 seconds left of the show, and I just want to say that it's interesting how spirit work, when we look at the two callers that we've had today, how they look to, my guides very much want to work on a healing level and support and help people wherever possible. And I feel that it's a good thing that to work with spirit. And so for those people that do have those instincts, don't forget, find that spiritualist church, find that home circle, find that medium that will help you and develop you, because the spirit world are waiting to hear from you. So thank you. Goodbye.
Okay, hello everyone. This is me, Iona, Persian Media Miami Power, and you are guys listening to Avid Advice Show. As you guys see, I'm in the hospital. I'm not sick. I'm feeling absolutely good, but one of my family member is, and that's why I'm here for her. So, and we should do this show. So I said, like, I would not let my audience and followers and fans on Avid Advice will wait another week to not having me and not having the questions. As you guys know, I'm charging $35 per minute. So I know for many of you guys, $35 per minute is a lot of money. So that's why I would love to say I would be there for you guys no matter what, especially right now at the moment, even in the hospital, because I'm receiving a lot of emails. You guys DM me on my Instagram, beg me for my regular show on A1R Radio Network, Avid Show, and Persian Medium Show. So that's why I feel like it doesn't matter what's going on. It doesn't matter where I am today. I will just listen to my audience, listen to my followers, fans, and I'm here. So let's talk about health, and let's talk about how we can be grateful and thankful just as we can move our body, and just we can feel and sense that mentally and physically we are good and well. There is people that wake up every single morning and they just say, well, I'm not lucky. I don't like this and that. You know, I'm not count myself as a person who actually been successful. And you're always trying to find a way to say something, to act somewhere, to just like make yourself to not valued as a person. So if it's you, and if you are the person that always trying to say something negative and nasty about yourself, to yourself, and do the self-sabotage, I would say stop it right away. Number one, you're not going to feel good until you really understand about our value and what we have as a talent and what God gave us as a gift. Basically, when you are healthy, when you do not need to even go anywhere, to having a shot, to having a surgery, to doing all those things that actually need around it right now, then basically you are a lucky person. So you don't need to do anything and done anything, because I really feel and sense that everything happened for some reason. So basically, what I'm trying to say, I'm sorry, now the doctors and other people coming in the room as well, but you know, I'm in the radio show, so basically I'm going to be there for you guys. Sorry about that if I'm going to be interrupted by anyone, but you guys understand about my situation. So let's just go and back to you guys. I have Mikael from Sweden, Stockholm. Well, hello. How are you doing today?
Hello, I'm doing very good. Thank you for having me here.
Of course, what more do? How is everything?
So what's up here?
Yes, exactly. So sorry. Actually,